Chapter 714. Since then, the Devil Seal tablet had been kept within Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. But he never imagined that the Devil Seal tablet would suddenly take action recently. Especially after the small black dot and the black-colored flame brand appeared between Xianxia's brows, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it had been injected with stimulants and was extremely excited. Bang! Xianxia arrived before Duan Lingtian, and his iron fist that contained origin energy that skyrocketed swept out once more towards Duan Lingtian. At this instant, the air in the area Duan Lingtian was it seemed to have been sucked out, and at the same time that it caused him to feel extremely oppressed, he felt extremely uncomfortable. At this point, I can only withdraw the Devil Seal tablet and treat it as a last resort. I keep having the feeling that something crazy is about to happen. But it ought to not be aimed at me. As soon as his thoughts spun up to here, Duan Lingtian noticed Xianxia's iron fist was right before him, and he didn't have the time to think any further. At this instant, Duan Lingtian only had a single thought in his mind before he took out the Devil Seal tablet from his spatial ring and placed it in front of him. He wanted to see if the Devil Seal tablet could block Xianxia. Truthfully speaking, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was still slightly perturbed in his heart. Bang! At practically the instant the Devil Seal tablet appeared, Xianxia's iron fist had already smashed onto the Devil Seal tablet, and it emitted an enormous bang that was like a thunderclap that shook the hearts of all. Bush, 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 bush. With the place Xianxia's fist descended as the center, the terrifying force gave rise to waves of terrifying strong winds that swept out in all directions, and it blew the clothes of many people to the point of fluttering. On the other hand, the Devil Seal tablet lay before Duan Lingtian and floated there without moving in the slightest. When Xianxia's fist that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons descended onto the Devil Seal tablet, it was like scratching an itch for the Devil Seal tablet, and not to mention it didn't cause any harm, it didn't even move in the slightest. Looks like I made the right bet. Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his eyes lit up. The second person to react was Feng Wudao. When Feng Wudao saw Duan Lingtian's grade 3 spirit sword being blasted flying by Duan Lingtian, and then he saw Xianxia attack Duan Lingtian once more. At this moment, he already intended to make a move to obstruct Xianxia. But right at the instant he intended to make a move, he noticed that a broken stone tablet had appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian. There was nothing special about this stone tablet. It was missing a large hole, and there were many words engraved on it. It looked like a stone tablet that was recording something. But the following scene caused Feng Wudao. Xianxia's iron fist swept through the air and smashed onto the broken stone tablet, yet the stone tablet actually didn't move in the slightest. What tablet is this? After Feng Wudao reacted, he couldn't help but gasp. He had seen a lot of strange people and strange things in his life, but this was the first time he had seen something so strange. That broken stone tablet was obviously not a spirit weapon, yet it was able to easily block Xianxia's attack after he executed his secret technique. It was truly astounding. What's that? It seems to be a stone tablet, but I don't see anything special about it. There are words on the stone tablet. Do all of you recognize the words? I actually don't recognize a single one of these words. There's something strange about this stone tablet. Of course, if it wasn't strange, then how could it not move in the slightest after blocking Xianxia's attack? This broken stone tablet belongs to Duan Lingtian? Could it be that it's Duan Lingtian's trump card? It's possible. Even though this stone tablet looks to be extremely ordinary, but as the saying goes, returning to simplicity, I think it's surely a rare treasure. The topics in the surroundings of the cage battle arena completely revolved around the broken stone tablet that appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian. Besides Duan Lingtian and Xianxia, everyone else felt disbelief. All of them were curious. What exactly is the stone tablet Duan Lingtian took out? Devil Seal. Why is the Devil Seal tablet in your possession? Right at this moment, a gloomy and aged voice muttered to itself in a somewhat panicked manner. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by many void interpretation stage martial artists with profound cultivations. The gazes of these void interpretation stage martial artists descended onto Xianxia in unison. The voice was precisely emitted from Xianxia's mouth. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that even though Xianxia, who'd originally lost his reason, still had dim and lusterless eyes, he seemed to have suddenly recovered his reason. But this voice doesn't seem to belong to Xianxia, right? Right when Duan Lingtian was extremely bewildered, the scene that suddenly occurred before his eyes caused him to be dumbstruck. After the Devil Seal tablet was struck by Xianxia's fist, it instantly moved, and it flew swiftly towards Xianxia before fiercely smashing mercilessly onto Xianxia's face. It seemed as if it was taking revenge for the punch Xianxia had smashed onto it earlier. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as Xianxia was blasted flying by the Devil Seal tablet, causing him to repeatedly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, causing his face to be covered in a green and red color, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and the others were stunned as well. Who could tell them exactly what was going on before their eyes? Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, didn't have the time to recover from their shock when the Devil Seal tablet whistled out once more to smash onto Xianxia once more, and it blasted Xianxia flying. Bang, 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 bang. When facing Xianxia, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it didn't know exhaustion, and it whistled out over and over again to smash Xianxia flying time and time again. During this entire process, Xianxia didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Look quickly. The black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows is growing fainter and fainter. Could it be that it's about to vanish? Could it be that this broken stone tablet of Duan Lingtian's is the bane of the secret technique Xianxia executed? Once the flame brand between Xianxia's brows vanishes, his strength will be reduced greatly, and at that time, the victor might not be him. This stone tablet is too abnormal. Xianxia, who executed his secret technique, possesses the strength of a void interpretation stage expert at any rate, yet it's utterly insufficient before this stone tablet. Yeah, even though Xianxia's attacks are extremely strong, yet when they descended onto the stone tablet, it was like scratching an itch, and it was utterly unable to make the stone tablet move in the slightest. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto the space between Xianxia's brows as well. Along with the Devil Seal tablet completely crushing Xianxia, the black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows gradually dimmed down before completely vanishing in the end. It was as if it had never appeared. After the black-colored flame brand vanished, Xianxia's originally dim and lifeless eyes finally recovered their spirit. After the black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows vanished completely, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it had completely lost its target, and it stopped on the spot for a moment before returning to Duan Lingtian's side in the end. Xianxia's secret technique was destroyed? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. On the other hand, Xianxia, who stood in the distance, had suffered a heavy injury and was beyond recognition, and he was barely able to utilize his origin energy to staunch the injuries on his body, yet his breathing was extremely rapid. This Duan Lingtian actually obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Could it be that he's really my bane? Xianxia stared hatefully at Duan Lingtian, and he gnashed his teeth slightly. Elder Ghost, could it be that there's no way to deal with the Devil Seal tablet? Xianxia took a deep breath and communicated with the strand of incomplete soul that was concealed in the depths of his mind. This strand of remnant soul had come from a broken stone he'd obtained in the past. According to the owner of the remnant soul, Ghost Flame, that broken stone was a small part of the Devil Seal tablet. Ghost Flame was precisely a formidable existence that was suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet's fragment. Ghost Flame had once said that his soul was originally extremely formidable, and it was precisely because it was suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet's fragment that he was sealed within the Devil Seal tablet's fragment, that only a strand of incomplete soul remained until today. The Devil Seal tablet is only effective against devils, or devil path martial cultivators. A martial artist like you that hasn't come into contact with devil path cultivation methods doesn't have the qualifications to make the Devil Seal tablet deal with you. So you don't have to think about how to deal with the Devil Seal tablet. But so long as the Devil Seal tablet exists, it's impossible for me to help you like before. If you want to deal with this Duan Lingtian, You can only rely on your own strength to achieve victory. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out, and it contained deep terror mixed within. It was terror towards the Devil Seal Tablet. Rely on my own strength to achieve victory? The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. This was something that he knew very well. Since long ago when he found out that Duan Lingtian possessed an illusory realm soul skill and the scope of effect of Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill, he knew that if he didn't have the assistance of Ghost Flame, it would be utterly impossible for him to defeat Duan Lingtian. Besides that, the ghastly and aged voice continued to resound within Xianxia's mind. No matter what, you can't allow this Duan Lingtian to obtain that fragment of the Devil Seal Tablet in your possession. Otherwise, once the incomplete Devil Seal Tablet in his possession is combined with the fragment of the Devil Seal Tablet in your possession, and the last fragment of the Devil Seal Tablet is found, the complete Devil Seal Tablet will once again appear in the world. At that time, Devil Path martial cultivators will once again welcome a calamity. As he finished speaking, the ghastly and aged voice was filled with fear. Today, if the Devil Seal Tablet in his possession is the complete Devil Seal Tablet and not the incomplete Devil Seal Tablet, then even if I hide in the depths of your mind, I'll still be annihilated without a doubt. Xianxia couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. A complete Devil Seal Tablet is actually so terrifying? Of course. That's the Devil Seal Tablet, a super saint weapon that's entered the 10 great saint weapon rankings. The ghastly and aged voice continued to sound out. 10 great saint weapon rankings? Super saint weapon? Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned, and he only recovered from his shock after a short moment. Even though he didn't know about the 10 great saint weapon rankings, nor did he know about the super saint weapon, but just by listening, he was able to discern that these two weren't simple. How did this Duan Lingtian obtain the Devil Seal Tablet? Xianxia spoke with slight jealousy and resentment. I don't know about this. I only know that the Devil Seal Tablet was split into 3 many years ago for a certain reason. Amongst them, the most important part is the incomplete Devil Seal Tablet in his possession, and the other 2 fragments of the Devil Seal Tablet are secondary. One of them is in your possession. Chapter 7:15. Don't worry, Elder Ghost, unless I die. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible for the Devil Seal Tablet fragment in my possession to be taken away by Duan Lingtian. Xianxia vowed solemnly. The ghastly and aged voice replied, and then it said, if it's possible, I hope you can seize the Devil Seal Tablet in his possession. Even though it's only an incomplete Devil Seal Tablet, the most important part of the Devil Seal Tablet is within it. How do I seize it? Xianxia asked. Even though I don't know the reason why that incomplete Devil Seal Tablet acknowledged him as its master. So long as you can kill him, then the Devil Seal Tablet will become an ownerless object. At that time, with my help, you might be able to make it acknowledge you as its master. As the ghastly and aged voice spoke up to hear, it was faintly slightly excited. Elder Ghost, didn't you say that once my strength is sufficient in the future, you'll pass down the Devil Dao cultivation method to me and allow me to become a formidable Devil Dao martial cultivator? Since it's like this, what use do I have for this Devil Seal Tablet? Could it be that you wanted to seal me? Xianxia was slightly puzzled. Do you think the Devil Seal Tablet only has the ability to seal devils? The ghastly and aged voice continued. As a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapon rankings, besides being able to suppress and annihilate the soul of a Devil Dao martial cultivator, it's also able to extract the energy of the Devil Dao martial cultivators sealed within it. Whereas after the energy of those Devil Dao martial cultivators is extracted by the Devil Seal Tablet, it'll be sealed within. Whereas the incomplete Devil Seal Tablet in that kid's possession is precisely the medium used to contain the energy of the Devil Dao martial cultivators that have their souls dispersed. If a martial cultivator that hasn't cultivated a Devil Dao cultivation method is able to make the Devil Seal Tablet acknowledge him as its master, then once that martial cultivator cultivates a Devil Dao cultivation method in the future, he'll be able to rely on the energy of the countless Devil Dao experts to cultivate and advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, from then onwards, the Devil Seal Tablet will completely lose its ability to seal devils. because it'll gradually be demonized and completely lose its instincts. As he spoke up to hear, the ghastly and aged voice paused for a moment before continuing. You're very lucky to be able to encounter this damaged Devil Seal tablet before cultivating a Devil Path cultivation technique. You have to know, if it was another Devil Path martial cultivator that had already cultivated a Devil Path cultivation technique, not only would it be impossible for the Devil Seal tablet to recognize him as its master, he would even suffer a backlash and be sealed by the Devil Seal tablet. As he spoke, his voice was filled with fear that came from the depths of his soul. Every word of Ghost Flame's words entered Xianxia's ears. Yes, I'm very lucky. However, it won't be an easy task to seize the damaged Devil Seal tablet from him. Xianxia stared at Duan Lingtian in the distance, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes that were filled with ruthlessness. He never would have thought that after so many years, he, who thought that he could completely destroy Duan Lingtian, would actually be completely destroyed by the Duan Lingtian once again. He was very unwilling, but he knew that it was useless even if he was unwilling. What he had to do now was to seize the damaged Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian, because it would affect the advancement of his cultivation in the future. If you don't want to be restrained and sealed by him with the Devil Seal tablet after cultivating a Devil Path cultivation technique in the future, then feel free to give up on yourself. Ghost Flame's ghastly and aged voice reverberated within Xianxia's mind, and it caused Xianxia's expression to become even more unsightly. I didn't say I should give up on myself. Xianxia spoke with a low voice. That's for the best. Besides that, I have to remind you that I can't directly interfere in the battle between you and him like I did in the past. The damaged Devil Seal tablet in his possession is capable of restraining and suppressing me. Ghost Flame continued. So, you can only rely on yourself to deal with him in the future and seize the damaged Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Of course, I can't directly interfere, but I can do my best to assist you in improving your strength. It's for no other reason than to kill him and seize the damaged Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Thank you, Elder Ghost, I'll surely do my best. Xianxia took a deep breath and agreed. You don't have to do your best, you must kill him. I can tell you that so long as you're able to make the damaged Devil Seal tablet acknowledge you as its master before cultivating a Devil Path cultivation technique, then once you cultivate a Devil Path cultivation technique in the future and rely on the strength of the numerous Devil Path experts sealed within the Devil Seal tablet, your strength will skyrocket, and it wouldn't be impossible for you to become the leader of the entire Devil Path in the future. Ghost Flame continued to tempt Xianxia. The facts proved that Ghost Flame's temptation was extremely useful. The leader of the Devil Path? Xianxia's eyes flashed, and his mood surged completely. Bang! Suddenly, Xianxia felt an enormous force assault him from behind, and it fiercely descended onto the back of his neck. In the next moment, he felt dizzy before he completely lost consciousness. Useless thing. In the depths of Xianxia's mind, the ghastly and aged voice was slightly exasperated. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were completely in an uproar, and they ceaselessly shouted out Duan Lingtian's name. Presently, Duan Lingtian had just used his soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, to construct an illusory space that enveloped Xianxia, and under the circumstances that Xianxia wasn't on guard at all, Duan Lingtian had moved behind Xianxia and knocked him out. Xianxia, who didn't have the assistance of Ghost Flame, was only an ordinary 9th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, and he was utterly unable to resist Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1,000 Illusions. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, the black-clothed old man flew out to catch the unconscious Xianxia, and then he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before returning to his seat. Brother. The old man had just brought Xianxia back when Ziyen came over with a worried expression. He's fine, he's only fainted. The black-clothed old man shook his head, and then he stretched out his hand to rub Xianxia's temples. After a short moment, Xianxia moved and woke up in a daze. Ziyen heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't obtain the first. After Xianxia woke up, He realized what had happened. He who wasn't possessed by ghost flame and merely relied on his 9th-level void initiation stage spiritual force to resist Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill. Even though he was unwilling to lose at the hands of Duan Lingtian, he knew that it was something that couldn't be helped. The Devil Seal tablet countered Ghost Flame, and Ghost Flame was unable to help him resist the illusory realm soul skill. Presently, he was bound to not be a match for Duan Lingtian. You don't have to blame yourself. Being able to obtain the second in the Dynasty Martial competition today is already not bad. The old man shook his head and didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Zishang. Yeah, brother, you're already extremely formidable. Ziyan spoke out as well. So what if I'm formidable? Didn't I still lose at the hands of Duan Lingtian? Zishang laughed with self-ridicule, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood in the distant sky and was receiving the cheers of the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Kid, with your current strength, it isn't an easy thing to seize the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. I suggest that you rely on the strength of the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial family and ask the Imperial family to seize the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Suddenly, Ghost Flame's voice sounded out in Zishang's mind. Get someone else to do my dirty work? Zishang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he seemed to have thought of something and sighed. Elder Ghost, even if I describe the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession to an extravagant degree, and even if the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial family arouses greed and seizes it away, wouldn't we still be paving the way for someone else? Zishang wasn't willing to do something like paving the way for someone else. Paving the way for someone else? Ghost Flame said with disdain, even if we really paving the way for them, so what? If they aren't willing to give the Devil Seal tablet to you, then kill your way back a few years later and annihilate them to seize the Devil Seal tablet back. In terms of strength, even though Duan Lingtian is far inferior to the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial family now, needless to say, his potential is shocking. If the Devil Seal tablet is always in his possession, then you might not be able to seize the Devil Seal tablet from him a few years later. If the Devil Seal tablet is in the hands of the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial family, then with my help, I'm 100% confident in allowing you to possess the strength to crush the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial family and seize the Devil Seal tablet back in a few years. Ghost Flame's words were extremely clear. The Devil Seal tablet in the hands of the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial family was much better than in the hands of Duan Lingtian. The potential threat of Duan Lingtian was much greater than the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial family. Ghost Elder is wise. Zishang wasn't an idiot, and he instantly understood the meaning behind Ghost Flame's words. Don't worry, Ghost Elder, after the Dynasty Martial competition ends today, I'll discuss it with my master and the Dark Han Dynasty's Emperor. I believe that so long as I exaggerate a little, they'll surely be interested in the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Zishang was filled with confidence. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the young expert of the Darkstone Empire, Duan Lingtian, has obtained the first in our Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, and he'll obtain 50,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward, the old man directly announced. Instantly, the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar once more. Especially the people of the Darkstone Empire, all of them were grinning from ear to ear. Swish! The other old man directly passed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to receive the spatial ring and dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. After confirming that there were 50,000 low-grade origin stones within, he casually put away the spatial ring. The second in the Dynasty Martial competition today is the young expert, Zishang, recommended by our Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial family, and he'll obtain 30,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. As for the announcement the old man made after that, Duan Lingtian didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, his attention was completely on the broken stone tablet that floated in midair. Now that I think about it, it's strange that this Devil Seal tablet is actually still pestering me. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he shot towards the second-class spectating area where the people of the Darkstone Empire were seated. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian descended, the Devil Seal tablet appeared by his side and floated in midair like a shadow. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that there seemed to be a slight and imperceptible connection between him and the Devil Seal tablet. This sort of connection wasn't unfamiliar to him. Chapter 716. Could it be that the Devil Seal tablet has taken me as its master? A crazy thought arose in Duan Lingtian's heart, a thought that even he felt was unbelievable. But when did the Devil Seal tablet take him as its master? He actually didn't know in the slightest about this. At this moment, even though Duan Lingtian had already returned to the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were, the numerous gazes in the surroundings of the cage battle arena still locked onto him and locked onto the Devil Seal tablet that floated by his side. Even though Duan Lingtian had already obtained the honor of being the first in the Dynasty Martial competition, the process behind this caused everyone present to be deeply puzzled and even feel it was unbelievable. To them, everything that had occurred earlier was truly too strange. The battle between Duan Lingtian and Xianxia to compete for the honor of being the first in the Dynasty Martial competition. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian's secret technique had failed, and he was one-sidedly crushed by Xianxia who'd executed the secret technique, causing him to be in imminent danger. Right when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was about to be defeated, an unexpected event occurred abruptly at the critical moment. Duan Lingtian withdrew an extremely ordinary-looking stone tablet out of thin air. Moreover, it was a broken stone tablet, and it looked as if it was picked up from the roadside. But it was precisely a stone tablet like this that smashed Xianxia to the point he was completely helpless. After he executed the secret technique, even though Xianxia's strength was formidable, he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before that stone tablet. Subsequently, everyone saw that along with the black-colored flame brand vanishing between Xianxia's brows, Xianxia's secret technique had failed, and the broken stone tablet returned to Duan Lingtian's side along with this. In the end, Xianxia, who'd suffered quite a heavy injury, stood on the spot in a daze. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian had easily moved behind Xianxia before casually raising his hand and slashing out with a chop, directly knocking Xianxia unconscious and obtaining the first in the Dynasty Martial competition. The Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition had come to an end. No matter if it was the process or the outcome, it had exceeded the expectations of everyone. Originally, everyone was still looking forward to how exciting the final battle would be. Who would have thought that the ending would be so simple, direct, and full of drama? Some people even thought that Duan Lingtian and Xianxia had discussed this beforehand and were just putting on a show for them. When he saw the unusual actions of the Devil Seal tablet had attracted more and more gazes, Duan Lingtian thought to himself and put the Devil Seal tablet away in his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. The Prince of Yong gazed at Duan Lingtian, his face brimming with an excited smile, somewhat forgetting himself. Even though he was the #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire and was usually extremely solemn before others, but when he saw Duan Lingtian obtaining the first in the Dynasty Martial competition and obtaining extremely great honor for the Darkstone Empire, he'd instead tossed his identity to the back of his mind. You really live up to that saying? As long as it's gold, no matter where it goes, it will always shine and not be buried. Su Li said to Duan Lingtian, Brother Lingtian, looks like I've still underestimated you in the past. Xianxia sighed. Besides Long Yun, the other young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire congratulated Duan Lingtian one by one at this moment. Long Yun stared at Duan Lingtian with a flickering gaze, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. The curtains to our Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition has come to an end. 10 young geniuses have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year from now. In the sky above the cage battle arena, one of the old men announced with a loud voice. Subsequently, another old man looked at the Emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty. Now, let us invite the most respected Emperor of our Dark Han Dynasty to speak. At practically the instant the old man finished speaking, the Emperor had already appeared by his side, and he looked at the surroundings as he said slowly, The Dynasty Martial Competition today has given me an extremely great pleasant surprise. The 10 young geniuses that obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, especially the few that are ranked at the top, have even caused me to be extremely shocked. I won't say anything else. Half a year from now, I invite the 10 young geniuses to gather at the Imperial Palace. At that time, I'll personally lead the group to head to the northern desert and witness the competition between the 10 great young geniuses of my Dark Han dynasty and the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. After he finished speaking, the Emperor's palanquin with 8 carriers appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena. After a short moment, the Emperor walked into the palanquin and vanished before the eyes of everyone. On the other hand, the remaining members of the Imperial family left one by one. Duanlingen, let me see if you'll still be able to protect the Devil Seal tablet in your possession when the Imperial family arouses interest in it. Xianxia glanced coldly at Duanlingtian before leaving, and then he walked shoulder to shoulder with Ziyen and left behind the black-clothed old man. As soon as the members of the Imperial family left, many people left along with them. At the same time, Duanlingtian noticed that many people were heading towards the spectating area he was at, and their targets had locked onto the group of people from the Darkstone Empire. Su Li, I'll be leaving first. When he saw the situation wasn't right, Duanlingtian bid his farewells to Su Li before directly fleeing. Su Li hadn't even reacted when Duanlingtian had already left the second-class spectating area and ascended the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. On the first-class spectating area of the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch and the other higher-ups weren't present, and only Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong remained. Fortunately, I ran quickly. When he saw the group of people from the Darkstone Empire, including King Yong, being surrounded by many enthusiastic people, Duanlingtian felt slightly fortunate. Even though some people had noticed that Duanlingtian had left, yet not a single person dared follow him. The first-class spectating area wasn't a place that just anyone could ascend. Brother Duan, I never imagined that there would be a time when you fled in defeat. Elder Kong teased. Duanlingnan was slightly embarrassed, and then he looked at the red-clothed young woman that stood by Feng Wudao's side, and his gaze lit up. Tianwu, how much did you earn? Feng Tianwu said with a smile. Elder brother Duan, it's better if you look for yourself. Feng Tianwu said as she passed a spatial ring to Duanlingtian. Duanlingtian dripped a drop of blood on the spatial ring to identify it, and with a command in his heart, he looked inside. With a single glance, he saw low-grade spirit stones that were piled up like a mountain. These low-grade spirit stones. There's at least a little over 100,000, right? Because the reward for the first in the Dynasty Martial Competition was 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the spirit stones before him were more than twice the amount of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. So Duanlingtian was able to easily guess the amount. More than 107,000. Feng Tianwu smiled as she spoke. So many. Duanlingtian was surprised, and then he seemed to have thought of something. With a raise of his hand, he withdrew the spatial ring he obtained as the reward for the first in the Dynasty Martial Competition and passed it to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, I never imagined that you'd help me earn so much. Take these 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. But Feng Tianwu didn't receive it and directly refused. Elder brother Duan, I've said it since long ago. No matter how many spirit stones you earned, they're all yours. I won't take them. Duanlingtian laughed bitterly. But I never imagined that I'd be able to earn so much. Just take it. Even if you've taken these 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, I've still earned an additional 50,000 plus spirit stones. Originally, after his soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, was useless in the final battle with Zishang, Duanlingtian didn't hold on to any hope. At that time, he'd once thought of the pile of low-grade spirit stones he'd placed at Feng Tianwu's place, and he felt that those spirit stones would surely be wasted. But never had he imagined that fate would play an enormous joke on him. As soon as the Devil Seal tablet appeared, it directly suppressed Zishang and even heavily injured Zishang, allowing him to turn defeat into victory. Elder brother Duan, I don't lack spirit stones. Moreover, my father even took advantage of you. Feng Tianwu shook her head firmly, and as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression. Elder brother Duan, you still don't know, right? Your odds for the battle between you and Zishang was 1-3, and my father bet 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on you. Feng Tianwu smiled as she spoke. Betting 100,000 low-grade spirit stones at odds of 1-3, and earning an extra 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Duan Lingtian's face froze when he heard this, and then he cursed. Who set this odds? Aren't they looking down on me too much? Even though I don't know who set the odds, but I can be sure that fellow is surely regretting it to death now. Elder Kong smiled, and then he shook his head and sighed. It's the eldest young master who has the courage to directly bet 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on Brother Duan. I only bet 10,000 spirit stones. If I knew earlier, I would have bet the other 20,000 spirit stones as well. As he finished speaking, Elder Kong was slightly regretful. Grandpa Kong, you still don't believe Elder Brother Duan? Feng Tianwu angrily rolled her eyes at Elder Kong, and then she held Feng Wudao's arm and smiled. It's still father who has confidence in Elder Brother Duan. I was already prepared to throw away the 100,000 low-grade primordial stones. But Feng Wudao's words caused the smile on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face to completely freeze. In next to no time, Feng Tianwu changed the topic, and her beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Elder Brother Duan, what's that broken stone tablet you took out earlier? It doesn't seem to be a spirit weapon? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Feng Wudao said, We'll talk about it when we get back. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu noticed that many people on the other 7 first-class spectating areas were staring at them with burning gazes, or more precisely speaking, they were staring at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao's group of 3 soared into the sky and headed towards the Feng clan estate. When they saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish before their eyes, the tranquil atmosphere on the other 7 first-class spectating areas was directly broken. This son-in-law of Lord Wudao is truly extraordinary. Yeah, that Duan Lingtian looks to be around the age of 25, and his true age is surely not more than 30. Suppressing the group of young geniuses of our Darkhan dynasty at such an age and obtaining the honor of first in the dynasty martial competition is truly difficult to come by. In my opinion, his first in the dynasty martial competition was obtained by relying on that mysterious stone tablet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for Zishang. I wonder what that stone tablet is. It's actually so terrifying. Chapter 717. Brother Lingtian's improvement is truly monstrous. Zhang Shouyong stood within the group of Zhang clan members as he shook his head and sighed. But his face quickly revealed a heartfelt smile. As a friend of Duan Lingtian, he felt happy for Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian was able to possess such accomplishments. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyuan, who stood nearby Zhang Shouyong's eyes that were suffused with terror when he looked at Duan Lingtian, gradually calmed down after Duan Lingtian's figure completely vanished. Even if we can't become friends with that Duan Lingtian, we absolutely can't become enemies with him. The Yi clan's patriarch spoke with an extremely heavy tone. The Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao, who stood at the side, nodded and deeply agreed. As for the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang, who stood at the side, he was already terrified to the point his legs shivered. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually be able to obtain the glory of first in the dynasty martial competition. The words of the Yi clan's patriarch spread throughout the 7 first-class spectating areas in a short moment, and it caused the group of figures that stood at the peak of the Darkhan dynasty to deeply agree. In next to no time, these words continued to spread out and obtained the acknowledgement of everyone. From today onwards, the unknown Duan Lingtian will become a famous person in our Darkhan dynasty. A young man from an empire has suppressed numerous top young experts of our Darkhan dynasty. His strength is so shocking that it's sufficient to leave his name in history. Looks like the Darkstone Empire is indeed a good place. I'll go take a look over there in a few days. Perhaps I'll bring my family over to stay there. Even though the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had already started to disperse, the sounds of discussion still rose and fell without end. The topic of most people moved on to Duan Lingtian. A young man that was shockingly young had obtained the first in the dynasty martial competition today, and it had exceeded the expectations of everyone. Along with the crowd of spectators leaving the cage battle arena, it wasn't long before the entire Dark Han dynasty's capital was filled with the name and deeds of Duan Lingtian. Practically everyone knew that the person that obtained the first in the dynasty martial competition held by the Dark Han dynasty this time was a young expert from the Darkstone Empire. This young talent looked to be around 25 years old, so young that it was frightening. Also, his name is Duan Lingtian. Right when the entire Dark Han dynasty's capital was discussing Duan Lingtian himself was drinking tea in a residence within the Feng clan. I obtained that stone tablet by chance in my hometown. When faced with the questions of Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong, Duan Lingtian didn't conceal too much and spoke of the origins of the Devil Seal tablet. Of course, he did not mention the powerful soul inside the demon's sealing tombstone that had attacked him. That soul was so strong that it was even more formidable than Emperor Wu of Samsara. He was able to survive by luck because his soul was comparatively special and didn't belong to this world. Moreover, the fact that his soul didn't belong to this world had always been the greatest secret in Duan Lingtian's heart, and even his parents and two fiancées didn't know of it. So long as it was related to this secret, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not easily speak of it. Even though it was said that there were no secrets in the world, Duan Lingtian was sure that so long as he didn't speak of this secret, it would absolutely be impossible for a second person to know of it. It was precisely because of this that he'd never intended to share this secret with anyone. So, in this way, you put it away because you noticed that the words on this stone tablet were special? Elder Kong asked. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he asked, Elder Kong, you're knowledgeable and talented, yet I wonder if you recognize these words on the Devil Seal tablet. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Devil Seal tablet that was partially broken appeared by Duan Lingtian's side and floated there. Elder Kong sized up the Devil Seal tablet seriously when he heard this. After a short moment, he shook his head. I don't recognize it. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu, and the latter shook their heads to indicate they didn't recognize it. Alas, looks like I can only look for someone outside to recognize these words when I arrive at the foreign lands in the future. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. Elder Kong nodded. The foreign lands is boundlessly vast, and there are experts as numerous as the clouds within it, so there might be knowledgeable people that recognize these words. Besides that, since this stone tablet is capable of suppressing Z decease who executed his secret technique, I presume it isn't an ordinary thing, and it might be able to give Brother Duan many pleasant surprises in the future. It's fine if it's a pleasant surprise, but I'm most afraid it'll give me a fright. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he stared at the Devil Seal tablet with a complicated gaze. Even though he didn't know the exact background of the Devil Seal tablet, nor did he know its origins, but his encounter at the Swamp of Death that day allowed him to realize that the Devil Seal tablet was extremely extraordinary. The Devil Seal tablet was actually capable of sealing such a formidable soul within it. If it wasn't for him releasing that formidable soul, then perhaps that formidable soul would still be suppressed within the Devil Seal tablet. A soul that was even more formidable than the soul of Samsara Emperor Wu was suppressed by this Devil Seal tablet. I can be sure that this Devil Seal tablet is absolutely not an ordinary thing. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of. This stone tablet isn't simple. Feng Wu Dao, who'd been silent all along, spoke out for the first time. At the same time, there was obviously slight fear in Feng Wu Dao's eyes. Father, have you noticed anything? Feng Tianwu asked curiously. Instantly, Duan Lingtian and Elder Kong looked at Feng Wu Dao in unison. No. Feng Wu Dao shook his head. Then earlier, Feng Tianwu was stunned. Intuition. Feng Wu Dao continued. Duan Lingtian was speechless. He originally thought that Feng Wu Dao had really noticed something, yet he never imagined that Feng Wu Dao would only say this in the end, and it caused him to be slightly disappointed. Uncle Feng, Tianwu, Elder Kong, I intend to leave the capital tomorrow. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and he spoke to Feng Wudao and the others. Elder brother Duan will be heading to the northern desert half a year from now to converge with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties and carry out the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Why do you want to leave at this time? Feng Tianwu asked with a puzzled expression. Isn't it better to stay in the capital to cultivate and improve during this half a year? Feng Wudao and Elder Kong nodded, and they both agreed with Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, if there's nothing else, then it's fine for me to stay in the capital, but I'm leaving the capital this time because I have to deal with some things. As Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, cold lights flashed within his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a dormant venomous snake that would explode out and injure and kill at any moment. Feng Tianwu's group of 3 were able to notice the killing intent contained within Duan Lingtian's words, and Feng Tianwu couldn't help but ask, Elder brother Duan, can you tell me about it? When he saw Feng Tianwu looking at him with a gaze of yearning, Duan Lingtian, who originally didn't intend to speak of it, sighed, and then he spoke of the matter related to the 7-Star Sword sect being annihilated a few years ago. 7-Star Sword sect? The sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that you mentioned when we were in Phoenix Nest City earlier? Feng Tianwu was stunned. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his eyes were suddenly dyed with a wisp of scarlet red, and even his breathing started to become hurried. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scenes that occurred at the peak of the 7-Star Sword sect's peak all those years ago. At that time, the members of the Azure Forest Trisect descended domineeringly and carried out a slaughter of the members of the 7-Star Sword sect, causing blood to flow into rivers and corpses to pile up into mountains on Dubhe Peak. When he recalled the price the 7-Star Sword sect higher-ups had paid for the sake of allowing him to leave, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes in pain. Originally, this enmity had already been buried deep within his heart, but now, it was recalled by him of his own accord. That was because he now had the ability to take revenge. Elder brother Duan, I want to return with you. Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian. Tianwu, that's only a personal matter of mine, you. Duan Lingtian knew that Tianwu had good intentions, yet he still refused, as it wasn't difficult for him to deal with the Azure Forest Trisect with his current strength. But Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Feng Tianwu. Elder brother Duan, I have nothing to do at home anyway, so let me go with you. Going to relax is good as well. Duan Lingtian hadn't even had the chance to speak when Feng Wudao had already spoken out. I'll go with the 2 of you. Since eldest young master is going, I naturally have to go as well. Elder Kong spoke out as well. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He knew that this matter could be considered to have been decided. Right when Duan Lingtian was curious why Feng Wudao would take the initiative to return with him. Feng Wudao spoke out once more. Lingtian, Tianwu and I will go with you this time to see your parents on the way. It can be considered as meeting in advance between in-laws. Father, what are you talking about? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed red when she heard Feng Wudao, and it seemed as if blood would drip out. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian finally knew the reason Feng Wudao wanted to return with him. So it turned out that Feng Wudao was going for his parents, and he knew something was off. Uncle Feng, Tianwu, Elder Kong, I'm going back to rest first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to the 3 of them before fleeing in panic. After he returned to his own small courtyard, Duan Lingtian locked himself in his room before withdrawing the Devil Seal tablet once more and carefully studying it. I keep having the feeling that the black-colored flame brand that appeared between Xianxia's brows ought to not be formed by some secret technique. What secret technique is capable of allowing a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist to improve his origin energy and soul to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage in a short period of time? Most absurd of all, the side effect is only to lose one's reason during the execution of the secret technique. This can be considered as a side effect? This was something that Duan Lingtian wouldn't believe even if he was beaten to death. Besides that, when I'd just taken out the Devil Seal tablet, Xianxia, who should have lost his reason after executing the secret technique, spoke abruptly instead. The voice at that time was a ghastly and aged voice, And it wasn't Xianxia's voice. Chapter 7:18. If Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist, he would naturally not think so much. The reason he was able to think so much and make such educated guesses was all because of the memories of the 2 lifetimes of reincarnation Emperor Wu that were fused with his mind. Moreover, he'd encountered 2 powerful souls that wanted to destroy his soul and seize his body. So no one knew more about soul seizing than Duan Lingtian. According to the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, if the soul is strong enough, it can directly destroy the soul of another and seize their body to replace them. However, if the soul suffered a great blow, and only a strand of remnant soul remained, it would be difficult to destroy the soul of another and seize their body. However, even though it can't completely seize their body, it's not a problem to do so for a short period of time. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct. Also, when I first saw the Devil Seal tablet, a powerful soul was sealed within it. In other words, the Devil Seal tablet can seal souls. When the black flame mark appeared between Xianxia's brows, it should be when his body was occupied by another soul for a short period of time. I was wondering why the Devil Seal tablet was so agitated when the black mark appeared between Xianxia's brows, and even took the initiative to attack Xianxia after leaving the spatial ring, and only stopped attacking after the black flame mark between Xianxia's brows disappeared. Now that I think about it, it's completely in line with my guess. The Devil Seal tablet is targeting the independent soul in Xianxia's body. When that independent soul occupies Xianxia's body for a short period of time, it would cause the Devil Seal tablet to fight against it. Once it hides, the Devil Seal tablet can't do anything to it. Duan Lingtian's thoughts gradually became clear. Looks like Xianxia's fortuitous encounter is really extraordinary. There's actually the soul of an expert hidden within his body. According to the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew very well. A soul that could leave the body and live, besides certain conditions, must be at the Emperor Wu stage or above. In other words, the other soul in Xianxia's body was once a powerful expert like Emperor Wu. The soul of that expert, Emperor Wu, should only be a strand of remnant soul. Otherwise, Xianxia's body would have been completely occupied by him long ago. Duan Lingtian was absolutely certain of this. After a mere strand of remnant soul occupied Xianxia's body, it was able to raise Xianxia's strength by 4 levels in a short period of time. Moreover, it even crossed a great realm. Even Samsara Emperor Wu at his peak might not be able to do this. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian frowned. According to reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, no matter if it was his first or second lifetime, he was the strongest person on Cloud Continent. No one could rival him. Perhaps there really is an existence that's even stronger than reincarnation Emperor Wu in the boundless sea. Moreover, reincarnation Emperor Wu had once guessed that it wouldn't be strange for there to be an existence that's even stronger than him in the boundless sea. Perhaps this was what it meant by, there's always someone stronger. Standing at the peak of Cloud Continent didn't mean that one stood at the peak of the entire world. In this world, besides Cloud Continent, there was also the boundless and mysterious sea. Besides Cloud Continent, many experts might be hidden in the depths of the boundless sea. Could it be that the Emperor Wu in Xianxia's body came from the sea outside Cloud Continent? Duan Lingtian guessed once more. Lying on the bed, Duan Lingtian looked at the ceiling as his gaze flickered. Such an ordinary stone tablet actually broke through Xianxia's secret technique and became the key to Duan Lingtian's victory. Even now, they were still filled with curiosity towards the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were curious about the profundity contained within that seemingly ordinary stone tablet. After this battle, they naturally wouldn't naively think that it was an ordinary stone tablet. What a joke! If it was an ordinary stone tablet, would it be able to assist Duan Lingtian to seize first place in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition? I wonder if your Majesty and Master are interested in knowing the details of that stone tablet? Xianxia spoke slowly and whetted the appetite of the emperor and old man. You know. The emperor's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask. Even though the old man didn't speak, he stared fixedly at Xianxia, and he was obviously waiting for Xianxia's answer. Xianxia nodded, and then he said, "It's a saint artifact that surpasses spirit weapons. This saint artifact isn't restricted by the amount of amplification it possesses, and it's mostly focused on various aspects of utilization. Besides amplification, saint artifacts possess various extremely miraculous abilities." Xianxia paused when he spoke up to hear. Saint artifact? The emperor and old man had bewildered expressions when they heard this, as it was the first time they'd heard of the existence of a saint artifact. But they'd heard something clearly. That was, a saint artifact was an existence that surpassed spirit weapons. Xianxia, how do you know all this? The old man asked with a low voice. Xianxia said, Master, I presume you're curious as to why my cultivation improved so quickly? Actually, all of this is because of the fortuitous encounter I obtained some time ago. During that fortuitous encounter, I found out about many things I didn't know in the past, and one of these things included the saint artifact. Fortuitous encounter? The emperor and old man looked at each other before nodding. They'd guessed since long ago that Xianxia had surely obtained some fortuitous encounter to possess his current shocking cultivation. Otherwise, not to mention surpassing by how he might not even be a match for by he. What you mean is that the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession is actually a saint artifact. The emperor's eyes lit up, and even his breathing became slightly hurried. Xianxia nodded, and then he said, Your Majesty, you've seen the saint artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession today? Besides being an offensive saint artifact, his saint artifact also possesses the ability to counter various secret techniques. It was precisely because of this that I was defeated by him today. On the other hand, if origin energy is fused into an offensive saint artifact, then it's usually able to provide an amplification of 2 times, and it surpasses a grade 1 spirit weapon. Xianxia finished speaking in a single breath, and the depths of his eyes contained slight perturbation. Now, he was waiting for the fish to take the bait. As for if the fish would take the bait, he wasn't sure, so he was slightly perturbed. An offensive saint artifact? An amplification of 2 times? The emperor's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he heard Xianxia. Moreover, it possesses the ability to counter various secret techniques? What ability does that Duan Lingtian possess to actually be able to obtain such a heaven-defying saint artifact? As he finished muttering, the emperor frowned slightly, and greed suffused his eyes. Xianxia, this isn't a joke? Are you sure? The old man asked for further confirmation. Master, I'm naturally telling the truth. Xianxia hurriedly replied. Although the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession wasn't complete, no matter how bad it was still a part of the Super Saint artifact, the Devil Seal tablet. It wasn't difficult to provide an amplification of one's strength by fusing origin energy into it. After all, even the small piece of the Devil Seal tablet in his possession would be able to provide an amplification of one's strength by 2 times as long as he was willing to fuse his origin energy into it. Of course, he didn't dare rashly use it in a place where there were many people. Even if it was only a small piece of the stone tablet, an item that could provide an amplification of one's strength by 2 times was sufficient to cause any martial artist to covet it. Although he had the help of the ghost flame, because his cultivation was too low, the ghost flame's help to him was limited. Chapter 719. Thus, Xianxia wasn't worried that the imperial family would expose his lies after they seized the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Of course, even though everything he said was concealed, it wasn't a lie. Your Majesty, Master, this is what I wanted to tell both of you tonight. If our imperial family is able to obtain that saint weapon, then it's extremely beneficial to our imperial family. As Xianxia finished speaking, he was slightly agitated. Xianxia, you've spoken so much. It wouldn't be that you're unconvinced of your loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian today and want to rely on the imperial family to eliminate Duan Lingtian, right? Suddenly, the emperor calmed down, and his wise eyes stared at Zishang as he spoke slowly. Zishang doesn't dare. Zishang hurriedly shook his head, and then he added, "If your majesty doesn't believe what Zishang said earlier, then Zishang is willing to swear on the tribulation of oaths." Zishang didn't wait for the emperor and his master to recover from their shock, as he'd already pinched open his finger, causing a drop of fresh blood to shoot into the sky, and then he swore with a clear voice. "I, Zishang, swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that if the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession isn't a saint weapon and doesn't possess a strength of 100% amplification, I, Zishang, am willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation." Subsequently, 9 claps of thunder resounded out successively in the sky above the imperial palace, and it shocked most of the people in the imperial palace. The people that were close to the surroundings of the imperial palace heard these 9 claps of thunder as well. For a time, the corner of the capital where the imperial palace was located was completely bustling with noise and excitement. So many claps of thunder, could it be that it's about to rain? Gooden, quickly help mother put away the clothes that are hanging in the courtyard. All right. This was a voice that sounded out from a slum behind a remote alley near the imperial palace, and it belonged to a widow and her son. They were figures at the lowest level of the Darkhan dynasty and were only ordinary people, so they didn't know what the 9 claps of thunder meant. "It's the 99 heavenly tribulation. Looks like someone in the imperial palace has sworn on the 99 heavenly tribulation, but I wonder who it is." Many martial artists guessed the meaning of the 9 claps of thunder. Not long after that, the news that someone in the imperial palace had sworn on the 99 heavenly tribulation spread throughout the capital, and it was known to everyone. The 99 heavenly tribulation was also the tribulation of oaths. Once an oath was made, no one could violate it. Otherwise, he would be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. In the main hall, after Zishang swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation, the 99 heavenly tribulation no longer made any movements and had no intention of punishing Zishang. The emperor and the black-clothed old man completely believed Zishang's words. "Zishang, you go back first. Don't tell anyone else about this, including your sister." The old man in black looked at Zishang and said solemnly, "Don't worry, master. Zishang knows what to say and what not to say." Zishang solemnly nodded, and then he turned around and left the hall. When he turned around, a sinister smile appeared on Zishang's face. His eyes revealed a cold light as if he was about to devour someone. "You did very well." As soon as he walked out of the hall, a ghastly and aged voice started to reverberate within Zishang's mind. "Thank you for your praise, Elder Ghost." Zishang hurriedly replied and didn't dare dally in the slightest. "I'm able to discern that your master and the Darkhan dynasty's emperor have already aroused greed for the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. It wouldn't be long before they ought to make a move." Ghost Flame continued. "But unfortunately, that Duan Lingtian can't die at my hands. It's rather regretful." Zishang sighed. Ghost Flame said with disdain, "Even though that Duan Lingtian's natural talent and comprehension ability aren't bad. But in the outside world, there are numerous people with higher natural talent and comprehension ability than him that can be found everywhere. Once you walk out of this small rural place in the future, you'll know how huge the outside world is. Before some genius experts of the outside world, that Duan Lingtian is utterly nothing." Ghost Flame said slowly, "At that time, when you think back to now, you'll realize how laughable you are now." "Understood." Zishang nodded, and the pity on his face vanished without a trace. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that the imperial family was plotting against him. Presently, he'd already fallen into a deep sleep and entered into dreamland. He was leaving the Darkhan dynasty tomorrow and returning to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and his feelings were extremely agitated, and he was utterly unable to calm down to cultivate and comprehend concept. Duan Lingtian slept all the way until daybreak before he finally woke up. After he woke up, Duan Lingtian unexpectedly withdrew the Devil Seal tablet from his spatial ring. "I had a dream last night, and I dreamt that the Devil Seal tablet can be used as a spirit weapon. As the saying goes, what one thinks in the day, one dreams at night. I wonder if my dream will come true. Whoosh. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and directly fused his origin energy into the Devil Seal tablet. Right at this moment, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and they coiled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Along with the Devil Seal tablet being enveloped by a layer of origin energy, Duan Lingtian noticed that another 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared beside the 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. At this moment his actions were only done on a whim. Even though he'd had a dream last night, that dream only told him that the Devil Seal tablet could be used as a spirit weapon. It didn't say that the Devil Seal tablet could provide an amplification of one's strength when used as a spirit weapon. An amplification of one's strength. This seemed to be something that only the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that came from the Samsara Emperor Wu all those years ago was capable of accomplishing, right? Duan Lingtian possessed a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, and it was precisely the sword that belonged to the white-clothed sword Monarch that he obtained from the sword Monarch's treasure earlier. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was capable of providing an amplification of one's strength. Now, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbstruck when he noticed that the Devil Seal tablet in his possession possessed the ability to provide an amplification of one's strength as well. He only returned to his senses after a short while. Looks like this Devil Seal tablet isn't simple. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian continued to study the Devil Seal tablet, but he didn't discover anything else after studying it for a while. Elder brother Duan. After an unknown period of time, Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out from outside his room. Duan Lingnan put away the Devil Seal tablet, washed up, changed his clothes, and walked out of his room. Good morning, Tianwu. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and bathed under the gentle sunlight of the early morning, and he smiled as he greeted Feng Tianwu who stood outside the courtyard. Elder brother Duan, let's go have breakfast together. We'll leave after breakfast. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. After they finished eating, Duan Lingtian notified Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong before making a trip to the Darkstone estate that the members of the Darkstone Empire were staying at. He'd come this time mainly for the sake of bidding farewell to Su Li and King Yong. After bidding farewell to King Yong, Duan Lingtian found Su Li. Su Li, I intend to make a trip to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Do you want to go back with me? Asking like this was actually something that Duan Lingtian had thought of on the spur of the moment. The Crimson Sky Kingdom wasn't just his hometown, it was Su Li's hometown as well. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Su Li would agree, because according to his knowledge, Su Li hadn't returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom for many years, let alone meet and catch up with his good friends from the past. But Su Li refused instead. Duan Lingnan, I won't be going back first. I have to go look for Master in 2 days, and I ought to go wander in the other dynasties for a period of time. Su Li, I presume your strength will shock me greatly the next time we meet. Duan Lingtian smiled. As far as he was concerned, it was surely Su Li's master that intended to allow Su Li to improve his strength a step further before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties arrived, and that was why he aroused the intention of bringing Su Li to wander in the other dynasties. With Su Li's current cultivation, not to mention competing with the top young geniuses of the various dynasties, even in the Dark Han dynasty, there were many people that could defeat him. I'm afraid your strength will be even more shocking the next time we meet. Su Li sighed. In the past, along with his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds repeatedly, he felt that he ought to be able to surpass Duan Lingtian. But when he saw Duan Lingtian once more and witnessed the strength that Duan Lingtian revealed, it caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness that came from the bottom of his heart. There seemed to be a chasm that was impossible to surmount between him and Duan Lingtian, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to surmount that chasm in the end and catch up to Duan Lingtian. But he didn't feel defeated because of this, and his fighting spirit surged instead. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a year from now, he would surely work hard to catch up to Duan Lingtian's footsteps and even surpass Duan Lingtian. This was his goal for the next year. After you return, help me greet Tian Hu, Xiao Yu, and the others. Su Li spoke to Duan Ling Tian. Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Right when Duan Ling Tian intended to leave, King Yong called out to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I almost forgot to tell you. Vice President Xiang asked me to tell you that if you have nothing to do in the future, you can go to Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion to catch up with him. Duan Ling Tian replied and nodded with a smile to King Yong before leaving the Darkstone estate. In the sky above the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, swoosh, an enormous sword soared through the sky with an extremely swift speed that was difficult for an ordinary person to capture with the naked eye. If one looked carefully, one would notice that this enormous sword wasn't a material sword, but a sword condensed into form from origin energy. Obviously, someone had intentionally condensed it into form from their own origin energy as a means of transportation. After a short moment, the enormous sword left the sky above the capital. There was a layer of faint origin energy light barrier on the enormous sword, and it enveloped the entire enormous sword and obstructed the strong wind that assaulted the sword. The body of the enormous sword was extremely spacious and could accommodate a few tens of people, yet only 4 people were standing on it now. This speed is much swifter than the three-eyed flame tiger. Duan Ling Tian looked at the surroundings and thought in his heart. The other 3 people were precisely Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong. Presently, the 4 of them were heading to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The enormous sword beneath their feet was condensed into form from Feng Wu Dao's own origin energy, and its speed was so swift that it was comparable to a formidable demon beast at the void interpretation stage. Chapter 720. With the speed of the enormous sword, it only spent close to 10 days of time to already pass through the vast Darkstone Empire and enter the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kidlington, where are we going now? Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword to stop, then looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Go to our 7-star sword sects estate first. It's over there." Under the guidance of Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword to head all the way towards the southwest direction, and it wasn't long before he saw 7 sword peaks that shot into the sky appear before his eyes. The 7 sword peaks were like 7 enormous swords that were stabbed into the boundless earth, and their imposing auras were shocking as if they wanted to pierce through the boundless sky. Elder brother Duan, this is the 7-star sword sects estate? Feng Tianwu looked down at the 7 sword peaks and asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He originally thought that he would be moved by the scene, but when the 7 great sword peaks appeared before his eyes, his originally surging feelings had instead instantly calmed down. All the sorrow seemed to have transformed into boundless hatred that ceaselessly accumulated and was ready to explode out at any moment. Uncle Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong, I'll go down to look for 2 people, all of you wait for me here for a moment. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong as he spoke slowly. Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong nodded. Whereas Feng Tianwu instead said, "Elder brother Duan, I'll go down with you." Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse, and he brought along Feng Tianwu to flash through the sky before diving down to directly head towards the peak of Migres Peak, and they descended onto the peak of Migres Peak after a short moment. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he stood at this familiar place, and he suppressed his restless feelings. Feng Tianwu was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian's mood was extremely unstable, and she sensibly didn't say anything, and silently followed by Duan Ling Tian's side as if she was Duan Ling Tian's shadow. "This is where I used to cultivate." Duan Ling Tian walked to the side of the peak of Migres Peak and stood at the edge of the cliff with his head lowered. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds and see that familiar crooked tree. Feng Tianwu stood by Duan Ling Tian's side and looked down as well. A moment later, she followed Duan Ling Tian down from the sky. Only now did she know why Duan Ling Tian said that this was the place where he used to cultivate. It turned out that on the outside of this cliff, there was actually a cave passage that led to the heart of the mountain. At the entrance of the cave, there was a crooked tree. "I seem to have been gone for a long time." Duan Ling Tian stood on the crooked tree, gently stroking the branches and leaves, his eyes filled with reminiscence. At that time, he'd noticed this place when he just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect. It could be said that this place meant a lot to him. It even gave him a monstrous talent, allowing his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Crooked Tree, 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he just arrived here all those years ago. He still remembered that when he just arrived, there was only a crooked tree here. The cave passage was blocked by a layer of cliff, and it was forcefully opened by him with brute force. It was precisely because he'd opened up the cave passage that he was able to enter and find the 10,000-year stalactite milk, allowing him to be reborn. Many traces of him were left behind here, and there were too many memories of him. His spiritual force stretched out, and Duan Lingtian noticed the two people that were cultivating in the 10,000-year stalactite cave within the cave passage at the first possible moment. The auras of the two people weren't unfamiliar to him. One of them was precisely the former peak master of the Seven-Star Sword sect's Alcade Peak, and also the master of his fiancée, Xianxia. The other person was the closed-door disciple of the former Seven-Star Sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong Mou. After he noticed the two people, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a rare smile. Suddenly, swish! A wave of wind howls that tore through the sky swept over from high above in the distance, and it grew closer and closer to a deafening sound. Elder brother Duan, watch out! Feng Tianwu's face went grim, and with a raise of her hand, the grade 3 spirit whip Duan Lingtian helped refine for her appeared out of thin air, and the origin energy in her body raged as she was prepared to attack at any moment. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked towards the source of the howls of wind that grew closer and closer, and an exceedingly enormous figure appeared before his eyes. The figure that grew clearer and clearer before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian's body to lightly tremble, and his pupils constricted as if he'd seen something unbelievable. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who was prepared to attack, withdrew the origin energy that raged within her body. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky above her dispersed along with this. Because she noticed that no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or this unexpected guest, there wasn't any hostility between them after they saw each other. Elder brother Duan knows it? As she looked at the grand rock that flapped its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky, Feng Tianwu thought in her heart. In next to no time, she obtained her answer. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian couldn't restrain his excited feelings any longer, and he cried out before his figure flashed out to instantly vanish on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before the nearby Grand Rock. The Grand Rock that appeared before Duan Lingtian now was precisely the former sect guarding revered elder of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Elder Peng was actually still alive. After Elder Peng sent him off that day, he turned back without hesitation and wanted to live and die with the Seven-Star Sword sect. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that Elder Peng and the Seven-Star Sword sect higher-ups had died at the hands of those old fellows from the Azure Forest Trisect, yet he never imagined that Elder Peng had actually survived. As he stood in the air before Elder Peng, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with excitement that was impossible to restrain. Not bad. Not bad. I'm actually unable to see through you in the slightest now. Looks like you've improved greatly in these past few years. Elder Peng was slightly excited when he saw Duan Lingtian once more, and he spoke via voice transmission. At that time, he and the Seven-Star Sword sect higher-ups had come to an agreement to send Duan Lingtian away because they felt that Duan Lingtian was the hope for the Seven-Star Sword sect to rise once more in the future. So, the Seven-Star Sword sect higher-ups had risked their lives to open up a path of escape for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they'd smoothly sent Duan Lingtian away. Elder Peng, how did you survive? Duan Lingtian's mood gradually calmed down, and he couldn't refrain from asking. Elder Peng was only a void initiation stage demon beast and was unable to speak, so he sighed via voice transmission. After I sent you off that time and returned, I noticed that everything had already ended. It was already meaningless for me to make a move again, so I hid myself and waited for the time when I could help you rebuild the sect in the future. Elder Peng, your decision was wise. Duan Lingtian said. At the beginning, I was unable to wrap my head around why all the experts of my 7-star sword sect would die so quickly at the hands of the Azure Forest Trisect. Later on, I found out from little girl Xiang that it turned out that Zhao Ming had betrayed the sect. When Elder Peng spoke via voice transmission, his aged voice was filled with rage. Later on, I'd repeatedly trespassed into the Azure Forest Trisect and successively killed 2 of Zhao Ming's grandsons. But unfortunately, that Zhao Ming had always been hiding and didn't make an appearance. Otherwise, even if I had to risk my life, I would still take him down with me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to sense Elder Peng's rage, and he shook his head. Elder Peng, there's no need for you to give up your precious life for a mere Zhao Ming. Even though that Zhao Ming is still alive now, it's no different than being dead. Zhao Ming, the Elder Ming of the 7-star sword sect's Xianming elders, had already been tricked into an inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire by him all those years ago. It had only been a few years, and unless an expert intervened, otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhao Ming and the other guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect to escape. Elder Peng's sharp eyes were filled with bewilderment when he heard Duan Lingtian. After he heard Duan Lingtian's explanation, Elder Peng came to a sudden understanding, and his sharp eyes were filled with gratification. You're really not bad. Our decision that day was right. I was wondering why Zhao Ming hadn't made an appearance all along, yet I never imagined that he'd been trapped in that inscription formation by you since long ago. If the sect leader and the others knew about this, they would surely be extremely gratified. Elder Peng spoke via voice transmission. Elder Peng, have there been any movements from the Azure Forest Trisect recently? Do you know the reason they annihilated the Mountain Split sect and our 7-star sword sect all those years ago? Duan Lingtian asked Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian had always been puzzled by the actions of the 3 great sects combining into the Azure Forest Trisect all those years ago and annihilating the Mountain Split sect and 7-star sword sect successively. He didn't know why the 3 great sects combined into one and even abandoned the independent inheritances of their respective sects to allow their sects to become history. Elder Peng didn't have the time to speak when a voice sounded out and broke the short period of silence. Senior brother. Suddenly, 2 figures had appeared on the crooked tree. One was a graceful and beautiful woman, and the other was a young man that looked to be almost 30 years old. Presently, the young man looked at Duan Lingtian who stood nearby in midair, and he had an excited expression. The beautiful woman revealed a gratified smile as well. The little fellow that gathered a myriad of glories in the past had now grown to an extent that even she was unable to see through him. After a few years, I presume he ought to have already broken through to the first level of the Void Initiation stage. The beautiful woman was precisely the former peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Xianxia. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian being able to break through to the first level of the Void Initiation stage now had already caused her to be extremely pleasantly surprised, and she felt that the 7-star sword sect had hope of rising. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up when he heard this voice, and he turned around to look at the 2 people that stood on the crooked tree before greeting his senior, Xianxia, first. Peak Master. Besides being the former Peak Master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Xianxia was also the master of his fiancée, Ke. Thus, he'd always respected Xianxia. Even if his strength had already surpassed Xianxia in all aspects now, it didn't reduce the respect he had towards Xianxia. You've returned. Xianxia revealed a warm smile. Yes, I've returned. Duan Lingtian nodded as his face revealed a smile, and then his gaze descended onto the young man beside him. You long time no see. You haven't slacked off in these past few years, right? Chapter 721. No. Senior brother, I didn't slack off. Mou was anxious when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he hurriedly spoke as if he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would be disappointed in him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Martial Ant Xianxia. Mou indeed didn't slack off. With the cultivation environment of the 10,000-year stalactite cave, he's already broken through to the 5th level of the void prying stage now. Xianxia smiled as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. You brat, I was just joking. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Mou's reaction was so great. Actually, early on when he saw Mou for the first time, his spiritual force had already detected Mou's current cultivation, and he knew that Mou was already a 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Even though Mou's advancement in cultivation was far inferior to his own. But in the entire younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, based on the current situation, only he, Zishang, and Long Yun were above Mou. Even genius martial artists like Crazy Young Master, Flame Young Master, and Sword Young Master didn't possess such accomplishments when they were at Mou's age. If the sect leader was still alive, he would surely be extremely gratified when he saw you possess such accomplishments. Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and sighed. For a time, the atmosphere went silent. After a short moment, Xianxia spoke out to break the silent atmosphere. You asked about the Azure Forest Trisect earlier. Up until now, we still don't know the objective of the Azure Forest Trisect joining together. But 4 months ago, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect came out in full force and came to our 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. What did they come here for? Could it be that they wanted to set the Azure Forest Trisect's base here? As he finished speaking, cold lights flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes. That's not it. They seem to have come for the sake of searching for something. Moreover, their group only ascended the main peak of our 7-star sword sect, W Peak. Xianxia shook her head and continued. During that period of time, Elder Peng and I had once wanted to go investigate, yet we were stopped. Fortunately, Elder Peng's speed far surpassed them, otherwise, it would have been difficult for Elder Peng and I to escape from their hands. They've left now? Duan Lingtian asked. He'd only just arrived at the 7-star sword sect when he directly came to the peak of Migres Peak, so he didn't know anything about the situation on Dubhe Peak. Vasilif. Xianxia nodded. They stayed on Dubhe Peak for 3 months and just left last month. With me and Elder Peng here, they didn't dare casually leave people here. So, besides me and Mou, there isn't a third person present on the 7 great sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect. Busy for 3 months? Could it be that they are plotting something? Duan Lingtian frowned. Elder Peng and I also went to Tianshu Peak to take a look after the incident, but we didn't find any clues. Xianxia said again. I want to take a look. Duan Lingtian said. When Duan Lingtian turned around, he found that he had forgotten about Feng Tianwu. He was a little embarrassed. After that, he hurriedly introduced Xianxia, Elder Peng, and Mou to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, this is Peak Master Xianxia, a senior of my sect. This is Elder Peng, the sect guarding revered elder of our 7-star sword sect. As for him, he's my junior brother, Mou. Peak Master Xianxia, Elder Peng. Feng Tianwu hurriedly greeted the 2 seniors, and her tone was slightly respectful. In the end, Feng Tianwu looked at Mou and lightly smiled as she greeted him. This is? Xianxia revealed a surprised expression as she looked at Feng Tianwu. In terms of appearance, the young woman before her wasn't the slightest bit inferior to her personal disciple Kerr. Moreover, unlike Kerr's pretty girl from a humble family, the young woman before her naturally emitted an aura as she stood there, and she obviously had an extraordinary background. She's called Feng Tianwu, she's my friend. Duan Lingtian smiled as he introduced Mou. Elder Peng nodded lightly, whereas Mou's gaze lit up instead as he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and then he said via voice transmission, Senior brother, this ought to be my senior sister-in-law as well, right? F***K off. What nonsense are you talking about? Duan Lingtian glared angrily at Mou as he replied via voice transmission. Xianxia greeted Feng Tianwu, and with just a few glances, she discerned that Feng Tianwu was interested in Duan Lingtian, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Kerr, your man really knows how to womanize. But with his outstanding ability, it's indeed sufficient to attract many outstanding women to like him without hesitation. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't help but think in her heart. If she was 20 years younger, Would she be moved by this violet-clothed young man before her as well? This was something that she didn't dare deny. If she was able to encounter such an outstanding man during her youth, she believed that she ought to have no immunity. But unfortunately, during that era, even the most outstanding man by her side wasn't much stronger than her. Where's senior brother Xianxia? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly curious when he didn't see Xianxia appear after standing in midair at the side of the peak of Migres Peak for a long time. That day, after he saved Xianxia in the cage battle arena in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, he asked the little gold mouse to send Xianxia back to the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak's 10,000-year stalactite cave. Logically speaking, Xianxia ought to be here. But Duan Lingtian's spiritual force instead noticed that Xianxia wasn't within the stalactite cave. Xianxia is busier than us. He's in charge of looking for our 7-star sword sect's external affairs elders and inner court disciples that were lucky enough to survive all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and gather them together. 2 months ago, he returned once and said he'd already found over 30 survivors. Xianxia said to Duan Lingtian, but, considering that our 7-star sword sect might suffer a surprise attack from the members of the Azure Forest Trisect at any time, they were placed at another place and didn't return to the sect. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. In the future, they don't have to hide anymore. Because I've returned. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. I'll go take a look at W Peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recalled his earlier plan. Senior brother, I'll accompany you. Mou hurriedly volunteered when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to go to W Peak. Duan Lingtian nodded. In next to no time, the 4 people led by Duan Lingtian and Elder Peng flashed towards W Peak together, and they ascended W Peak in a short moment. Compared to before, W Peak hadn't changed much. If there was really a difference compared to before, then it was none other than the numerous dried bloodstains that could be seen all along the way. Besides many of the bloodstains on the ground belong to our 7-star sword sect disciples, there's also many that belong to the Azure Forest Trisect disciples. Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian looking at the dried bloodstains all along the way as she spoke slowly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found out from Xianxia that Elder Peng had launched a slaughter upon returning to the 7-star sword sect that day, and he'd killed all the Azure Forest Trisect disciples that were guarding the 7-star sword sect. Elder Peng, thank you. Duan Lingtian abruptly stopped moving, then raised his head to look at the grand rock that flapped its wings in the sky before bowing respectfully. Thank you for what you've done for the 7-star sword sect. A wisp of surprise appeared on Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian's actions. She was extremely clear about what sort of person this elder brother Duan of hers was. On that day, even when facing the supreme emperor of the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Lingtian didn't bow, and it was sufficient to show how proud Duan Lingtian was. Yet now, when facing the sect-guarding demon beast of a sect from a tiny kingdom, this elder brother Duan of hers had instead directly bowed and expressed his gratitude. This caused her to have a rather deep feeling. Kidlington, don't forget. The 7-star sword sect isn't only your sect. Elder Peng's aged voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. No matter what, Elder Peng, everything you've done for the 7-star sword sect is worthy of the respect of every single 7-star sword sect disciple. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. The gazes of Xianxia and Mou flashed when they heard Duan Lingtian, and they bowed to Elder Peng one by one. Elder Peng, thank you. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian heard Xianxia speak of many things about Elder Peng going to the Azure Forest Trisect to cause trouble and specially picking on the weak. He sighed with emotion towards this. With Elder Peng's speed, so long as the Azure Forest Trisect didn't have a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, practically no one was capable of catching up to Elder Peng. In this way, not only did the inheritance of the Azure Forest Trisect not strengthen during these past few years, it instead showed signs of weakening because of Elder Peng's frequent visits? Duan Lingtian asked with slight surprise. Xianxia nodded, and then she said, Sometimes, even I don't know exactly why the three great sects merged into one. Based on the current situation, the development of the Azure Forest Trisect is even slower than when they hadn't merged into one, and they're simply lifting a rock to smash their own feet. The matter ought to not be so simple. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he said with a low voice, since they chose to merge into one and even didn't hesitate to give up the foundation left behind by their respective ancestors, they surely have something they're seeking. Perhaps, Dubby Peak can tell us the answer. Yes, let's observe carefully. Xianxia nodded. Elder Peng and I only roughly observed it the other day, and we didn't notice anything wrong. Perhaps we'll be able to notice something if we observe deeply. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started to observe every single corner of Dubby Peak. After the first round of observation, they didn't notice anything. The grass and trees on Dubby Peak weren't destroyed by the members of the Azure Forest Trisect, and the 9 palaces that resided above the spirit points were still standing there in perfect condition. Truly strange. Could it be that they've stayed here for 3 months only for the sake of looking at the scenery? Duan Lingtian frowned. He dared confirm that the matter was absolutely not so simple. Let's observe carefully again. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started to get busy once more. This time, Duan Lingtian was even more serious than before. Wait! Duan Lingtian stood on the pavilion in Mizar Hall that he'd frequently visited in the past, and after he reminisced about the days he drank tea and chatted idly with the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, he finally noticed that something was off. Chapter 722. There was a total of 9 great spirit points on the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, Dubby Peak. Above each of the 9 great spirit points stood a palace, and Mizar Hall was one of them. When he was in the 7-star sword sect in the past, so long as he approached the palace above the spirit point, Duan Lingtian would be able to sense the exceedingly dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, but he didn't feel anything today. Even if he stood in Mizar Hall, Duan Lingtian felt it was no different than any other place. Thus, there was only one possibility. There's a problem with the spirit point. Not to mention the other spirit points for now, there's surely a problem with the spirit point below Mizar Hall. I'll go take a look at the locations of the other 8 spirit points. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian left Mizar Hall. In next to no time, he went to Alcade Hall, the place that belonged to the former peak master of Alcade Peak, Xianxia, of the 7-star sword sect. When he arrived at Alcade Hall, Duan Lingtian didn't sense the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. Continue. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian went to Fekta Hall, Merak Hall, Dubhy Hall, and the other palaces, and he even went to the places that belonged to the Xianming elders. In the end, he obtained an answer. The 9 great spirit points on Dubhy Peak were completely crippled. 4 months ago, all the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect came out and stayed at Dubby Peak for an entire 3 months. 3 months of time was sufficient for them to use special methods to empty out the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth that provided for the circulation of the spirit point and cripple the spirit point. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unsightly. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards spirit points. Spirit points were comparatively common and superb places of cultivation on Cloud Continent. So long as one was able to cultivate on a spirit point, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, this spirit point had an extremely close relationship with an origin stone vein. Many years ago, every primordial stone mine was actually just a small spirit cave. Because the spirit cave was constantly absorbing and gathering the primal chi of heaven and earth within it, the primal chi of heaven and earth would liquefy and solidify, forming the primal stones. Of course, not all spirit points had the chance to transform into origin stone veins, and only those spirit points that weren't discovered or utilized by others had the chance to transform into origin stone veins. Not to mention anything else, just take the 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect as an example. If no one utilized these 9 spirit points to cultivate, and if no one seized the spirit energy of heaven and earth accumulated within the spirit points, Then after a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, it would surely form 9 origin stone mines. However, once someone cultivated on top of the spirit cave, they would absorb the rich heaven and earth essence energy accumulated in the spirit cave in a manner that was close to robbing. It would indefinitely delay the transformation of the spirit cave into an origin stone vein. Actually, many people understood this principle. But if one were to ask someone to leave the spirit cave and not utilize it, then for the sake of their descendants in a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, it would be impossible to help the spirit cave transform into an origin stone mine. After all, after a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, who could be sure if the spirit cave they didn't utilize would become a gift to another? No one was willing to gamble, so no one was willing to leave the spirit cave and not utilize it. Not to mention the spirit caves in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are scarce. Even the spirit caves in the Darkstone Empire are far from enough to be utilized by the martial artists of the Darkstone Empire. The reason the Dark Han dynasty was able to possess an origin stone vein was because the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family had been passed down for a few thousand years and possessed numerous spirit caves, allowing them to leave behind an origin stone vein for their descendants. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The hearts of men were greedy. No one was willing to easily give up the benefits they possessed. Unlike the Dark Han dynasty, the origin stone veins in the foreign lands are much more numerous. The reason it's like this is precisely because spirit caves are everywhere in the foreign lands. The stronger a power is, the longer its inheritance is. Because there's no lack of spirit caves, the ancestors of those powers left behind many origin stone veins for their descendants. Because some of the origin stone veins had a long history and accumulated the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the limit, so many mid-grade origin stones and even high-grade origin stones appeared. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian gradually withdrew his thoughts. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit cave to be completely absorbed by a single person. Even if 1,000 people cultivated on the same spirit cave, it would at most slow down the speed they absorbed the spirit energy, and it would be impossible for it to affect the spirit cave itself. Because when the spirit energy within the spirit cave was absorbed to a certain extent, the spirit cave would automatically weaken its connection with the outside world and recuperate. This was something that Duan Lingtian was able to find out through the memories of Emperor Wu. If one wants to completely absorb the spirit energy within the spirit cave and cripple the spirit cave, one can only use external force to forcefully destroy it. What exactly did the members of the Azure Forest Trisect do? Duan Lingtian's expression became even more gloomy. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd caught his breath, converged with Feng Tianwu, Xianxia, Mou, and Elder Peng, and he explained what he'd noticed. No wonder I kept having the feeling that something was missing, so it turned out to be because of this. The members of the Azure Forest Trisect are truly vicious. They actually severed the foundation of our 7-star sword sect. Xianxia spoke with resentment. The 9 great spirit caves of the 7-star sword sect could be said to be the foundation of the 7-star sword sect. It was even to the extent that the 7-star sword sect was able to produce so many experts in the past and was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for a very long period of time, and it was all because of the 9 great spirit caves. Yet now, the spirit energy of the heaven and earth accumulated within the 9 great spirit caves had been completely extracted, causing the 9 great spirit caves to be completely crippled. If they were allowed to slowly recover by themselves, it would at least take over 100 years to recover to normal. Azure Forest Trisect. Mou's expression was unsightly to the extreme as well. As for Elder Peng, he was currently flapping his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky as he floated in the sky, and his pair of sharp eyes flickered with ghastly hatred. The Azure Forest Trisect had gone too far. Peak Master Xianxia, Elder Peng Mou. All of you follow me to the Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Lingtian's tone suddenly calmed down at this moment. Within the calmness was a sense of oppression. All right. We'll go to the outer area of the Azure Forest Trisect and kill a few more ordinary disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect before properly calculating the interest with them. With Elder Peng's speed, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to catch up to us. Xianxia agreed and leaped onto the Grand Rock's broad back at the first possible moment. I want to kill some more Azure Forest Trisect disciples as well and take revenge for my dead brothers and sisters. Mou followed up and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Kill some more ordinary disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect? With Elder Peng's speed, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to catch up to us? Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed with Xianxia's words. He'd never thought of only killing some ordinary disciples when he went to the Azure Forest Trisect this time, nor had he thought of relying on Elder Peng's speed to flee for his life. His objective was to completely annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. All those years ago, he was like an ant before the group of experts of the Azure Forest Trisect, and he couldn't withstand a single blow. But now, he had the confidence to overturn the entire Azure Forest Trisect. Sect Leader, Peak Master Zheng Fan, Elder Bai, Senior Sisters Wuqing. All of you watch carefully. Give me a few days of time, and I'll surely eliminate the Azure Forest Trisect from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky, and his eyes flickered with frightening fierce lights as he silently recited numerous familiar names in his heart. At the same time, familiar and tragic figures flashed through his mind one after another. He was able to survive the calamity of the Seven-Star Sword sect all those years ago entirely because of the desperate efforts of these people. If it wasn't for them laying down their lives and spilling their blood, it would be impossible for him to survive. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Bang! Under his extreme rage, Duan Lingtian's legs abruptly stomped on the ground, and he relied on the force to rise up. Instantly, the ground was stomped apart by him, and numerous cracks seemed to have formed into a spiderweb that ceaselessly spread towards the surroundings, and it spread out for over 10 meters before stopping. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu was able to sense Duan Lingtian's rage as she looked at the savage cracks on the ground, and she didn't say anything further before silently soaring up into the sky to follow by Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian, you and your friends get onto Elder Peng's back. Elder Peng's speed is faster than us. Xianxia called out to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. She originally wanted to say that Elder Peng's speed was faster than them, but Duan Lingtian's figure that instantly vanished before her eyes instead caused her to be dumbstruck. So fast? Mou couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. On the other hand, the rock's pair of sharp eyes looked at the direction Duan Lingtian left towards, and it revealed traces of astonishment. Hiss! Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian's speed would be so swift, and it seemed to be even swifter than Elder Peng's speed. Could it be? He has already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage? This thought had only just arisen in Xianxia's heart when it was suppressed by her after a short moment, and she felt her current thoughts were truly too absurd. In next to no time, the red-clothed young woman vanished before Xianxia's eyes, and it caused Xianxia's face to go grim. The speed of this friend of Duan Lingtian's isn't inferior to Elder Peng? Could it be that I'm really old and my eyesight is failing me? What a swift speed! Mou exclaimed once more in a low voice. Never had he imagined that the red-clothed young woman that looked to be 5 or 6 years younger than him would actually possess such a swift speed. In the next instant, she'd vanished from his field of vision. Swish! The fierce eyes of the rock now revealed traces of disbelief, and its wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky flapped as it swiftly chased up to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. After passing through the boundless clouds and mist to arrive at a higher altitude, an enormous sword appeared before the eyes of the rock, and it caused the rock's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. As she looked at the enormous sword that floated in the horizon, and especially when she felt the suffocating aura that was faintly emitted from it, Xianxia's face went grim. Mou, who stood by Xianxia's side, lost his composure because his cultivation was low, and he was pressured by the aura emitted by the enormous sword to the point he directly collapsed on the back of the rock, and he was out of breath. Right when the rock stopped moving and looked at the enormous sword in the horizon with a perturbed expression with Xianxia. Elder Peng, come up. Chapter 723. Senior Brother? The spirit of Mou, who lay limp on the ground with a ghastly pale countenance, couldn't help but shake when he heard this voice. After the Grand Roc heard Duan Lingtian's voice, it continued to soar into the sky, and in next to no time, it saw Duan Lingtian, who stood on the enormous sword. Besides Feng Tianwu that it already knew, there was also an unfamiliar middle-aged man and an unfamiliar old man by Duan Lingtian's side. As it looked at the middle-aged man and old man, the Grand Roc's pair of sharp eyes revealed a strand of deep fear, although it was unable to see through the depths of the two people before it. But as a demon beast, it subconsciously felt that the two people before it weren't simple, and they were existences it couldn't offend. Along with the Grand Roc approaching, the enormous sword that lay horizontally in the sky expanded explosively once more, and the area above it became large enough to accommodate the Grand Roc that was like a small mountain. Under Duan Lingtian's call, the Grand Roc carried Xianxia and Mou to descend onto the enormous sword. After they descended onto the enormous sword, Mou heaved a sigh of relief, and he felt the terrifying aura that pressed down on him vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. Xianxia and Mou successively descended by Duan Lingtian's side, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with bewildered expressions. This is Uncle Feng, Tianwu's father. This is Elder Kong, Tianwu's senior. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he introduced Feng Wudao and Elder Kong to Xianxia, Mou, and Elder Peng. Subsequently, he introduced Xianxia, Mou, and Elder Peng to Feng Wudao and Elder Peng. Both of them looked at each other and nodded with a smile, and it could be considered as a form of greeting. Peak Master Xianxia, where's the Azure Forest Trisects encampment? Duan Lingtian asked Xianxia. The Azure Forest Trisect was formed from the merger of the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect, Origin Convergence Sect, and Snow Moon Sect. In the past, he'd only been to the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect, and he didn't know the location of the other two sections. Moreover, he didn't know where the Azure Forest Trisect that had merged into one was located. There were originally 3 residences in the Azure Forest Trisect, and they were respectively the residences of the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect, the Origin Convergence Sect, and the Snow Moon Sect. But because of Elder Peng's frequent visits during these past few years, it forced everyone from the Azure Forest Trisect to gather at the former Demonic Lotus Blade Sect's Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Xianxia slowly said, Demonic Lotus Valley? Duan Lingtian nodded. He didn't know where the Origin Convergence Sect and Snow Moon Sect resided, but he clearly remembered the location of the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect's Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Uncle Feng over there. Duan Lingtian greeted Feng Wudao, and after glancing towards the east, Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword to tear through the sky and head towards the location of the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect's former base. The enormous sword tore through the sky, its speed so swift that it caused Xianxia and Mou's expressions to be unable to refrain from changing for a moment. Even the sharp eyes of Elder Peng, who stood at the side of the enormous sword, couldn't help but reveal traces of fear that came from the bottom of his heart when he inadvertently looked at Feng Wudao. Duanling, who exactly is this Uncle Feng of yours? Xianxia took a deep breath and couldn't refrain from asking via voice transmission. Senior brother. Mou looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and he asked the bewilderment in his heart via voice transmission, and he had the same bewilderment as Xianxia. He's an expert from the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian replied to each of them via voice transmission. An expert from the Dark Han dynasty? Instantly, Xianxia and Mou's pupils couldn't help but constrict as they nodded at the same time. If it was like this, then everything could be explained. It was naturally impossible for an expert from the Dark Han dynasty to be easy to deal with. Your cultivation has broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage? After she calmed down her shocked feelings, Xianxia recalled the speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier, and she couldn't refrain from asking. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It's not? Xianxia was stunned, and then she frowned. But the speed you revealed earlier has obviously surpassed Elder Peng. Why aren't you a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist? I'm indeed not. Duan Lingtian shook his head once more, and then he said unhurriedly, "My current cultivation isn't at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, but is at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage." 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? Xianxia was completely stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian. Didn't that mean that this little fellow's current strength had already left her far behind? Even she had barely broken through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage half a year ago. At the same time, Xianxia recalled the accomplishments Duan Lingtian obtained all along the way in the 7-star sword sect, and when she thought of Duan Lingtian's current strength, at the same time that she felt extremely shocked, she couldn't help but sigh. The little fellow whose name shook the entire 7-star sword sect and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius since the sect was established by everyone in the 7-star sword sect had already stood at a height that was difficult for her to reach after a few years. After all, besides their 7-star sword sect's founding ancestor who was at the void interpretation stage. In the history of the 7-star sword sect, the existences that had broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage could be counted with one's fingers. I originally thought that I would have to wait another 8 or 10 years before I'd be able to wait for you to possess the strength to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. Yet never had I imagined that in a short few years, you'd already possess the strength to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect. Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze as she muttered. In next to no time, you found out about Duan Lingtian's current cultivation from Duan Lingtian, and for a time, he fell into boundless shock just like Xianxia, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. In Mou's eyes, his former master, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong, had a cultivation at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and it was already in existence he looked up to. Yet now, this senior brother of his actually possessed a strength at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, and it even far surpassed the master he respected the most. For a time, he was both excited and shocked. The enormous sword soared through the sky with a speed so swift that it was difficult for an ordinary person to imagine. Not long after, a gorge that was like a demonic lotus appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group, and it grew closer and closer. Demonic Lotus Gorge. Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. Duan Lingtian stood on the spacious enormous sword as he looked down at the demonic lotus gorge beneath his feet, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This place had a piece of memory that belonged to him. In the past, he'd come with the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, to this place that originally belonged to the demonic Lotus Blade sect to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, it was the first time he'd made a name for himself in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He still remembered that the first time he met the saber young master, Long Yun, was at this place. And it was precisely because he'd defeated Long Yun that he'd become famous in one fell swoop. "It's here." Duan Lingtian spoke when the enormous sword arrived in the sky above the demonic lotus gorge. Instantly, Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword to stop before slowly descending at the same time. When it arrived at a low altitude, he commanded in his heart and the jade sword instantly vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's group stood in the sky as well, and they slowly descended towards the demonic lotus gorge. When they were getting closer and closer to the demonic lotus gorge, Duan Lingtian frowned. At this moment, he felt a vast and overbearing aura sweeping over from the north of the demonic lotus gorge, and it filled the entire demonic lotus gorge. "What's happening there?" Feng Tianwu looked towards the north of the demonic lotus gorge with surprise. At this moment, the sky there was red, and it seemed to have become a crimson-red world. That vast and overbearing aura came precisely from there. "Lingtian kid, didn't you say that the strongest person in the Azure Forest Trisect is only a 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist?" Feng Wudao seemed to have noticed something, and he couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had obviously noticed something as well, and he couldn't help but shake his head when he heard Feng Wudao's question. "I don't know what's happening as well. Let's go over and take a look." Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong flew by themselves, whereas Xianxia and Mou stood on the back of the rock and were barely able to keep up with the speed of Duan Lingtian and the others. Senior brother. Meanwhile, Mou had already completely recovered from his shock, and his gaze flickered as he looked at Duan Lingtian's figure, and his body even trembled with excitement. At this moment, he felt that the figure of his senior brother Lingtian was so tall to the point he could only look up at it. At the same time, he felt extremely excited. As far as he was concerned, with this senior brother's current strength, the enmity of the sect would surely be avenged as he wished. Master, today, senior brother will take revenge for you and the various peak masters and elders that died. If you know this in the netherworld, you can rest in peace. Mou silently said in his heart. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's group arrived in the sky above the north of the demonic lotus flower gorge, and they stood in the sky as they looked down at the scene beneath their feet. The disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect have all gathered here? Xianxia couldn't help but be surprised as she looked down at the dense crowd below. At this moment, the vast gorge at the north of the demonic lotus flower gorge was extraordinarily bustling as people surged from all directions, and numerous Azure Forest Trisect disciples were ceaselessly stretching their heads out to look towards the center of the gorge. At the center of the gorge, a group of middle-aged men and old men stood in the sky, and they floated at a low altitude as they surrounded a rock that was enormous like a small mountain. The rock was completely crimson red, and besides emitting an extremely hot aura, it emitted a vast, overbearing, and aura that caused one to be unable to help but feel fearful. Xianxia, and the former sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of middle-aged men and old men that stood in the sky around the crimson-red rock, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. There's also these other people? All of them were present when our 7-star sword sect was annihilated that day, and they're all the culprits. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were tainted with a wisp of crimson red, and his face was enveloped in a layer of killing intent as the origin energy on his body unconsciously leaped about. At this moment, the rage of Xianxia, Mou, and Elder Peng wasn't inferior to Duan Lingtian. Even though he was furious, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force still enveloped down and swept towards the group of Azure Forest Trisect higher-ups, and he quickly detected their cultivations. The strongest is only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. A group of useless fellows, they actually haven't improved in the slightest after a few years. Suddenly, a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Chapter 724. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force touched the crimson-red enormous rock that all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect had surrounded, and a formidable energy actually stretched out from within it. Moreover, this energy was ceaselessly increasing. At this moment, the attention of all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect were on the crimson-red enormous rock. Otherwise, they would have probably noticed Duan Lingtian and the others that stood nearby in the sky since long ago. Long Wei. Lu Yuan, the former sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect, looked at the former sect leader of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect. Could it be that the spirit energy we poured into it isn't sufficient? Long Wei frowned. Logically speaking, it ought to be sufficient. Shui, try pouring a little more in. As he spoke, he looked at the nearby middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar was precisely the former sect leader of the Snow Moon sect, Shui. Shui nodded when he heard this, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with a dense milky white sheen appeared in his hand. Along with his origin energy pouring into it, a strand of spirit energy that was almost liquid stretched out from the pearl and ceaselessly fused into the crimson-red enormous rock. The crimson-red enormous rock was like a greedy child that didn't refuse anything that came, and it swallowed all the spirit energy that stretched out. This is the last origin drawing pearl. If the spirit energy within it is still insufficient, then we can only extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of our respective sections. Shui frowned when he saw the spirit energy within the origin drawing pearl was about to be completely consumed. Long Wei, didn't you say that the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect would be sufficient? Now, not only are we using the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of the 7-star sword sect, it seems to be insufficient. Lu Yuan's face sank slightly. Could it be that you intend to extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of my Origin Convergence sect and Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect? I'll be frank, even if we want to extract it, we have to first extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of your Demonic Lotus Blade sect. Lu Yuan, your Origin Convergence sect, Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect, and our Demonic Lotus Blade sect? Don't forget, we've already merged into a sect long time ago. Or perhaps, you intend to withdraw from the Azure Forest Trisect? If it's really like this, then I and Shui Rui will absolutely not stop you. Long Wei laughed. Dragon's might. Lu Yuan's expression changed drastically and he said in a solemn voice, "What do you mean by this? You want to burn the bridge after crossing it? Don't forget, if it wasn't for the assistance of our Origin Convergence sect all those years ago, would your Demonic Lotus Blade sect and Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect be able to annihilate the 7-star sword sect? Of course, I have not forgotten the help of the Gui Yuan sect." Long Wei said indifferently, "But the words you spoke earlier were referring to yourself as the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. Don't forget, you're the sect leader of our Azure Forest Trisect now. So long as we successfully open this Firebreath Rock, our Azure Forest Trisect will soar into the sky and even surpass the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Even if we rule the Darkstone Empire or even the Dark Han Dynasty, we'll still be able to occupy a place. Remember, you have to look at the long term. You think you can achieve great things with your petty nature?" Long Wei's words were not polite at all. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. In the end, he did not flare up again. He said sarcastically, "I only hope that it will succeed. No matter what, we are now in the same boat." This won't do, it's still slightly lacking. At this moment, the origin drawing pearl in Shui Rui's hand had completely transformed into a translucent and crystalline pearl, and the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within it had completely vanished. Whoosh! At the same time, the aura emitted from the crimson-red enormous rock became even more powerful and vast, and it brought enormous pressure to many Azure Forest Trisect disciples present. Some Azure Forest Trisect disciples with low cultivations even had ghastly pale expressions as they hurriedly retreated to the edge of the gorge, and they didn't dare approach it. The conversation of Lu Yuan, Long Wei, and Shui Rui resounded out in this quiet gorge, and it entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group that stood at a higher altitude in the sky. Their 3 great sects merged into one and first annihilated the Mountain Split sect before annihilating our 7-star sword sect. It was all for the sake of the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the spirit points of our 2 sects? Qin Xiang's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Now, she finally knew the reason why the Demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect had merged into one. For the sake of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect and 7-star sword sect, and pouring it into the crimson-red enormous rock through the origin drawing pearl. The crimson-red enormous rock seemed to be some fire-breath rock. Origin drawing pearl? Duan Lingtian's face sank. I finally understand why the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect vanished without a trace. This origin drawing pearl is indeed capable of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the spirit points. The origin drawing pearl belonged to an extremely special treasure that was capable of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within spirit points and origin stones. But the spirit energy extracted couldn't be directly used to cultivate. Otherwise, it would cause one's body to explode and die. After all, the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the origin drawing pearl was liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. So long as one's origin energy fused into it, the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within it would directly gush out, and the meridians of martial artists below the martial monarch stage were utterly unable to endure such an impact. Even if it was a martial monarch stage expert, he wouldn't dare rashly take the risk and use the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth to cultivate. The Mountain Split sect and 7-Star Sword sect. They're only sacrifices for the sake of opening this fire breath rock. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had clenched his fists tightly, and the cold lights in his eyes grew even colder as if he was about to swallow someone up. I truly never imagined that the legendary fire breath rock would actually exist in this tiny imperial kingdom. Feng Wudao stared at the crimson-red enormous rock within the gorge, and his gaze shone. "Father, what's a fire breath rock?" Feng Tianwu asked curiously. "You'll know very soon. If I'm not wrong, this fire breath rock only needs to be poured in some liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, and it ought to be able to open." Feng Wudao kept her in suspense, and it caused Feng Tianwu to be both angry and anxious. "Ling Tian, what do you plan to do? Do you want to go down and meet these old friends of yours now? Or wait for a while longer?" Feng Wudao asked Duan Lingtian. "Wait for a while longer? I've already waited for a few years, there's no hurry." A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and cold lights flickered within his eyes as if he was waiting for something. "Alright, it's more interesting like this." Feng Wudao's calm face revealed a rare smile. Besides Elder Kong, besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Qin Xiang, and Mou had bewildered expressions as Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao kept them in suspense. As for Elder Peng, he seemed as if he utterly didn't hear the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao, and his sharp eyes stared fixedly at the higher-ups of the Azure Forest trisect below. So long as Duan Lingtian gave the order, he would pounce down without the slightest hesitation and carry out a bloody slaughter. At the same time, in the gorge at the north of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, the numerous Azure Forest trisect disciples maintained silence from the beginning until the end. At this moment, their burning gazes were staring at the 3 sect leaders and all the elders in the sky above the gorge. Of course, even more people stared at the crimson-red enormous rock. "Long Wei, you ought to be extracting the spirit energy within the spirit point of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge now, right?" Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and said indifferently, "The demonic Lotus Blade Gorge is one of the 3 great grounds of our Azure Forest trisect. Moreover, it's close at hand. Take it." Lu Yuan hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Long Wei, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with a white light shot out from Long Wei's hand and flashed directly towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand to receive it, and his pupils constricted as he looked at the pearl in his hand. "Origin drawing pearl? Moreover, it's filled with liquid spirit energy. Long Wei, where did you get it from? Haven't the spirit energy extracted from the 7-Star Sword sect and Mountain Split sect's spirit points been completely used up? Don't worry, it wasn't extracted from the spirit points of your Origin Convergence sect. The spirit energy within it was extracted from the spirit point of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge." Long Wei mocked and ridiculed. Lu Yuan's face froze when he heard this, and he was slightly embarrassed. Earlier, he'd even expressed his displeasure to Long Wei, and he said that if the liquid spirit energy was insufficient, then he'd ask Long Wei to extract the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge first. Unexpectedly, Long Wei had extracted the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge long ago, and he seemed to have the bearing of a brave warrior cutting off his own losses. "I feel that the spirit energy within this origin drawing pearl should be enough after fusing with the fire breath rock," Shui Rui urged Lu Yuan. "If it's not enough, then extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of the Origin Convergence sect that I used to live in. Long Wei, I didn't admire you in the past, but today, I admire your courage." Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and spoke sincerely. "Alright, if the origin drawing pearl in your possession isn't enough, then I still have 2. The demonic Lotus Blade Gorge has a total of 7 spirit points, and I extracted the spirit energy accumulated in 3 spirit points. I originally only thought of being prepared, yet I never imagined that it would really be of use. Long Wei spoke indifferently. 3. Lu Yuan and Shui Rui looked at each other when they heard Long Wei, and their pupils constricted. Never had they imagined that Long Wei would have such courage. This was the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, the demonic Lotus Blade sect that he controlled in the past, and it had a total of 7 spirit points, yet he'd actually extracted all the spirit energy accumulated in 3 spirit points? For a time, they were able to sense Long Wei's resolution. I'm inferior to him. Lu Yuan and Shui Rui spoke simultaneously via voice transmission, and for a time, both of them couldn't help but be stunned. After a short moment, both of them looked at each other and smiled before returning to their senses. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate any longer and poured his origin energy into the origin drawing pearl in his hand. Instantly, dense liquefied spirit energy stretched out and fused once more into the fiery red enormous rock. On the other hand, the fiery red enormous rock continued to greedily swallow the liquefied spirit energy, and the crimson red sheen on its surface became even deeper. When more than half of the liquefied spirit energy within the origin drawing pearl was swallowed, the fiery red enormous rock finally stopped swallowing, yet it suddenly expanded as if it was about to explode, and it seemed to be extremely strange. Slap. Chapter 725. Slap, 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 slap. After a crack appeared, clear and melodious sounds continued to sound out as another 10+ cracks appeared on the surface of the fiery red enormous rock, and they were dense and crisscrossed together like a spiderweb. It's done! The gazes of the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect that were led by the 3 great sect leaders lit up when they saw this scene, and the breathing of some people couldn't help but become hurried. Amongst them included the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei. Long Wei looked at the enormous crimson red rock that was covered in cracks before him, and his body lightly trembled, and his firm face was suffused with a flush of blood because of his excitement. Within the gorge, it was deathly silent. Everyone held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the enormous crimson red rock that trembled intensely, and the cracks that were like spiderwebs on the enormous rock spread out and enveloped the entire rock in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a vast and overbearing aura swept out from the enormous rock, and it ceaselessly rose to give rise to waves of terrifying waves of air that transformed into piercingly cold strong winds that blew towards the surroundings. Some Azure Forest Trisect disciples with low cultivations were directly blown to the ground. Although the others weren't blown to the ground, they still couldn't help but instinctively close their eyes when faced with the waves of terrifying strong winds that assaulted their faces. Even the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect had retreated slightly now. Bang! Finally, an enormous bang that was like a thunderclap abruptly sounded out, and it was the enormous crimson red rock that was covered in cracks that had abruptly exploded apart. The crimson red rock that exploded apart was completely enveloped by crimson red flames before completely transforming into powder. Along with the strong winds that assaulted their faces gradually vanishing, most of the people present couldn't help but open their eyes, and they looked at the place the enormous crimson red rock was at the first possible moment. In next to no time, a figure that sat cross-legged appeared before the eyes of everyone. This was a black-clothed middle-aged man with disheveled hair. His eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged at a low altitude, and his body ceaselessly revolved. His body was enveloped in crimson red flames that shot into the sky, and he emitted a vast and overbearing aura that caused many people to feel oppressed in their hearts. Suddenly, the black-clothed middle-aged man opened his eyes, and strands of scorching flames leaped about within his eyes, causing others to not dare rashly look him in the eye. Where is this place? The burning flames in the middle-aged man's eyes gradually dissipated and were replaced by confusion. He looked around and frowned as he muttered to himself. Ancestor! Long Wei was the first to recover from his shock, and his figure flashed to arrive before the black-clothed middle-aged man in a short moment. He knelt on the ground with a thump, and his tone was filled with humility and trembling. Ancestor! After the dragon might, The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect upper echelons followed suit and knelt down. Their bodies were all trembling, and their faces were flushed red with excitement. Ancestor! Ancestor! At the same time, Lu Yuan, Shui Rui, and the other higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect followed suit and knelt on the ground before respectfully bowing to the black-clothed middle-aged man that sat cross-legged there. When they saw the 3 sect leaders and all the elders had knelt down, the remaining Azure Forest Trisect disciples didn't dare dally and knelt down successively, and the faces of most of them were filled with excitement. Although they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw a living person appear in the crimson boulder. Ancestor! Ancestor! For a time, the entire gorge was filled with sonorous shouts of respect. The crowd of Azure Forest Trisect disciples that surrounded the gorge lowered their heads in unison, and they formed a dense mass that looked extremely magnificent. All of you are disciples of my demonic Lotus Blade sect? The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at the scene before him and went silent for a moment before looking at Long Wei that was the first to kneel before him and ask indifferently. At the same time, the flames that shot into the sky on the black-clothed middle-aged man's body were gradually restrained before condensing into a lotus seat that appeared beneath him. The black-clothed middle-aged man's figure slowly descended onto the lotus seat, and he was like a supreme emperor that had ascended the throne. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's 52nd generation sect leader, Long Wei, congratulates Ancestor for awakening from your deep slumber. Long Wei knelt on the ground as he spoke respectfully. 52nd generation? Flowing lights flickered within the black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes when he heard Long Wei, and he asked after a short moment. Now, how long has it been since I established the demonic Lotus Blade sect? 1,300 plus years. Long Wei replied respectfully. Established the demonic Lotus Blade sect? Even though Lu Yuan, Shui Rui, the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect, and the disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect had heard Long Wei mention this earlier, but when they saw it with their own 2 eyes and heard it with their own ears, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Is the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect? Lu Yuan's pupils constricted as his heartbeat sped up abruptly. I never imagined that the legend was true. The Firebreath Rock is really capable of allowing a person to remain in slumber for 1,000 years. Shui Rui gasped in his heart. The black-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. In the past, a legend had always been passed down in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and this legend was precisely related to the Firebreath Rock within the restricted area of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Supposedly, the Firebreath Rock within the restricted area of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had already existed when the sect was established. It was even to the extent that because the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had suffered a heavy injury all those years ago, he could only rely on slumber within the Firebreath Rock to recuperate, and in the end, he'd almost completely fused into one with the Firebreath Rock. According to rumor, the Firebreath Rock was capable of allowing a person to remain in slumber for 1,000 years, and if one wanted to make the person that was slumbering within the Firebreath Rock leave, then one had to gather a large amount of liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth and pour it into the rock to force it to split open on its own. If one used force, then even if the Firebreath Rock was shattered, the person that was slumbering within it would be blasted into pieces and die without a doubt. If one wanted to gather the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, then one first had to possess an origin drawing pearl, as only an origin drawing pearl was capable of containing the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. For 1,000 years, the demonic Lotus Blade sect had always been working hard to find an origin drawing pearl for the sake of awakening the founding ancestor that was slumbering all those years ago. Because of the uniqueness of the Firebreath Rock, the person that was slumbering within the Firebreath Rock was completely isolated from the outside world, and it wouldn't decay along with the passage of time. Even though the cultivation environment within the Firebreath Rock was extremely bad, and the person that was slumbering within it could only cultivate passively, but after so many years had passed, the cultivation of the person that was slumbering within it had surely improved greatly. So, the successive sect leaders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect all wanted to awaken the founding ancestor from all those years ago. Because they knew that so long as the founding ancestor awakened, he would surely lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to step onto a new level. Needless to say, Long Wei was lucky, as he'd found 18 origin drawing pearls by chance, and it was equivalent to obtaining the key to open the Fire Breath Rock. Whereas he possessed the origin drawing pearls, yet what he lacked was the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. Because of this, the events that happened after that happened. Because he wasn't sure if the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the 7 spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge was sufficient, Long Wei found Lu Yuan and Shui Rei to combine the sects that they each controlled together and made a plan for this matter. In next to no time, they placed their attention onto the Mountain Split sect and 7-Star Sword sect. The reason Long Wei chose Lu Yuan and Shui Rei was because the sect leaders of the Mountain Split sect and 7-Star Sword sect were rather stubborn and inflexible. Along with the merger of the 3 great sects, they made a forceful move and first annihilated the Mountain Split sect before annihilating the 7-Star Sword sect. Because of this, they obtained the 7 spirit points in the Mountain Split sect and the 9 spirit points in the 7-Star Sword sect. Now, after pouring the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within a total of 16 spirit points in the Mountain Split sect and 7-Star Sword sect into the Fire Breath Rock, coupled with the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the almost 2 spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, he'd finally succeeded in opening the Fire Breath Rock. When he saw the Fire Breath Rock explode open and a black-clothed middle-aged man appeared within it, Long Wei knew that the effort he'd put in these past few years wasn't in vain. I truly never imagined that so much time has already passed since I fell into deep slumber within the Fire Breath Rock that day. But you're very good, you actually opened the Fire Breath Rock and awakened me. After he found out the sequence of events from Long Wei, the black-clothed middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Ancestor, this is something disciple ought to do. Long Wei lay on the ground as his body lightly trembled, and he was still unable to restrain the excitement in his heart. From today onwards, the Azure Forest Trisect doesn't exist any longer. In next to no time, the black-clothed middle-aged man stared at Lu Yuan and Shui Rei with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning, and he spoke slowly. The demonic Lotus Blade sect was created by me, and I won't allow it to vanish in the annals of history. Do the two of you have any objections? No. At the instant the black-clothed middle-aged man's fierce gaze swept over, Lu Yuan and Shui Rei were oppressed to the point they were unable to catch their breath, and they hurriedly shook their heads when they heard the black-clothed middle-aged man. What a joke! At this moment, how could they dare have any objections? Very good. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded, and then he continued. Now, I'll give the two of you a path. The first is to become the vice sect leader of my demonic Lotus Blade sect, take Long Wei as your leader, and sever all ties with the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect forever. The second is to take your people and fuck off back to your Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect. We're willing to become the vice sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Lu Yuan and Shui Rei didn't hesitate in the slightest when faced with the two choices given by the black-clothed middle-aged man, and they spoke hurriedly, even though they would have to lower themselves to Long Wei because of this. But they didn't mind, because the demonic Lotus Blade sect of today wasn't the demonic Lotus Blade sect of the past. With the strength of the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before them, it was sufficient to lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to the Darkstone Empire and even occupy a place in the Dark Han dynasty. At that time, even if they were only vice sect leaders, they would still be far stronger than being the sect leader of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Very good. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, and then he raised his voice. Remember, all of you, from today onwards, the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect is still Long Wei. I, Jia Hong, am the supreme elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Along with the black-clothed middle-aged man's voice. Supreme Elder! Supreme Elder! Chapter 726. Good. Ha! Jia Hong laughed heartily as he gazed at the group of disciples before him. It had been over 1,000 years. He'd finally awakened from the fire breath rock. Ancestor, may I know your current cultivation? After a short moment, Long Wei looked at Jia Hong and asked with slight anticipation. With my current cultivation, it's sufficient to lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to occupy a place in the Dark Han dynasty. Jia Hong's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Dark Han dynasty? Long Wei's face flushed red with excitement when he heard Jia Hong, whereas Lu Yuan, Shui Rui, and the other demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and the surrounding demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were extremely excited as well. From the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Dark Han dynasty, directly passing through the Darkstone Empire, the demonic Lotus Blade sect could be said to have soared into the sky. Of course, they knew clearly in their hearts that the reason the demonic Lotus Blade sect's future was so bright was all because of the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before them. When a man achieves the Tao, even his friends and family can ascend to the heavens. Nothing could surpass this. Those people above are members of our demonic Lotus Blade sect as well? Suddenly, Jia Hong frowned and slightly raised his head to look up into the sky. Early on when he'd just left the Fire Breath Rock, he'd noticed the group of people in the sky, but he didn't know the background of these people at that time, so he didn't pay attention to them. Later on, under the demonic Lotus Blade sect's Long Wei, everyone bowed before him, yet that group of people remained indifferent, and it allowed him to realize that this group of people ought to not be members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Along with Jia Hong speaking, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples including Long Wei, Lu Yuan, and Shui Rui raised their heads to look up. With a single glance, they saw the group of people standing in the sky. If it wasn't for Jia Hong's reminder, they wouldn't have noticed. We've been noticed. High above in the sky, Missouri Yu frowned and glanced at Jia Hong with slight fear. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but ask. Senior brother, is this Jia Hong really the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect? Obviously, Mo had heard what the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, said to Jia Hong earlier, and he knew of the sequence of events that led to the three great sects merging and joining forces to annihilate the Mountain Split sect and Seven Star Sword sect. This made him angry and anxious. If he had enough strength, he would have slaughtered the group of people below long ago. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Fire Breath Rock was originally a type of miraculous object, and the person that slumbers within it is indeed able to experience 1,000 years without dying. So, this Jia Hong is most probably the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Gulp. Hearing Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Mo swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Then his cultivation, it's you. Before Mo finished speaking, he was already interrupted by someone. With the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, in the lead, all the higher-ups soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they'd arrived at the sky above Duan Lingtian's group and surrounded Duan Lingtian's group. Many demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples at the void prying stage and above soared into the sky one by one, and they surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others. Xianxia, and you, this damnable rock. Long Wei's gaze descended onto Xianxia and the rock at the first possible moment, and his eyes flickered with a ferocious light. Since all of you have come today, then don't think of leaving. Duan Lingen, I never expected that you would come as well. You escaped 5 years ago, don't think of escaping again today. Lu Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and revealed a mad smile, as if Duan Lingtian was already a fish on his chopping board. Today, even if the rock is here, all of you won't be able to escape. Shui Rui's face was filled with confidence towards their demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor. Escape? Duan Lingtian started laughing and he glanced indifferently at Lu Yuan, then he looked at Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the surrounding figures that seemed familiar to him. These people had all participated in the annihilation of the Seven Star Sword sect. All of you really think highly of yourselves? Would I need to flee from all of you good-for-nothings? As he laughed in the end, The brilliant smile on Duan Lingtian's face transformed into a cold smile, and he wantonly ridiculed all the higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. You dare be disrespectful to the 3 sect leaders and elders? I'll kill you. Right when the expressions of Long Wei and the others sank, a demonic Lotus Blade sect elder flashed out to abruptly pounce towards Duan Lingtian, and a spirit saber appeared out of thin air in his hand as a saber light bloomed out. When this demonic Lotus Blade sect elder made a move, an ancient horned dragon silhouette first appeared above him, and then a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 7th level of the Void Prying stage. Half-step advanced saber force. And there was also a low-grade spirit weapon that was like trash in the eyes of Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder had arrived before Duan Lingtian, and the saber light in his hand whistled out to envelop Duan Lingtian as he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike. The speed of this demonic Lotus Blade sect elder could be considered to be extremely swift in the eyes of all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, but in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, it was pitifully slow. When the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder was within reach, Duan Lingtian indifferently spat out 2 words, and then he abruptly raised his hand. He didn't even utilize his spirit weapon or concept as he slashed out with his palm, and his origin energy skyrocketed as it moved to intercept the spirit saber in the elder's hand. Bang! Duan Lingtian's palm saber easily blasted the spirit saber in the elder's hand flying, and it didn't lose momentum as it descended towards the elder's head, directly shattering it. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him hadn't condensed into form from the beginning until the end. A gust of cold wind blew by, causing the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples to feel their hearts go cold. The head of the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder that attacked Duan Lingtian split open, causing fresh blood to spray out as he fell down. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground and emitted an enormous bang. Silence. The originally clamorous gorge instantly became deathly silent. After a short moment, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the gorge reacted to what had happened, and their faces went grim. Who is it? Actually daring to kill someone in our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Moreover, the person he killed was an elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. No matter who it is, they're dead for sure today. Exactly. Not to mention our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor has already emerged today. Even if it was normal times, no one would dare be so presumptuous in our demonic Lotus Blade sect. That Grand Rock seems to be the sect guarding demon beast of the 7-star sword sect. In the past, many of our senior brothers died at its hands. It won't be able to escape today. Perhaps the sect leader's speed is inferior to it, but if the ancestor wants to kill it, it's as simple as cutting grass. Of course. The Supreme Elder is an existence that's able to lead our demonic Lotus Blade sect to occupy a place in the Darkhan dynasty. The Supreme Elder is at least an expert at the Void Interpretation stage. Moreover, the Supreme Elder might not be an ordinary first-level Void Interpretation stage expert. Void Interpretation stage. According to my knowledge, even in the Darkstone Empire, only the Imperial family possesses a single Void Interpretation stage expert, and he's the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. Perhaps, our ancestor is even stronger than the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples discussed animatedly. As they spoke, their confidence increased greatly, and they were filled with confidence towards their demonic Lotus Blade sect's Supreme Elder. At this moment, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that surrounded Duan Lingtian's group in the sky had recovered from their shock. This Duan Lingtian's natural talent is monstrous as expected. 5 years ago, when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, he was only a nascent soul stage martial artist. 5 years later, he's actually able to kill a 7th-level Void Prying stage elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Fortunately, he's come now. Otherwise, after another 10 or 20 years, our demonic Lotus Blade sect might not be able to endure his rage. I don't think so. So long as our demonic Lotus Blade sect has the Supreme Elder, then even if we give this Duan Lingtian another 20 years, he might not be able to do anything to our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Then what about after another 30, 40, or even 50 years? Compared to the Supreme Elder, he's much younger after all. That's true. But since he's come today, then he'll surely die for sure. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples at the void-prying stage and above that surrounded Duan Lingtian's group couldn't help but whisper in discussion. They looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes as if they were looking at a dead person. Duan Lingtian. Long Wei's gaze stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Needless to say, your current strength has caused me to be extremely surprised. The #1 genius in the history of the Seven-Star Sword sect, the young expert that suppressed the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, you fully deserve the title. Sect Leader Long, you're too kind. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. If I was you, I would continue to endure. Perhaps you'll be able to take revenge for the Seven-Star Sword sect after another few tens of years. But unfortunately, you chose to make an appearance now. Today, even if this rock is present, it's impossible for you to escape. Slight ridicule appeared on Long Wei's face. All of you really know how to choose the time. You didn't come earlier or later, and just happened to choose the moment our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor emerged into the world. With the Supreme Elder present, this rock of your Seven-Star Sword sect can dream of taking advantage of us in terms of speed. Lu Yuan sneered. All of you, is something wrong with your ears? Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he asked indifferently. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Didn't you hear me call all of you good-for-nothings earlier? Could it be that all of you think I only spoke in a moment of anger? Or perhaps, all of you think I only called all of you good-for-nothings and didn't include that 1,000-year-old freak? Duan Lingtian ridiculed. As he looked at the expressions of everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect that became even more gloomy, he felt extremely carefree. Duan Lingtian, do you really think you're invincible in the world just because you were able to kill a 7th-level void-prying stage elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect? If I, Lu Yuan, want to kill you, it would be even easier than stomping an ant to death. Lu Yuan's gloomy expression tensed up as a fierce light flickered within his eyes, and the origin energy on his body leaped up. In the next moment, he took a stride out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian. Lu Yuan's strength was completely not on the same level as the 7th-level void-prying stage elder from before. At practically the instant Lu Yuan took a stride out, he'd already arrived before Duan Lingtian. Bang! Chapter 727. Lu Yuan had merely slapped out with his palm against Duan Lingtian, and he didn't utilize any spirit weapon. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian wasn't worthy of him utilizing a spirit weapon. In next to no time, he realized that no matter if he utilized a spirit weapon or not, the outcome would be the same. When facing Lu Yuan's palm strike that was like a bolt of lightning and felt the piercingly cold palm wind that assaulted his face, Duan Lingtian didn't dodge, and with a raise of his hand, he pointed out with his finger. Tempest Finger. A strand of material origin energy shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and a strand of azure energy and violet energy coiled around it. It was precisely the 8th-level wind concept and 3rd-level lightning concept. Lu Yuan's palm strike slapped towards Duan Lingtian, and its speed couldn't be said to be slow. Swish. But unfortunately, the speed at which Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger was even swifter, and he didn't dodge and directly met Lu Yuan's palm strike head-on. Swish. When Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, the terrifying Tempest Finger whistled out and easily pierced through Lu Yuan's palm, and before Lu Yuan had the time to let out a shrill cry, it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it pierced into the space between Lu Yuan's brows. Instantly, a hideous and terrifying bloody hole appeared between Lu Yuan's brows, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood ceaselessly gushed out from it. Lu Yuan's body trembled for no reason, and his hand that was pierced through fell limply to the ground. He struggled to glance at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with a gaze of extreme terror. In the next moment his body was unable to hold on any longer, and he fell down. Bang! Lu Yuan crashed onto the ground without a trace of life. For a time, no matter if it was within the gorge or above the gorge, it fell into deathly silence. Sect leader Lu was killed? Oh my God! Who on earth is this person? He seemed to have only used a single strike to kill sect leader Lu. The distance is too far, and I'm utterly unable to see the appearance of the person that attacked clearly. Alas! If only I possessed a cultivation at the void prying stage or above. Now, I can only stand here and look from afar, and I'm unable to see anything. It's truly depressing. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that stood in the valley were in an uproar once again. Most of them were shocked. Lu Yuan was the vice sect leader of their demonic Lotus Blade sect, and his cultivation was at the 6th level of the void initiation stage. However, such an existence was killed in a single exchange. High up in the sky, the group of people led by the demonic Lotus Blade sect's master, Long Wei, were completely dumbstruck. They looked down at Lu Yuan's corpse from afar and then couldn't help but look up at the purple-clothed youth in the distance. For a moment, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Yuan in one move? If they hadn't seen the scene with their own eyes, who among them would dare to believe that what had just happened was real? Now, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian would be so confident from the beginning until the end. It turned out that he already possessed a strength at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. When Duan Lingtian made his move, the heaven and earth phenomenon had yet to fully materialize. But they were practically able to confirm that Duan Lingtian was absolutely in existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. If he wasn't in existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, would he be able to kill Lu Yuan, who was at the 6th level of the void initiation stage, in a single exchange? The next one. Is it you, or is it you? Or perhaps it's all of you. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past Long Wei, then descended onto Shui before looking at the guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect in the end. These few old fellows were existences at the 6th level of the void initiation stage. 5 years ago, when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, Long Wei, Shui, and these few old fellows were precisely the culprits. It could be said that practically all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect had died at their hands. Of course, there was also Zhao Ming and Tang Hua. But those two people were still trapped within the Darkstone Empire's inscription formation at this moment, and it was impossible for them to escape in a short period of time. Long Wei, Shui, and the few guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect looked at each other with livid expressions when they heard this, yet none of them dared reply. What a joke! Even Lu Yuan was killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move. Even if there was someone amongst them whose strength was stronger than Lu Yuan, it wouldn't be much stronger. They could be sure that if they dared attack, it would surely be the outcome of certain death. So, they didn't dare make any movements. Long Wei and the others looked at Duan Lingtian with extremely complicated gazes. 5 years ago, when they led the way to the 7-star sword sect and annihilated the 7-star sword sect, this Duan Lingtian was only a nascent soul-stage martial artist, and he was like an ant in their eyes that couldn't withstand a single blow. 5 years later, when they saw this Duan Lingtian once again and personally witnessed Duan Lingtian killing a 7th-level void prying stage elder of their demonic Lotus Blade sect in a single move, they couldn't help but be shocked. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's improvement in these past 5 years. Subsequently, Lu Yuan made a move against Duan Lingtian, and he was killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move. At that moment, they had the feeling as if they were dreaming. But their strained nerves were telling them at all times that they weren't dreaming, and all of this was real. The other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect and the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others couldn't help but retreat slightly at this moment, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. Especially the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. Earlier, they were still whispering in discussion, and felt that in another 10 or 20 years, so long as their demonic Lotus Blade sect had their ancestor, It would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to do anything to their demonic Lotus Blade sect. But now that they'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they didn't dare think like this. What a joke! A young expert that was capable of breaking through from the nascent soul stage to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in a short 5 years of time. If he was given another 10 or 20 years of time, they wouldn't find it strange even if he was able to break through to the void transformation stage. Qin Xiang and Mou stood behind Duan Lingtian, and they couldn't help but reveal a delighted smile. At this moment, they felt elated. Even if it was the grand rock that was circling in the air now, when its sharp eyes looked at Duan Lingtian, it couldn't help but reveal slight gratification. It suddenly felt that the group of experts from the 7-Star Sword sect that risked their lives to help it send Duan Lingtian out 5 years ago was extremely wise. It was precisely because of this that it allowed Duan Lingtian to live. 5 years. In a mere 5 years of time, the young man from all those years ago already possessed the strength to take revenge for the 7-Star Sword sect, and it was a formidable strength that even the Grand Rock had to look up to. If it was said who amongst the people present was comparatively calm, then it was none other than Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong that stood in the sky at the side. They'd only followed Duan Lingtian to join in the fun. Of course, if Duan Lingtian encountered something he was unable to deal with, they wouldn't stand idly by. Duan Lingtian, even though we're standing on opposite sides, I have to admit that you're indeed a rare genius in the martial Dao. In a mere 5 years of time, you transformed from a nascent soul stage martial artist into an expert at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. Your natural talent is sufficient to look down upon the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. Long Wei looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. Your Azure Forest Trisect. Oh no, I almost forgot. Your Azure Forest Trisect isn't called the Azure Forest Trisect anymore. Your demonic Lotus Blade sect is absolutely irreconcilable with me. Don't think that you'll be able to make me stop just by praising me. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Long Wei as he spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian, Shui Rui said with a low voice. We admit that your strength is extremely strong, and it's even stronger than all of us. If it was before today, our demonic Lotus Blade sect might have been annihilated at your hands. But today, our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor has made an appearance, so even if you've already broken through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage, you'll still die for sure. Perhaps it was because of Shui Rui's words, but in the blink of an eye, the black-clothed middle-aged man that sat cross-legged on the lotus seat at a low altitude had vanished along with the lotus seat. When he appeared once more, he'd already appeared before Long Wei, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. You broke through from a nascent soul stage martial artist to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in 5 years? There was no lack of a questioning tone in Jia Hong's words. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Jia Hong, and he shrugged with slight disinterest. Old fellow, don't use this tone to speak to me. I'm not a disciple of your demonic Lotus Blade sect. Presumptuous. Duan Lingtian, you actually dare be disrespectful to the supreme elder of my demonic Lotus Blade sect. Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the other guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect went grim as they berated furiously. Presumptuous? Disrespectful? Duan Lingtian ridiculed with disdain. I was presumptuous and disrespectful to him. So what? Could it be that all of you want to make a move against me? You. The expressions of Long Wei and the others were extremely unsightly when they were ridiculed by Duan Lingtian like this, yet they just happened to not dare reply or make a move. If you don't dare make a move, then watch your mouths. A group of trash. Duan Lingtian sneered as he trampled on the dignity of Long Wei and the others. The expressions of Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the other guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect went grim. When had they suffered such humiliation? However, even if they were humiliated like this by Duan Lingtian, they just happened to be able to endure it and not dare flare up. To them, Duan Lingtian's strength was too strong, and it was far from something they could go against. Once they made a move, their end would absolutely be no different than Lu Yuan. Ha! Right when Long Wei and the others wanted to ask Jia Hong, the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect and the current supreme elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, to make a move, Jia Hong suddenly started laughing loudly instead. Duan Lingtian frowned. This old fellow from the demonic Lotus Blade sect wouldn't have gone mad, right? Little fellow. Jia Hong looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and said slowly, I heard Long Wei say earlier that you only spent 5 years of time to break through from the nascent soul stage to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Needless to say, you're a genius that can be nurtured. Duan Lingtian still paid no attention to Jia Hong when he heard him, and his eyes stared fixedly at Long Wei and the others as cold lights flickered within his eyes and killing intent was revealed. Duan Lingtian's killing intent caused the expressions of Long Wei and the others to become extremely unsightly, and all of them felt their scalps go numb. Little fellow, the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, and it can only be said that the 7-star sword sect was useless and didn't have the qualifications to become your sect. How about you take me as your master? Chapter 728. Duan Lingtian's expression finally sank. But Jia Hong seemed as if he didn't notice it. So long as you take me as your master, then so long as you're willing, I can even make you become the new sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Otherwise, you can become an enforcement elder that stands above the sect leader and is only beneath me. How about it? Supreme Elder, he just killed Vice Sect Leader Lu, and he's an enemy of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Jia Hong's words caused a guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect to be anxious, and he looked at Jia Hong with a furious expression. But in the next moment, the expression of this guardian elder instantly became exceedingly ghastly pale, and his hands held tightly onto his throat as the blood that sprayed out from his throat dyed his hands red. The guardian elder's gaze flickered, and at the moment of death, he looked at Jia Hong with an unwilling expression before his aura vanished completely as his entire body fell down. Bang! The corpse emitted an enormous bang as it fell to the ground. For a time, another corpse had appeared at the center of the gorge. So swift. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his eyes revealed slight fear. He actually didn't see clearly how Jia Hong attacked, and he only heard an extremely fine and fleeting howl of the wind. At the instant the howl of the wind vanished, the guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had been killed. Is there anyone that questions my words? Jia Hong's piercingly cold gaze flashed past Long Wei and the others. Instantly, Long Wei and the others went silent. Even though there were many people in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, but at this moment, no one dared say anything. They were able to discern. The Supreme Elder had taken a fancy to Duan Lingtian's peerlessly monstrous natural talent, and wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple to inherit his mantle. When he saw Jia Hong looking over once more, Duan Lingtian grunted with disdain in a low voice. Old fellow, with my strength, suppressing these people is extremely easy. Why would I need to borrow your influence? Jia Hong wasn't enraged when facing Duan Lingtian's disdain, and he nodded instead. You're right. But you've forgotten something. If you don't agree to take me as your master today, then you'll die for sure. You won't have the chance to deal with them or even destroy my demonic Lotus Blade sect. At this point, the smile on Jia Hong's face disappeared and was replaced by a layer of frost. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you kneel down and acknowledge me as your master, or die. Jia Hong's voice was like a thunderclap that suddenly exploded out in the sky above the gorge, and it caused all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples present to be unable to refrain from shuddering with fear. They knew that the Grand Elder was angry. The eyes of Long Wei, Shui Rei, and the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect flickered. In their hearts, they did not wish for Duan Lingtian to give in. If the Duan Lingtian gave in, it would mean that there would be a brat pressing down on their heads in the future. This was something they were unwilling to accept. Of course, if Duan Lingtian really gave in, they couldn't do anything even if they didn't want to accept it. Presently, the true person in charge of the demonic Lotus Blade sect was this newly ascended Supreme Elder, and not them. When faced with Jia Hong's threat, Duan Lingtian didn't have any reaction, yet the expressions of Xianxia and Mou had already gone pale. At this moment, the vast and overbearing aura that stretched out from Jia Hong's body swept over, and for a time, it caused them to feel extremely suffocated. Martial Ant Xianxia, is senior brother really confident in his ability to deal with this old freak? Mou was slightly terrified in his heart when facing Jia Hong, and he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Xianxia. Probably, Xianxia spoke with slight uncertainty. Swish! The rock circled above the heads of Duan Lingtian and the others, and its wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky spread out to give rise to a surging wave of air that caused everyone to be alarmed. Its pair of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Jia Hong, and so long as Jia Hong dared make a move against Duan Lingtian, it would pounce over without the slightest hesitation. Even if it knew that it was far from being a match for Jia Hong, it would still risk its life to protect Duan Lingtian. It was willing to use its corpse to pave a path to the afterlife for Duan Lingtian. I'm truly sorry. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change when facing Jia Hong's threat, and from the beginning until the end, he had a carefree expression as if everything before him wasn't related to him in the slightest. I don't want to choose either of the two choices you gave me. Don't want to choose? Duan Lingtian's words clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. Duan Lingtian, our Supreme Elder thinks highly of you and took you as a disciple. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Instantly, many members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that surrounded the surroundings berated Duan Lingtian successively. At the same time that Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the other guardian elders berated Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but feel slightly fortunate in their hearts. They felt fortunate that Duan Lingtian didn't agree. Unknowingly, a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. They were able to sense the rage that ceaselessly rose on the Supreme Elder's body. The origin energy on Jia Hong, who sat cross-legged on the lotus seat that floated nearby Duan Lingtian, gradually surfaced before raging and leaping about. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above him as numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and condensed into form before coiling down. 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes was still ceaselessly rising. Third level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Fourth level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Fifth level of the Void Interpretation Stage. It's still rising. Xianxia's expression became more and more unsightly. The nearby Mou's body trembled as his pupils constricted, and only a single thought remained in his heart. It's over, even though he was mentally prepared since long ago. But never had he imagined that the strength of this 1,000-year-old freak of the demonic Lotus Blade sect would actually be so terrifying. Finally, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Jia Hong stopped increasing. Meanwhile, 100 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes clearly appeared before the eyes of everyone present, and it gave them a visual shock. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. 7th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Long Wei couldn't help but gasp. No wonder the Supreme Elder said he's able to lead our demonic Lotus Blade sect to occupy a place in the Dark Han Dynasty. With the Supreme Elder's current strength, even if it's in the Dark Han Dynasty, there's probably not many people that are a match for him. Shui Rui was extremely excited, and his body lightly trembled as he slightly lost his composure. Supreme Elder! Supreme Elder! At the same time, no matter if it was the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that stood in midair or the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that stood in the gorge below, all of them couldn't help but seethe with excitement. They were naturally clearly aware of what 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes meant. 7th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Their Supreme Elder was actually a formidable existence at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Everyone was excited. Little fellow, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really unwilling to take me as your master? Jia Hong, who had 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above him, stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning, and he seemed as if he would directly annihilate Duan Lingtian at the slightest disagreement. "Old fellow, do you think I'll be afraid of you and even directly take you as my master just because you revealed a strength at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage?" Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when facing Jia Hong, who revealed a cultivation at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, and he mocked. "Since it's like this, then go die." Jia Hong's patience was completely exhausted, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. He shouted out explosively, and with a raise of his hand, his sleeve fluttered, causing the whistling of the wind to deafen. In practically an instant, with the place Jia Hong raised his hand as the center, waves of terrifying violent winds swept out towards the surroundings, and it blew some of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples with low cultivations to the point they retreated successively. Whoosh! Jia Hong's palm seemed to be slow, yet it was actually swift, and in an instant, it was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian's chest. So long as he continued forward, then Duan Lingtian would die for sure. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. A shrill cry sounded out of thin air, and it caused the smiles that had just appeared on the faces of Long Wei and the other members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect to instantly freeze. Originally, they were already able to foresee the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed. But right at the moment when Duan Lingtian was about to die, they instead saw to their astonishment. At this moment, the hand that their demonic Lotus Blade sect's supreme elder, the ancestor that established the demonic Lotus Blade sect 1,000 years ago, used to strike out at Duan Lingtian had been severed at the shoulder, and the severed arm was carried along by inertia to vanish in the blink of an eye. There wasn't a single person at the place Duan Lingtian stood earlier. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had suddenly soared into the sky, whereas a fiery red figure had appeared by his side. This was a middle-aged man with a cold and dignified appearance, and his sharp eyes seemed as if they looked down upon the heavens and the earth. He stood with his hands behind his back, and he brought a strong oppressive feeling to others. "Who are you?" After Jia Hong stopped the blood that sprayed out from the gap of his severed arm, he looked at the middle-aged man in fiery red clothes with a slightly ghastly pale expression, and he asked with slight terror. Earlier, it was precisely this person that severed his arm. This person didn't utilize any spirit weapon when making a move, and only purely condensed into form a sword with origin energy, and before he could react, the person had easily severed his arm. Even though this person's move was short-lived, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth wasn't able to condense into form in the sky. But he could be 100% sure. The strength of the red-clothed middle-aged man before him far surpassed him. Meanwhile, the gazes of everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect descended onto the red-clothed middle-aged man. They'd noticed this red-clothed middle-aged man since long ago, and he'd always been standing nearby behind Duan Lingtian, and he stood together with another red-clothed woman and a gray-clothed old man. Originally, they only thought that these people were the surviving members of the Seven-Star Sword sect. But now, they realized that they'd guessed wrongly, ridiculously wrongly. Would a surviving member of the Seven-Star Sword sect possess the ability to sever the arm of their demonic Lotus Blade sect's supreme elder, a dignified 7th-level void interpretation stage expert? If the Seven-Star Sword sect possessed such an expert, then how could the Seven-Star Sword sect allow them to annihilate the sect? Senior, this is the enmity between us and the Seven-Star Sword sect. I hope Senior doesn't interfere. If Senior has any needs, then our demonic Lotus Blade sect is willing to spare no effort to guarantee Senior's satisfaction. As the leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Long Wei was a shrewd person, and he clearly saw the fear that suffused Jia Hong's eyes when he looked at the red-clothed middle-aged man. Chapter 729. But unfortunately, the red-clothed young man seemed as if he utterly didn't hear what Jia Hong and Long Wei said, and he said indifferently, "Kid Lingtian, do you want me to cripple his cultivation and you kill him yourself? Or do you want me to help you directly end him?" The red-clothed young man was precisely Feng Wudao. He was also the eldest master of the Dark Han dynasty's Feng clan, the #1 expert of the Feng clan that surpassed the two great ancestors of the Feng clan. Feng Wudao's tone was calm, and it was as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. Jia Hong's face went completely pale when he heard Feng Wudao. On the other hand, the pupils of Long Wei and the others constricted instantly. Who exactly was this red-clothed middle-aged man? He actually seemed as if he utterly didn't take the 7th-level Void Interpretation Stage Supreme Elder of their demonic Lotus Blade sect seriously. He wasn't present when the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated that day. Uncle Feng, I'll be in trouble. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Jia Hong as he spoke slowly. Yes. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't make a direct choice, his words had obviously indirectly made a choice, and Feng Wudao was able to discern the meaning behind it. Jia Hong's face went grim when he saw Feng Wudao nodding, and he instantly stood up from the lotus seat. Bang! Jia Hong raised his leg as his origin energy skyrocketed, and his boundless fire concept followed him like a shadow, causing his origin energy to seem as if it had transformed into a ball of flames that fiercely smashed onto the lotus seat. Instantly, the lotus seat condensed from origin energy and fire concept shattered and transformed into nothingness. Swoosh! Jia Hong relied on this force to shoot towards the distance like a bolt of lightning, and he obviously wanted to flee. The scene before their eyes only occurred in the blink of an eye, and the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect members, including Long Wei, didn't even have the time to react. Swish! The brief whistling of the sword clearly entered the ears of the martial practitioners who were at the ascension stage and above and had extremely good hearing, whereas the martial artists below the void initiation stage instead seemed as if they didn't hear anything, and subsequently, they saw a figure in the distance stop before splitting into two. It was the fleeing Jia Hong that was split into two from top to bottom, and his severed corpse accompanied the dazzling and resplendent fresh blood that covered the sky as it crashed to the ground. Silence. No matter if it was the sky or the ground, the entire gorge was deathly silent. Ancestor, Supreme Elder, everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect stared blankly at the remains on the ground in the distance at the same time, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Firstly, they did not believe that the ancestor would flee and abandon them in the face of battle in order to survive. Secondly, they did not believe that the Grand Supreme Elder, who was high and mighty in their eyes, would be killed so easily. However, the clear scenes in front of them constantly impacted their tensed nerves, telling them that all of this was real. I'll leave the rest to you. Feng Wudao nodded to Duan Lingtian before vanishing on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already returned to the side of Feng Tianwu and Elder Kong. From the beginning until the end, Feng Wudao's face was tranquil as if killing a 7th-level Void Interpretation Stage expert was nothing to him. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he revealed a mad smile as he pounced towards the higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that were led by Long Wei like a tiger that had entered a pack of wolves. Sword Drawing Arts. The violet-colored sword light that appeared briefly flashed past Shuirui's throat with ease, and the former sect leader of the Snow Moon sect had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian just like this. Collecting debts has only just begun. Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand as fresh blood ceaselessly dripped from it, and he muttered silently in his heart. Shuirui's death was like a fuse that caused Long Wei and the others to instantly awaken. Since it's impossible to flee, then let's join forces and kill him. Long Wei glanced at the distant Feng Wudao with fear, and then he shouted out explosively to call out to the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. But when they were just about to make a move against Duan Lingtian, they inadvertently saw the 30-plus ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and all of them were completely dumbstruck. The strongest amongst them only possessed the strength of over 10 ancient horned dragons after utilizing all his ability, and it was even to the extent that not a single one of them possessed the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. He isn't at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. He's at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. A demonic Lotus Blade sect elder couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. Besides that, The spirit sword in his hand is a grade 3 spirit weapon. The two concepts he's comprehended are an entire strength of 12 ancient horned dragons when added together. This demonic Lotus Blade sect elder's gaze had always been on Duan Lingtian, and the process of the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensing into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian was clearly seen by him. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. This demonic Lotus Blade sect elder's words caused the expressions of all the higher-ups including Long Wei to go grim, and they all stopped moving and didn't dare take another step forward. If Duan Lingtian was only at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage, then perhaps all of them would be able to slightly deal with him if they joined forces. But a 9th level Void Initiation Stage expert wasn't someone they could deal with. Duan Lingen, I'm willing to join your 7-star sword sect, and work myself to the bone for the 7-star sword sect in the future. Suddenly, a guardian elder stood out and spoke to Duan Lingtian in panic. Instantly, the expressions of many higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect including Long Wei went grim, and they all glared angrily at this guardian elder. Swish! A sword light that appeared briefly in appearance easily pierced through the throat of this guardian elder. When the guardian elder stretched out his hand to grab tightly onto his throat, a violet-colored figure appeared before him like a shadow, and it was precisely Duan Lingen. This guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect stared blankly at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered and puzzled expression, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. As far as he was concerned, he'd already surrendered and was willing to join the 7-star sword sect. Logically speaking, Duan Lingtian shouldn't kill him, and he should instead welcome him into the 7-star sword sect. He believed that the 7-star sword sect surely required an expert to hold down the fort now, and it was precisely because of this that he chose to bear infamy and join the 7-star sword sect before making a choice between life and death. But who knew that Duan Lingtian seemed to utterly disdain him joining the 7-star sword sect, and directly killed him. I won't allow someone whose hands are tainted with the blood of my 7-star sword sect disciples to remain in this world. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian moved once more. Whirlwind. His entire body vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more he was already within the crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups. His hand raised and his sword descended, and every single sword strike that flashed out would kill a demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-up. We'll die no matter what, everyone fight him to the death. Kill. All the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that had participated in annihilating the 7-star sword sect that day charged towards Duan Lingtian like madmen. Not resisting was death, resisting was death as well. They chose to resist. But before Duan Lingtian, they didn't have the slightest strength to fight back, and they died one by one under Duan Lingtian's sword. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's eyes went red from killing. Sect leader, do you see this? I'll make the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect repay us 100-fold right now. The figure of the 7-star sword sects Linghu Jinhong flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. Even though he didn't have much interaction with Linghu Jinhong. But the various support and importance Linghu Jinhong gave him instead caused him to be extremely moved. As the saying goes, a woman dresses up for her lover, a man dies for his lover. Linghu Jinhong was his intimate friend. Swish! The violet-colored sword light that appeared briefly like a cactus pierced through the chest of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, and directly killed him. As soon as Long Wei died, many people lost their will to battle and fled successively. Meanwhile, the Rock and Xianxia had joined the battle, and they killed all the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples that were fleeing for their lives and had lost their will to battle. Under the situation where Duan Lingtian suppressed all the 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, a man and a bird slaughtered their way into the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect members as if they were entering an uninhabited land. Peak Master Zheng Fan, if you're watching from the heavens, watch me take revenge for you. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out and killed a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage Guardian Elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Elder Bai, your little Fei's master? Yet I didn't protect you well. I really don't know how to speak to little Fei when I see her in the future. The figure of a beautiful woman appeared within Duan Lingtian's mind, and his eyes revealed a wisp of sorrow as he killed another 6th-level Void Initiation Stage Guardian Elder of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect. Senior Sisters Wuqing, and all of you, many familiar figures flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. In the past, these people were all alive and standing in front of him. However, 5 years ago, they were all killed by these people in front of him. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura, and besides slaughter, there was nothing else in his world. It wasn't long before all the 4th-level Void Initiation Stage higher-ups of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect had died. Duan Lingtian didn't stop because of this, and the sword in his hand aimed towards the other higher-ups and disciples of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect before flashing out mercilessly. Shrill cries rose and fell without end. No! Spare me! Spare me! Duan Lingnan, I'm willing to be your slave, let me go! Let me go! Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, all the higher-ups and disciples of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect didn't have the slightest will to fight, and they fled in all directions, and at the same time, they didn't forget to beg for mercy. But Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Suddenly, the violet clothes on Duan Lingtian's body were dyed red with blood, and he seemed to have become a man of blood. Of course, not a single drop of blood on his body was his. Brother Duan's killing intent is too strong. Elder Kong looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that was dyed red with blood from afar, and he frowned. If this goes on, it's not a good thing. It's very likely that he'll suffer chi deviation. He needs to vent now. It's useless even if we stop him. I only hope he'll be able to stick to his heart. Feng Wudao sighed. Elder Brother Duan, I'll help you. A wisp of worry appeared on Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face when she heard the conversation between Elder Kong and Duan Lingtian, and she flew out to help Duan Lingtian kill. She'd made a move for no other reason than to allow Duan Lingtian to reduce his killing intent and not fall into the path of evil. Chapter 730. Blood flowed into rivers in the entire gorge. The setting sun was like blood, and it set off the gorge that was dyed red with blood, and it seemed as if only a single color remained in the entire world, a dazzling and resplendent scarlet red. Suddenly, the sounds of battle and shrill cries had already vanished. Within the gorge, the group of Demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples stood there, and all of them looked at the 4 figures that were like gods of death in the sky with terror, and their legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, causing them to be unable to move in the slightest. They didn't dare flee, because they knew that they were unable to flee. Perhaps, they would still have a chance to escape death by standing here. The wind blew by, and the extremely dense smell of blood pierced into their noses, causing their countenances to go ghastly pale as their bodies shivered. Suddenly, a figure descended from high above in the sky. This was a young man whose clothes were completely dyed red with blood, and the sword in his hand was still ceaselessly dripping with blood, causing him to seem like a peerless god of death. The expressions of all the Demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went grim when they saw the blood-red clothed young man approaching. It was precisely this person that had completely slaughtered the 3 great sect leaders of their Demonic Lotus Blade sect, and there were even a few other 6th-level Void Initiation Stage Guardian Elders that had died successively at his hands. The other elders and those senior disciples had all died at the hands of him and the companions by his side. Duan Lingtian stood at a low altitude above the gorge, and he looked down at the remaining disciples of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect. Behind him, Feng Tianwu and Qin Xiang followed like shadows, whereas the Grand Rock even followed by his side and ceaselessly flapped its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky, and its sharp eyes stared at the remaining Demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. 5 years ago, before the Azure Forest Trisect annihilated my 7-star sword sect, all the disciples of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect stand out. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and his tone seemed to be calm, yet it actually concealed killing intent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of many people instantly went grim. These people were already disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect 5 years ago, and a portion of them had even participated in the battle that annihilated the 7-Star Sword sect. Now, they were naturally able to guess what Duan Lingtian had in mind when he asked them to leave. So, no one dared leave. 10 breaths. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Duan Lingtian continued, after 10 breaths, if no one comes out, all of you will die. When these calm words entered into the ears of the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, it was like the sound of death, and it caused their expressions to go grim. For a time, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were in chaos. I know you were already a disciple of the Snow Moon sect long before the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated. Quickly leave, don't implicate us. A disciple that entered the Azure Forest Trisect later pointed at another person by his side. Immediately, this person aroused the anger of the crowd. Get out! Get out of here! For a moment, this person became the target of public criticism. In the end, he could only walk out of the crowd with a sad face and stand outside alone. 7 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian continued. I remember you too. You were a disciple of the Guiyuan sect 5 years ago. Get out. You get out. For years ago, when I just arrived, you were still bragging about how many 7-Star Sword sect disciples you'd killed. In next to no time, almost 100 people were pushed out from the crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. The expressions of the almost 100 people that were pushed out were ghastly pale to the extreme, and they stood outside alone with shivering bodies, as if they'd already guessed their end. 10 breaths of time is up. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the almost 100 people that were pushed out, and killing intent that shot into the skies swept out from his body to envelop them. Instantly, the expressions of the almost 100 people that were pushed out went grim. Duanling, don't kill me. Even though I've been a disciple of the Snow Moon sect since long ago, I didn't follow the sect to annihilate your 7-Star Sword sect that time. Me too. I've utterly never been to the 7-Star Sword sect. Spare me. More than half of the almost 100 people that were pushed out spoke with aggrieved and flustered expressions. But Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them. At this moment, he would rather kill the wrong person than let them off. Otherwise, he'd let down the numerous souls of the 7-Star Sword sect. Mou, who'd always been watching the show from the side, had descended to Duan Lingtian's side at this moment. Senior brother, leave them to me. Okay. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse Mou's volunteer. Go on. He knew clearly in his heart that Mou was unable to restrain himself since long ago. Earlier, when he made a move against all the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples at the void prying stage or above, he'd once used a voice transmission to stop Mou from making a move, because he didn't allow any mishaps to befall Mou. Mou was the future hope of the 7-Star Sword sect. Now, the almost 100 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples before him were all martial artists that hadn't even stepped into the void prying stage, and they were unable to pose the slightest threat to Mou. It was time for Mou to vent his anger. Mou's gaze lit up when he obtained Duan Lingtian's agreement, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand as he flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a shooting star that descended towards the few tens of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. 7-Star Sword Technique. Mou attacked and directly executed the 7-Star Sword sect's ultimate sword skill, and 7 material sword lights whistled out to kill 7 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the blink of an eye. As the closed-door disciple of the former 7-Star Sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and coupled with Duan Lingtian having no intention to take the position of sect leader of the 7-Star Sword sect, Mou had long since been taken by Linghu Jinhong to be fostered as the next sect leader of the 7-Star Sword sect. When Linghu Jinhong passed down the minor 7-Star Sword technique to Mou that day, he'd already passed the 7-Star Sword technique to Mou. You didn't disappoint Linghu Jinhong's high hopes, and during these past few years, under the guidance of Xianxia, he'd smoothly cultivated the 7-star sword technique to the mastery stage. Swish, 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 swish. Along with Mou attacking, the 7 sword lights that flashed out in groups seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the god of death, and every single sword light was capable of reaping the life of a demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples either fought desperately with Mou or fled for their lives. But in the end, they were unable to escape the same ending. After a short moment, the almost 100 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that were originally still alive had all fallen, and blood flowed into rivers. Thump. Under the gazes of everyone present, Mou knelt on the ground that was dyed red with blood, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed freely from his face as he looked up at the sky in the west and said in a loud voice, "Master, did you see that? I've taken revenge for you, for all the peak masters and elders, for all my senior brothers and junior sisters. All of you can rest in peace in the netherworld." After he finished speaking, Mou kowtowed 3 times before standing up once more. "The remaining people, all of you swear with your blood. If all of you joined the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Snow Moon sect, or Origin Convergence sect 5 years ago, then all of you will be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation." Duan Lingtian's fierce gaze descended onto the remaining group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples as he spoke with a low voice. Instantly, the expressions of many people in the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went grim. These people were all disciples that had joined the demonic Lotus Blade sect and the other 2 sects 5 years ago. They didn't take the initiative to leave earlier, whereas the surrounding demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples didn't know their background, so they'd escaped the calamity from before. They originally thought that they would be able to survive, yet never had they imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so vigilant and even make them swear with the 99 heavenly tribulation. Of course, there were also some people that held hope in their hearts and felt that swearing an oath wasn't a big deal. Even though the 99 heavenly tribulation was the publicly acknowledged oath tribulation in Cloud Continent, but to most people, the 99 heavenly tribulation was only an illusory legend. They didn't think that the oath tribulation was really capable of doing anything to them. Whereas these people quickly realized how childish their thoughts were. Along with numerous drops of fresh blood shooting into the sky, numerous oaths were spoken by the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, and waves of continuous thunderclaps resounded out in the horizon. The frequency of the thunderclaps was so swift that it was like setting off firecrackers. Along with all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples finishing speaking, balls of dark clouds converged over from the horizon, and they arrived in the sky above the gorge in a short moment before ceaselessly pressing down together. Violet-colored lightning ceaselessly roiled above the balls of dark clouds, and it seemed as if it was brewing something. The descent of the tribulation lightning. Many people are going to suffer misfortune. High above in the sky, Elder Kong couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he saw this scene. Brother Duan is really smart. He knows to use this method to determine if there are any remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that have escaped the net. Now, he doesn't even have to personally make a move against those that have escaped the net. The son-in-law of Ai, Feng Wudao, is naturally not an ordinary person. Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. His words seemed as if Duan Lingtian had already gotten married to Feng Tianwu and had already officially become his son-in-law. Bang, 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 bang. Numerous bolts of tribulation lightning that were thick as buckets tore through the sky and descended towards the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that had escaped the net, blasting them into ash and wiping away all the traces they left behind in this world. At the moment of death, these demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that were blasted to death only had a single thought left. The tribulation of oaths of legend is real. If anyone dared hold any hope before the tribulation of oaths, then they would die without a doubt. When they saw over 10 of their fellow disciples being blasted into ash in the blink of an eye, the expressions of the remaining group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went pale, and some with comparatively weaker mental fortitude even went limp on the ground and shivered. The scene from before was sufficient to become a nightmare for their entire lifetime. Over 10 bolts of tribulation lightning that were thick as buckets descended before them, and it blasted those people that were still alive by their side earlier into ash. The legend is true. Those that go against the tribulation of oaths will indeed be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Looks like we can't hold any hope before the tribulation of oaths. The remaining few hundred demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples whispered in discussion, and their words were filled with fear towards the tribulation of oaths. All of you, fuck off. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. Even though he'd killed many people earlier. But he'd killed people that deserved to be killed. Killing these few hundred demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples was as easy as flipping his hand to Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian didn't do this. These demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were Azure Forest Trisect disciples that didn't participate in the battle that annihilated the 7-star sword sect 5 years ago, and their crimes didn't deserve death. When Duan Lingtian had just finished speaking and the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hadn't recovered from their shock. Chapter 731. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that knelt on the ground and said indifferently, "My 7-star sword sect doesn't accept traitors. Both of you can betray the demonic Lotus Blade sect today. You can betray my 7-star sword sect in the future as well." Lord Duan Lingtian. Right when Duan Lingtian thought that these 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples would retreat in the face of difficulties, the 2 of them instead persisted, and they even pinched open their fingers, causing a drop of blood to shoot into the sky. I'm willing to swear on my own blood that so long as Lord Duan Lingtian is willing to allow me to join the 7-star sword sect, then I'll surely live and die with the 7-star sword sect in the future and never betray you. If I go against this oath, then I'm willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. The 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples swore in unison. Right at this moment, numerous deafening sounds of thunder sounded out from the horizon, and it was obviously the oath tribulation, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that was bearing witness to the blood oath they swore. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as everything before his eyes had exceeded his expectations. Never had he imagined that these 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples would be so persistent, and even swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation. For a time, he couldn't help but hesitate slightly. Truthfully speaking, he subconsciously rejected these demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, and it was for no other reason than because he detested the demonic Lotus Blade sect. "Mou, what do you think?" Duan Lingtian looked at Mou and asked. He was only a passerby to the 7-star sword sect, and Mou was the true leader of the 7-star sword sect in the future, and the future of the 7-star sword sect was completely dependent on him. Mou pondered slightly. "Senior brother, since they've already sworn on the 99 heavenly tribulation, I presume it's impossible for them to be disloyal to our 7-star sword sect. Presently, the 7-star sword sect is being rebuilt and is in need of people, so I feel that we can take them as disciples of the 7-star sword sect." "Okay, then we'll do as you say." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Thank you, Lord Mou." The 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hurriedly spoke. However, Duan Lingtian's cold snort caused them to feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Remember, he's the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Just as the 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were feeling apprehensive, Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. "Thank you, sect leader." Although the 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were curious why the 7-star sword sect's sect leader wasn't Duan Lingtian when they heard this, they didn't dare dally in the slightest, and they hurriedly thanked Mou. "Senior brother, I think you're more suitable to be the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect." Mou laughed bitterly. "I'm only at the void prying stage now. How can I take on the great responsibility of being the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect? With Peak Master Xianxia and Elder Peng helping you, why can't you do it?" Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed, and he said resolutely, "This matter is decided like this. You're the closed-door disciple of sect leader Linghu, and you're also the next successor to the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect that he's decided on internally. The position of sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect belongs to none other than you. As for me, I won't stay in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added, I'll leave the heavy responsibility of the Seven-Star Sword sect to you. I hope you don't disappoint your master. Duan Lingtian spoke seriously to Mou. Don't worry, senior brother, I'll surely work hard. Mou hurriedly said. Lord Duan Lingtian, sect leader Mou, were willing to join the Seven-Star Sword sect as well. Right at this moment, the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hurriedly knelt down when they saw their two fellow disciples swear an oath to join the Seven-Star Sword sect, and at the same time, they swore an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. As for the content of the oath, it was almost the same as the oath of the two demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples from before. For a time, deafening thunderclaps resounded out in the horizon. Although swearing an oath like this meant that they were forever unable to betray the Seven-Star Sword sect, and not only that, they even had to live and die with the Seven-Star Sword sect. But they didn't regret it. When they joined the Azure Forest Trisect earlier, it was mostly because they wanted to seek a strong reliance and stand out among their peers. Now, the Azure Forest Trisect was gone, and an even stronger Seven-Star Sword sect was right before them. So, they chose to join the Seven-Star Sword sect in order to seek a better future. Mou, you deal with the matters here? Peak Master Xianxia, Elder Ping, Mou is still young, please guide him in the future. Duan Lingtian spoke to Mou, and then he looked at Xianxia and Elder Peng. Xianxia and Elder Peng nodded. Don't worry, Mou is the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect, and I'm his martial uncle. I'll naturally do my best to assist him to become a qualified sect leader. Xianxia said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, since it's like this, then we'll be leaving first. Senior brother, where are you going? Mou couldn't refrain himself from asking when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. I'm going to search the surroundings and see if there are any survivors of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. After that, I'll make a trip back to my hometown. Once I return from my hometown, I'll return to our Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Lingtian said. Senior brother, the 9 great spirit points in our Seven-Star Sword sect's estate have been completely destroyed. If we want to accumulate the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth once more, we'll probably have to experience a long period of time. Shouldn't we move our estate to the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge and the estate that originally belonged to the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect? Mou couldn't refrain himself from asking. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Our Seven-Star Sword sect's estate is still at the 7 Great Sword Peaks. You just have to bring all of them back. Besides that, after all of you return, call back senior brother Xianxia and the Seven-Star Sword sect disciples that are outside as well. After I return from my hometown, I'll think of a way to move the remaining spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge and the spirit points that originally belonged to the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect to our Seven-Star Sword sect's estate. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one go. Transfer spirit points? Duan Lingtian's words not only caused Mou, Xianxia, Elder Peng, and the group of Seven-Star Sword sect disciples that had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect to be stunned, even Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong couldn't help but be stunned. Senior brother, you're really able to transfer spirit points? Mou took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask. As far as he was concerned, this was truly unbelievable. Duan Lingtian nodded, then his gaze raised as his figure flashed out to put away the spatial rings of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, the Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, and the Snow Moon sect's leader, Shuiru. After he dripped his blood on them to establish ownership, he withdrew the Origin drawing pearls within them. There was a total of 18 pearls. I truly never imagined that Long Wei was able to find so many Origin drawing pearls. Even if it's in the foreign lands, These origin drawing pearls can be considered to be rare treasures. After Duan Lingtian put away the origin drawing pearls, he removed the ownership of the 3 spatial rings and tossed them to Mou. You can take the remaining spoils of the battle. We'll be leaving first. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he bid his farewells to Feng Wudao's group of 3 before the 4 of them flew out and circled around the surroundings of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. After following some clues and killing some of the survivors that had just left the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge not long ago, the 4 of them continued heading south. Swoosh! The enormous sword soared through the sky and brought along Duan Lingtian's group of 4 to arrive in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city after spending only a day of time. Duan Lingtian silently looked down at the city beneath his feet. Even though in the eyes of Duan Lingtian who'd seen the world, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city was no different than a small countryside city in the Darkhan dynasty, it was precisely this small countryside city that caused waves of ripples to be unable to help but arise in his heart. Timid when one gets close to one's hometown was exactly what Duan Lingtian was feeling right now. It had already been an entire 4 years since he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom the last time. It's been 4 years. I wonder how father and mother are. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 descended outside the imperial city while carrying excited feelings. They didn't directly soar into the city. According to Feng Tianwu's words, only in this way would they be able to blend in better. Of course, the reason she thought like this was because this was Duan Lingtian's hometown. Whereas she wanted to know about Duan Lingtian's hometown. Besides Duan Lingtian, who was timid when he got close to his hometown and didn't discern the deep meaning behind Feng Tianwu's words, Feng Wudao and Elder Kong had both guessed Feng Tianwu's thoughts. Especially Elder Kong, his strange gaze caused Feng Tianwu to be embarrassed to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she repeatedly glared at Elder Kong as if she was threatening Elder Kong to not speak of it. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city was divided into the outer city and inner city. As he walked into the outer city and felt the bustling atmosphere of the streets and alleys, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd returned to the time when he'd just left Aurora City and arrived at the imperial city. Needless to say, the luck of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 wasn't bad, as the inner city's city gate had already slowly opened after they'd eaten in the outer city. Of course, even if the inner city wasn't opened, they could still directly fly in. However, that feeling was completely different from walking in. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 slowly walked into the inner city. Young master quickly looked. My God, I've never seen such a beauty in my entire life. Even though I've never seen the #1 beauty of our capital, Princess Bai Yao, but I'm sure that she's absolutely not inferior to Princess Bai Yao. In the distance, a servant that rode on a horse beside a young man in embroidered clothes stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 4 that walked over with a bright gaze. More precisely speaking, he was staring at Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu didn't wear a veil like before, and her peerlessly beautiful appearance could be said to have drawn numerous burning gazes all along the way. But because of the extraordinary bearing imperceptibly revealed by Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong that followed by Feng Tianwu's side, it instead caused some lascivious men that wanted to go up and strike up a conversation with her to stop their footsteps from afar. The young man in embroidered clothes followed the servant's gaze to look over when he heard this, and with a single glance, his gaze was unable to move away any longer. Heavens! There's actually such a beauty in this world? Flowers that cover up the moon, fish that captivate, and wild beasts that captivate were insufficient to describe this drop-dead gorgeous young woman before him. The perfection of the young woman caused his heartbeat to suddenly speed up. A strong feeling of possessiveness spread out in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side. Now, his feelings had calmed down, and he chatted and laughed with Feng Tianwu as they walked on the street. Young Mississippi, an abrupt voice interrupted the mood of idle conversation between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Chapter 732. When she felt the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes that wasn't concealed in the slightest, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face that carried a smile was instantly covered in a layer of frost. In the depths of her beautiful eyes that were like pearls and jade, strands of flames of rage even leaped about. "Young miss, I feel like old friends with you at first sight. How about having a cup of tea with me?" The young man in embroidered clothes brazenly sized up Feng Tianwu from top to bottom. Feng Tianwu's practically perfect and graceful figure caused the greed in his eyes to grow even deeper, and he was only on the verge of making a move to seize her on the spot. "As for the 3 people by your side, you help this young master properly entertain these 3 guests. You must not be negligent, understand?" As the young man in embroidered clothes spoke, he looked at the servant by his side. "Yes, young master." The servant seemed to be accustomed to this, and after he replied, he spurred his horse forward and looked at Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, and Elder Kong as he said indifferently, "The 3 of you follow me." "Fuck off." Right at this moment, Feng Tianwu, whose beautiful face was covered in a layer of cold lights, finally spoke, and her voice was chilly to the point it seemed to cause the surrounding air to become slightly icy cold. The servant that was originally arrogant couldn't help but be stunned. On the other hand, the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. "I haven't encountered such a tasteful woman in a long time. Young miss, I'm really liking you more and more. Didn't you hear me ask you to fuck off?" Right when the air around Feng Tianwu's body swiftly flashed and the origin energy within her body was on the verge of gushing out, Duan Lingtan took a step forward and lightly held Feng Tianwu's hand to calm her rage as he spoke lazily at the same time. "Kid, I'm talking to this young miss. What are you interrupting for? If it wasn't out of consideration for this young miss, believe it or not, I'll make you unable to speak again." The young man's face sank as he used a vicious gaze to stare at Duan Lingtian, and there was no lack of threatening intent in his words. Even a clay figurine has its limits. When faced with the repeated provocation and harassment of the young man in embroidered clothes, Duan Lingtian's face sank as he took a step forward and casually punched out. He punched out and hit the air. In an instant, the airflow in the air was compressed. A terrifying airwave rolled up and swept forward. Bang! An ear-piercing sound of air exploding rang out. The tall horse that the brocade-robed young man was sitting on didn't move at all. On the contrary, the brocade-robed young man was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He fell heavily on the ground and fell flat on his face. When the surrounding passers-by saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. The brocade-robed young man screamed miserably. When he heard the laughter of the surrounding passers-by, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a grim expression. "How dare you touch me? I don't care who you are. You're dead." The servant's expression also changed greatly. He hurriedly dismounted and rushed to the brocade-robed young man. "Young master, are you all right? Let's go." Duan Lingtian seemed as if nothing had happened and lightly smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu nodded. She didn't put the young man's threat in her eyes. In this small kingdom, there was no existence that could threaten her. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 continued to walk towards the inner city. As for their destination, it was precisely Duan Lingtian's private house in the inner city. After walking for around half an hour, "It's him. Cousin, he's the one that injured me." An exasperated voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian's group of 4. The brocade-robed young man that suffered a loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian earlier spurred his horse and chased after them. Beside him was another tall horse, and on it sat another young man that was a little over 30 years of age. The young man's expression was cold, neither happy nor angry, and he imperceptibly brought a sense of oppression to others. Behind him was another old man that was over 70 years old. The old man's face was as calm as an ancient well, and he was like a shadow as he followed behind the young man. In the blink of an eye, 2 young men and an old man spurred their horses to obstruct the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 were obstructed. At this moment, many passers-by stopped to watch. It's the Su clan's 3rd young master. Many people recognized the young man. The Su clan's 3rd young master? Duan Lingtian's calm gaze descended onto the young man, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into an arc, and it was an arc that was filled with coldness. He never imagined that the young man he'd taught a lesson to earlier was actually related to the Su clan. And now, when he saw the passers-by recognize the young man's face was filled with complacency, and he sat on his tall horse as he looked down at Duan Lington. "Kid, you actually dared to touch me. You're dead today." As he spoke up to hear, the young man looked at Feng Tianwu, who was beside Duan Lingtian, and he changed the topic. "Of course, if she's willing to be my third concubine, then I don't mind letting you live. I'll only cripple your cultivation. You're courting death." Feng Tianwu's gaze went cold, and she wanted to directly make a move and completely annihilate this hateful young man. But a tall figure suddenly stood before her, causing her to temporarily not make a move. "You'll only cripple my cultivation?" Duan Lington, who strode out and stood before Feng Tianwu, sized up the violet-clothed young man with interest, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "So in this way, you can be considered to have shown mercy?" "Of course." The young man seemed to have not realized the arrival of danger, and he proudly raised his head. "If it wasn't for her, I'd surely tear you into pieces, then throw you out to feed the dogs. I hope your Su clan can give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I can only personally go and have a chat with Su Boya." When Duan Lington heard the young man, the mocking smile on the corners of his mouth grew even wider, and his gaze suddenly moved to descend onto the old man that was following behind the young man in luxurious clothes. When the old man saw Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but rub his eyes, seeming to want to confirm that he wasn't seeing things. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke out, and coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian looked at him, he completely confirmed it. "It's really him." The old man's heart trembled. He'd once seen this violet-clothed young man many years ago. At that time, the violet-clothed young man was following behind their Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya. But compared to that year, the violet-clothed young man's face was slightly less immature and had a trace of experience, and he gave others a feeling of maturity and steadiness. It was precisely because of this that he didn't confirm the violet-clothed young man's identity at the first possible moment. Now, when the violet-clothed young man suddenly spoke out like this and looked at him, he knew that the violet-clothed young man still remembered him and had recognized him. "Who are you? You actually directly called my father by his name." The young man in luxurious clothes frowned as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice, "Third young master." Meanwhile, the old man behind the young man in luxurious clothes was anxious, and he hurriedly said via voice transmission, "He's Commander Duan." "Commander Duan? Which Commander Duan?" The young man in luxurious clothes frowned. "Embroidered uniform guard." The old man took a deep breath and slowly spoke these 3 words via voice transmission. "Embroidered uniform guard. Commander Duan?" When the young man in luxurious clothes heard the words embroidered uniform guard, his heart couldn't help but jerk, and when he connected the embroidered uniform guard and Commander Duan together, his face went completely pale. "It's him. It's actually him. Didn't he just leave 4 years ago? Why has he returned?" Although he hadn't seen the person before him with his own 2 eyes, the reputation of the person before him reverberated like thunder in his ears. It was even to the extent that even if the person before him killed him on the streets, the clan he was from wouldn't dare take revenge. Even his father, the Su clan's patriarch, didn't dare hold a grudge. What a joke! Besides possessing a monstrous natural talent in the martial Tao and an extremely shocking background, the person before him was also a disciple of a formidable sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. "Kid, you actually dare directly call my uncle by his name? You're courting death." Suddenly, a grim shout sounded out, and it caused the young man in luxurious clothes to go pale. Practically at the instant the young man in embroidered clothes beside him finished speaking, the young man in luxurious clothes had already swung out a slap, and a slap left behind a red mark on the young man's face. The young man in embroidered clothes was dumbstruck. The surrounding passers-by were stunned as well. What the heck is going on? On the other hand, Feng Tianwu, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong were shocked by the scene before them. "Cousin brother, you've hit the wrong person. It's him who directly called uncle." The young man in embroidered clothes shook his slightly dizzy head as he looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and spoke anxiously. Slap. But he hadn't finished speaking when he suffered another slap. Cousin brother. The young man in embroidered clothes had slightly sobered up now and realized that he might have gotten into trouble. He didn't even have the time to ask clearly when he was picked up by the young man in luxurious clothes like an eagle grabbing a chick, and he was thrown off the horse. Subsequently, the young man in luxurious clothes descended from the horse as well. Kneel. The young man in luxurious clothes' gaze went cold when he saw the young man in luxurious clothes that fell on the ground in a sorry state was about to stand up, and he kicked out to kick the young man down before Duan Lingtian's feet. Cousin brother. The young man in embroidered clothes lay flat on the ground with his face pressed against the ground, and he was confused from the fall. He turned around and seemed to want to ask something. Slap. Another slap swept over, and it slapped him until he was swollen like a pig's head. Kneel. This time, the young man in embroidered clothes was completely awakened, and he realized that he might have really gotten into a calamity. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he still obediently knelt down. Right when the young man in embroidered clothes felt wronged in his heart and didn't know what had happened. He saw to his astonishment that his cousin brother, the Su clan's third young master, the next successor to the Su clan's patriarch, actually bowed before the violet-clothed young man that he said he would tear into pieces earlier. Commander Duan. After the young man in luxurious clothes bowed, he respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. Commander Duan? The young man in embroidered clothes was stunned when he heard the young man in luxurious clothes, and then he couldn't help but say in a low voice, Cousin brother, you've got the wrong person. As far as he was concerned, how could there be such a young commander in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Slap. Another slap struck the young man in embroidered clothes to the point he felt dizzy. I'll tear your mouth apart right away if you talk any more. The voice of the young man in luxurious clothes sounded out, and it terrified the young man in embroidered clothes to the point his body trembled, and he obediently shut his mouth, yet his heart was filled with terror. Who the hell is this fellow? Why is even cousin brother afraid of him? You're Su Boya's son. Chapter 733. The young man hurriedly nodded and said respectfully and reverently, Commander Duan, I'm the third son of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya. I'm called Su Rang. I remember now. He's the commander of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guard all those years ago, Duan Lingtian. Someone in the surrounding crowd shouted out. His words were like a fuse that caused the crowd to go into an uproar. I remember as well. Commander Duan is the #1 genius in the martial Dao in the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and he's even the strategic genius that once led our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without expending a single soldier. Now that you mention it, I remember as well. I was only 15 when Commander Duan led the army to capture the southern barbaric city. I never imagined that after so many years, Commander Duan is still so young. Don't forget, when Duan Lingtian led the army to capture the southern barbaric city that year, he was only a young man around the age of 20. Commander Duan is my idol. I never imagined that I would have the chance to see my idol in person today. I have no more regrets in my life. The surrounding passers-by discussed animatedly. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. All those years ago, Duan Lingtian was a figure that was like the sun in the midday sky in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Not only was his natural talent in the martial Dao peerless, even his military strategy was unparalleled. During that era, Duan Lingtian could be said to be a flag of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian. When the young man in embroidered clothes that knelt on the ground raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian once more, there was no arrogance on his face, and there was only terror and astonishment. The name Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar to him in the slightest. It was even to the extent that when Duan Lingtian's name shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he, who was young, had once taken Duan Lingtian as his idol and was fanatical for him for a period of time. Many years had passed as he grew up day by day, and this memory was buried deep within his heart. Now, the idol of the past was right in front of him, and he was humiliated by him. He even had thoughts of dying. What kind of explanation are you going to give to me and my friend for what happened today? If you can't make the decision, I can go talk to your father. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Rang and asked indifferently. Hearing this, Su Rang took a deep breath. Don't worry, Commander Duan. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. There's no need to trouble my father with this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Rang's leg shot out like lightning, aiming at the dantian of the young man in brocade who was kneeling on the ground. Bang! An enormous bang resounded out as the milky white origin energy within the young man's dantian gushed out with a bang, and his entire body was kicked flying by Su Rang like an arrow that had left the bow, causing him to once again fall flat on his face in a sorry state. His cultivation had been crippled. Cousin, you crippled my cultivation. The young man let out a few shrill cries of pain. In the end, he forcefully endured the pain that came from his lower abdomen, and he stared at Su Rang with hatred as he cried out with a grim voice. But Su Rang paid no attention to him, and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he said respectfully, Commander Duan, are you satisfied with my punishment? If you're still not satisfied, then I'll kill him right now. Su Rang's tone was cold and indifferent, and his words seemed as if the young man in brocade wasn't related to him in the slightest. It was difficult to imagine that Su Rang and the young man in brocade were actually cousins. You are very good. At the very least, as far as I'm concerned, you're stronger than Su Boya. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Su Rang, and he couldn't help but slightly admire Su Rang's courage. After all, Su Rang was his cousin. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Not to mention Su Rang's ability in other aspects, merely his method of dealing with a crisis was sufficient to cause others to admire him. The matter today seemed to be simple, and it was only a profligate son causing trouble. But if one thought about it from a deeper perspective, with his current strength and background, annihilating the Su clan wasn't difficult in the slightest. And Su Rang was able to make the choice of sacrificing a rook to save the king at the most critical moment. This showed that he was an extremely calm and capable person. Commander Duan, you're too kind. Su Rang's expression didn't change when he was praised by Duan Lingtian. Commander Duan, what do you mean? I mean what my friend means. Duan Lingtian shrugged and took a step back, allowing Feng Tianwu, who was behind him, to come out. At this moment, Su Rang looked at Feng Tianwu, and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise, but he didn't dare look at her too much, and he slightly lowered his head. His heart was filled with shock. According to what he knew, this Duan Lingtian was Princess Bai Yao's sweetheart. Besides that, the younger sister of Xiao Yu, the #1 figure in the younger generation of the Xiao clan, whose appearance wasn't inferior to Princess Bai Yao's, seemed to have a soft spot for Duan Lingtian as well. He'd seen Princess Bai Yao and Xiao Yu's younger sister, and he was shocked by them. He felt that it would be difficult to find a woman in the world that was more beautiful than them. But now, the woman before him had allowed him to realize how wrong his original thoughts were. Not only was this woman dressed in red not inferior to Princess Biao and Xiao Yu's younger sister in terms of appearance, but her temperament was even more superior than them. He felt that this red-clothed woman's bearing was even more elegant than Princess Bai Yao. Tianwu, how do you want to deal with him? A warm smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he faced Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu shook her head. Elder brother Duan, since his cultivation has already been crippled, then so be it. Obviously, Feng Tianwu didn't intend to pursue the matter. Get your ass over here and thank me. Su Rang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Feng Tianwu. Even though he would choose to cut off his wrist and kill his cousin with his own hands if he had no other choice. But if it wasn't necessary, he still hoped that his cousin would be able to survive. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was still his cousin that had followed behind him since he was young, and he had a deep relationship with him. Meanwhile, the young man in embroidered clothes that had his cultivation crippled seemed to have realized that the danger had vanished. After he heard Su Rang's words, he didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly dragged his injured body to kneel before Feng Tianwu. Slap, 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 slap. The young man in embroidered clothes raised his hands and slapped himself left and right, and he said as he slapped, "Thank you, young miss, for sparing my life. Thank you, young miss, for sparing my life." Feng Tianwu glanced at the young man in embroidered clothes with disgust, and then her gaze quickly moved onto Duan Lingtian and smiled lightly. "Elder brother Duan, let's go." Her heart was filled with warmth towards Duan Lingtian standing up for her like this. "Okay." Duan Lingtian nodded, and under the respectful gazes of Su Rang and the others, he left with the 3 members of the Feng clan and vanished at the end of the street. All right, they've already left. When he saw the figures of Duan Lingtian and the others vanish before his eyes while the young man in embroidered clothes was still slapping himself numbly, Su Rang frowned and stopped the young man. "I know you're angry with me in your heart, but I want to tell you that you'll either have your cultivation crippled or die today. Earlier, I was only taking a gamble, and I hoped that your cultivation would be able to suppress the rage of Duan Lingtian." Su Rang looked at his cousin brother and sighed. "You don't blame me." The young man in embroidered clothes nodded with a wooden expression, and then he said bitterly, "Cousin brother, I understand. Today's matter was indeed brought upon by my own actions." "It's good that you understand." Su Rang nodded, and then his gaze flashed. "I never expected that Duan Lingtian has returned." When Duan Lingtian brought the 3 members of the Feng clan back to his courtyard house, he only saw a few familiar faces, and all of them were those servant girls that followed by Jingru's side that day. "Young master." When they saw Duan Lingtian once more, the servant girls couldn't help but be slightly excited. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly to them, and then he asked, "Why is it only the few of you? Where's the Lord, Madam, and Jingru?" "Young master, the Lord and Madam left with Big Sister Jingru 2 years ago. Big Sister Jingru asked us to stay behind and wait for you to return before telling you about this matter," one of the servant girls said. "Young master, before the Lord left, he asked us to tell you that he left some things with the Divine Might Marquis, and he asked you to go get it yourself," another servant girl said. "Left? 2 years ago?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "My father and mother haven't returned during these past 2 years?" "They haven't." The servant girls shook their heads successively. 2 years ago, when the Lord and Madam left with Big Sister Jingru, young Miss Xiao Lan, and Princess Biao, they seemed to have gone on a long journey, and they didn't say when they would return. Xiao Lan and Biao were taken away by them as well? Duan Lingtian's expression froze, and for a time, he felt a slight headache. What do my father and mother want to do? If I want to go out to relieve boredom, then can I go out by myself? Why do I have to take Xiao Lan and Biao along? Aren't they intentionally trying to cause them to misunderstand? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. He wasn't disappointed that he didn't see his father and mother upon returning this time, and it was even to the extent that he felt slightly fortunate. Of course, the reason he felt fortunate was because of Feng Wudao, who was by his side. Feng Wudao had come with him this time precisely for the sake of seeing his father and mother. As for the objective, he was extremely clear in his heart, and it was none other than for the sake of the matter between him and Tianwu. Sure enough, when he heard Duan Lingtian's father and mother had gone on a long journey, a trace of disappointment flashed past Feng Wudao's eyes, and then he sighed. Looks like I've really come at a bad time. There'll always be a chance to meet them in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. But his smile now seemed fake no matter how one looked at it. Kid, you surely wish for nothing more than for me to be unable to see your father and mother, right? Feng Wudao glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and he seemed to be able to see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Of course not. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly, and then he didn't continue pestering himself on this matter, and he instructed the servant girls. Go prepare a room for each of the 3 guests. Yes. The 3 servant girls responded and left, and in a short moment, they'd prepared a room for each of Feng Wudao's group of 3. Uncle Feng, Tianwu, Elder Kong. Since the rooms have been prepared, all of you return to your rooms and rest first. I still have some matters to attend to, and I have to make a trip out. Chapter 734. After leaving his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian walked towards the Divine Might Marquis estate. He didn't forget what the servant girl said to him earlier. What did father leave with Uncle Nie? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate. Although the guards at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate were all unfamiliar faces, after Duan Lingtian stated his identity and they found an experienced guard of the Divine Might Marquis estate to prove his identity, they respectfully and reverently welcomed Duan Lingtian in. You go ahead, I'll go look for Uncle Nie myself. When he saw that the audience hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate was empty, Duan Lingtian spoke to the guard that welcomed him in before walking towards the courtyard house that the Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan resided in by himself. Duan Lingtian had just arrived outside the courtyard house when he heard a familiar voice that sounded out from within. But this voice was slightly low and deep. Father, at most, I'll just ask Mother not to be the sect leader. She's getting old, and it's just the right time for her to come back and enjoy her life and hug her grandchildren. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was precisely the voice of his Uncle Nie. Uncle Nie seems to be extremely angry. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he pondered over Nie Yuan's words. Uncle Nie's mother is the sect leader of a sect? Could it be that the sect she's in is a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Although Duan Lingtian hadn't met Nie Yuan's mother, he'd heard of her long ago. That year, when he'd just arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, he went to the Divine Might Marquis estate for the sake of curing the poison of the Dark Nether Mink's poison for the Senior Marquis. Before curing the poison, he'd heard the Senior Marquis mention that the reason he was poisoned by the Dark Nether Mink was because of a spirit fruit guarded by the Dark Nether Mink. And that spirit fruit was something that his wife, the Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan's mother, needed. If he was unable to obtain the spirit fruit, his wife would be in great trouble. At that time, Duan Lingtian found out that the old Marquis wife, the Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan's mother, was still alive, but not in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Now when he heard what Nie Yuan said, he guessed that Nie Yuan's mother ought to be the sect leader of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom or another Imperial Kingdom sect. As for the Empire or even the Dark Han Dynasty, Duan Lingtian did not dare to think about it. Grandson? Big brother Nie is married and has children? In addition, Duan Lingtian also captured another layer of information from Nie Yuan's words, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. At this moment, another aged voice continued to sound. I've told your mother before, and she's willing to let go of the heavy burden. But those old fellows said that if she really wants to leave the sect, she must cripple her cultivation. Not only that, but you also have to pass the test of climbing a mountain of blades and diving into a sea of flames before you can leave the sect. Duan Lingtian could tell that this was the voice of the old Marquis. Practically at the instant the old Marquis finished speaking, an enormous bang sounded out from the courtyard, and through the small window on the courtyard wall, Duan Lingtian was able to see Nie Yuan shatter the stone table with a single strike of his palm. They're going too far. Those old fellows had always been looking for trouble with Mother when Mother had just taken over the position of sect leader. Only when Mother consumed the spirit fruit and her cultivation improved greatly did they restrain themselves slightly. This time, Mother was injured for the sake of the sect, yet not only were they not grateful, they instead forced Mother to give up her position. They truly deserve death. Nie Yuan was extremely furious. Grandpa Nie, Uncle Nie. Duan Lingtian walked over to the courtyard door in large strides and lightly smiled as he greeted them. Little Tian? When did you return? The two people in the courtyard were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Nie Yuan was the first to recover from his shock, and he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as he welcomed Duan Lingtian in. At this moment, he didn't have the furious appearance from before. Of course, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that even though Nie Yuan was happy because of his return, There was still flames of rage that was difficult to restrain in the depths of Nie Yuan's eyes. I just returned. I heard from the servant girl that my father left some things with Uncle Nie before leaving, so I came over. Duan Lingtian smiled. Is it because your father didn't leave things with me, you didn't think of coming over to see Uncle Nie? Nie Yuan scolded jokingly, yet an amiable expression appeared on his face. Of course not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head. Take this. This is the spatial ring your father asked me to pass to you before he left. With a raise of his hand, Nie Yuan passed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring and didn't look at it carefully for the time being. Instead, he looked at Nie Yuan and the old man at the side. Uncle Nie, Grandpa Nie, you seem to have encountered trouble? Little Tian, it's rare for you to return, you don't have to worry about our matters. The old Marquis was still as amiable as before. Grandpa Nie. Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he said seriously, in my eyes, you and Uncle Nie are both my family. Since my family is in trouble, I naturally can't stand idly by. Unless you treat me as an outsider. How could we treat you as an outsider? It's really that this matter is too troublesome, and it's not something you can resolve. The old Marquis sighed. Yeah, little Tian, you don't have to worry about this matter. Nie Yuan also said, it's rare for you to return, you should be happy. Don't let other things affect your mood. Grandpa Nie, Uncle Nie, just tell me. Perhaps I can be of help? Duan Lingtian persisted. Seeing Duan Lingtian so insistent, the Divine Might Marquis and his son looked at each other, nodded, and started to tell Duan Lingtian the ins and outs of this matter. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding of this matter. It turned out that Nie Yuan's mother was a disciple of a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. She got acquainted with the senior Marquis when she was young, and she married the senior Marquis who was still the Divine Might Marquis at that time. Moreover, they had a son, Nie Yuan. Whereas Nie Yuan's mother, because of her extremely good natural talent in the martial Dao, she'd always been highly regarded by the sect leader of that sect, and the sect leader even took her to be the next successor of the sect leader. It was even to the extent that the sect leader didn't fuss about the matter of her privately marrying and having a child. That sect had an unwritten rule. All sect leaders and successors had to sever their emotions and desires, and were prohibited from marrying and having children. Because only in this way would they be able to guarantee that they would be able to selflessly devote their entire lives to the sect. What bullshit rule! After he heard this rule, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse in his heart. He felt that that bullshit sect was truly too selfish, and an unwritten rule would destroy a person's life. A life without a partner and children was undoubtedly incomplete. In next to no time, along with the senior sect leader's death, Nie Yuan's mother naturally became the sect leader, whereas some of the higher-ups of the older generation that disliked this instead made things difficult for her at all times. At that time, the senior Marquis was poisoned by the dark nether mink for the sake of a spirit fruit, and it was precisely because he obtained that spirit fruit that assisted his wife to advance her cultivation. After his wife consumed the spirit fruit, her strength increased greatly, and she suppressed the group of higher-ups of the older generation of the sect, and it became much calmer from then on. It was even to the extent that those old fellows didn't dare say anything when the senior Marquis went to live in that sect. When Duan Lingtian returned the last time, the reason he didn't see the senior Marquis was because the senior Marquis was living together with his wife in that sect. Half a year ago, that sect had a dispute with another sect, and Nie Yuan's mother was injured in the conflict, causing her strength to decrease greatly. At this time, those seniors of the same sect jumped out to bully her again. When Nie Yuan's mother thought about how she'd given up half her life for the sect, yet received such a return, the more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. Then she thought about how her grandson was already married and had a child, so she decided to step down and distance herself from the internal strife of the sect. But those higher-ups of the sect didn't allow it, and they insisted that she stay in the forbidden area as the sect's guardian. Unless the sect encountered a crisis, she was not allowed to leave the forbidden area. Of course, she could choose to leave the sect. But there were two conditions. First, her cultivation would be crippled. Second, after crippling her cultivation, she would be able to officially leave the sect after passing the test of climbing a mountain of blades and diving into a sea of flames. What's climbing a mountain of blades and diving into a sea of flames? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Nie Yuan said with a gloomy face, "That's an extremely harsh test. Generally, only people who have committed great crimes and had their cultivation crippled would pass that test. Since the existence of that sect, there hasn't been a single person whose cultivation was crippled who passed that test. Those old fellows wanted my mother to die." As he finished speaking, Nie Yuan's eyes were crimson red. Although he was the divine might marquis of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and was only below one person, he couldn't influence the sect his mother was in. "Grandpa Nye, Uncle Nye, I'll go with you." After finding out about the sequence of events, Duan Lingtian spoke to the two of them. Duan Lingtian's words caused the two of them to be stunned, and then they shook their heads at the same time. "This matter isn't something you can deal with." "Yeah, little Tian." "Although your natural talent isn't bad, it has only been a few years, and you've at most just broken through to the void prying stage not long ago. Whereas that sect is a second-rate sect no matter how bad it is, and there's no lack of existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above within it." Nie Yuan spoke as well. Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was heaven-defying. But as far as he was concerned, it was utterly impossible for Duan Lingtian to possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above in a short few years of time. "Second-rate sect, huh?" Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered to himself. According to his understanding of the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, that second-rate sect ought to be a sect of the same level as the boundless sect that Xiongquan was in all those years ago. There were no martial artists at the void initiation stage or above in second-rate sections. A sect like this was really nothing to the current Duan Lingtian. After all, the height he stood at was different. "Grandpa Nye, Uncle Nye, do the two of you believe me?" Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw the two of them were unwilling to let him make a move no matter what, and he asked with a serious expression. In the end, Nie Yuan and Nye Yuan were helpless and could only go along with Duan Lingtian. "This time, I'll save Grandma as a gift to my little nephew whom I haven't met yet," Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. When he came to the Divine Might Marquis estate this time, he didn't even have the time to see Nye Fun and Nye Fun's child before hastily leaving with the senior Marquis, Nye Rong, and the current Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan. After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian returned to his courtyard house. Chapter 735. Outside the imperial city, Nye Rong and Nye Yuan flew in the sky. At the beginning, for the sake of taking care of Duan Lingtian, they'd intentionally slowed down their speed. But as they slowly sped up, they couldn't help but be shocked when they noticed that Duan Lingtian had been following by their side at a neither fast nor slow pace since the beginning. Father's cultivation is at the 4th level of the void prying stage, whereas my cultivation is at the 3rd level of the void prying stage. I'm flying at full speed now, yet little Tian is actually able to follow me at a neither fast nor slow pace. Moreover, he looks to have a composed expression like father. Nye Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Doesn't that mean that little Tian's current cultivation is already at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above? Nye Yuan was shocked, and so was Nye Rong. He'd lived for more than half of his life before possessing his current cultivation. But this little fellow by his side seemed to only be 30 years old in another 2 or 3 years, right? What natural talent is this? Even if such natural talent was placed in the strongest sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Azure Forest Trisect, he'd probably be a top existence, right? Little Tian, I heard you joined a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well? Nye Rong asked abruptly. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Which sect did you join? Nye Rong asked curiously. Duan Lingtian hadn't had the time to speak when Nye Yuan, who flew in the sky on the other side of Nye Rong, had already spoken, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he said slowly, Little Tion, with your natural talent, there's probably no one in the 7-star sword sect you're in that's capable of comparing to you in terms of natural talent, right? The sect Duan Lingtian joined was one that Nie Yuan had vaguely heard Duan Lingtian mention inadvertently when Duan Lingtian returned the last time, so he'd always remembered it in his heart. Of course, he didn't know much about the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't know that the 7-star sword sect was the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. But even if he didn't know, it didn't mean that Nie Rong didn't know. Nie Rong's pupils constricted when he heard Nie Yuan, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with slight astonishment. Little Tian, the sect you joined all those years ago was the 7-star sword sect? Yes. When he saw Nie Rong's current expression, Duan Lingtian knew that Nie Rong probably knew some things about the 7-star sword sect. It turned out that Duan Lingtian's guess was right. Nie Rong took a deep breath and said slowly, "According to my knowledge, the 7-star sword sect was annihilated by the joint forces of the other 3 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 5 years ago, right? The Mountain Split sect seemed to have been annihilated as well." Before Duan Lingtian could respond, Nie Yuan, who was standing at the side, was already stunned. He was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, so he'd never heard of this matter that gave rise to much discussion in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, so he didn't know. The 7-star sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago? Meanwhile, Nie Yuan couldn't help but recall that the time Duan Lingtian left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom seemed to have been 5 years ago as well. In other words, Duan Lingtian only returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after the 7-star sword sect was annihilated. He actually knew nothing about this. Little Tian. For a moment, Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but ask, "Is what my father said true? The 7-star sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago? And you only returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after the 7-star sword sect was annihilated?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he nodded, as this wasn't a secret to him. "Little Tian, you can be considered to be extremely lucky to be able to survive after the 7-star sword sect was annihilated. Are you in the Azure Forest Trisect now?" Nie Rong asked. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Lingtian's natural talent wasn't bad, it was impossible for him to survive the encirclement and annihilation of the 7-star sword sect by the Azure Forest Trisect. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to survive was probably because he'd betrayed the 7-star sword sect and joined the Azure Forest Trisect. Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Lingtian laughed in his heart. If this senior marquis knew that the Azure Forest Trisect had already been annihilated at his hands, I wonder what expression he would have. "What? You're not an Azure Forest Trisect disciple now?" When he saw Duan Lingtian's indifferent expression, Nie Rong couldn't help but ask a step further. "I'm not." Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said, "I'm still a 7-star sword sect disciple." "I knew it. Little Tian is a good child that knows how to repay kindness, and it's impossible for him to betray his sect and join the Azure Forest Trisect that annihilated his sect." Originally, Nie Yuan's feelings were slightly complicated when he heard Nie Rong's question to Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had really betrayed the sect that fostered him and joined the enemy sect, then even though he wouldn't say anything on the surface, he would surely have some objections towards Duan Lingtian in his heart. After all, it was a sect that Duan Lingtian owed a favor. Now, when he heard that Duan Lingtian didn't betray his sect, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. "Little Tian, according to my knowledge, the Azure Forest Trisect has always been searching for 7-star sword sect disciples throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in these past few years, and they would annihilate any 7-star sword sect disciple they find." Nie Rong had a worried expression as he said, "Is the place you're at safe now?" "Grandpa Nie, don't worry, I'm extremely safe now." Duan Lingtian was extremely moved by Nie Rong's concern. "That's good." Nie Rong nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. "Little Tian, I didn't know earlier that the 7-star sword sect you're from had already. Then wasn't it extremely dangerous when you participated in the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" Nie Yuan asked. 1 year ago, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family had wantonly rewarded the Crimson Sky Kingdom and allowed the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be exempt from taxes for 10 years. All of this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution. Because Duan Lingtian had passed through the selection of the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and successfully advanced to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. What? Little Tian, you even participated in the genius competition all those years ago? Nie Rong's eyes stared wide open when he heard this, and he had a shocked expression. Father, it was me and His Majesty that asked little Tian to represent the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Nie Yuan spoke in a slightly weak voice. Nonsense. Nie Rong berated. What would you do if something happened to little Tian? Truly nonsense. Fortunately, little Tian is fine. Otherwise, how could you face him, face Ru Feng? Nie Yuan was scolded to the point he was unable to speak. Grandpa Nie, don't blame Uncle Nie. I was afraid Uncle Nie would be worried about me when the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated that day, so I didn't tell him. Duan Lingtian helped Nie Yuan get out of the predicament. The three of them continued flying forward for a while, and Nie Yuan couldn't refrain himself from asking. Little Tian, when you went to the Darkstone Empire later on and competed with the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, what was the cultivation of the strongest young genius that appeared when the Young Genius competition began? Nie Yuan was extremely curious about this. An imperial kingdom was above a kingdom, and it was sufficient for him to look up to it. Whereas an empire was even above an imperial kingdom, and it was an existence that was difficult for him to touch even if he looked up to it. The strongest young genius? Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment when he heard Nie Yuan, and then recalled. At that time, an existence at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage appeared in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. He was the strongest existence amongst the 10 people that advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. As for later on, there was another existence at the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage. 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage? 1st level of the Void Initiation stage? When they heard Duan Lingtian, not only Nie Yuan, even Nie Rong couldn't help but gasp, and they exclaimed with admiration. As expected of the young geniuses of the Empire, he's not even 38 yet has already broken through to the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage. Such natural talent is shocking. Perhaps, in another 10 years, when little Tian is 38, he'll be able to possess such accomplishments as well. Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian, and he was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. As for whether Duan Lingtian advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, he didn't ask, because as far as he was concerned, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to advance. The Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire was something that had already occurred over a year ago. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only at the 4th level of the Void Prying stage now, and he was probably only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Void Prying stage 1 year ago. It was utterly impossible for such a cultivation to advance in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. It was precisely because he thought like this that he didn't ask, as he was deeply afraid of discouraging Duan Lingtian. Since Nie Yuan didn't ask, it was naturally impossible for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to speak. The group of 3 continued to flash forward. 3 days later, the 3 of them left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and entered the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Actually, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, it utterly wouldn't take such a long time to travel from the Crimson Sky Kingdom to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and the reason it took such a long time was because he was taking care of Nie Yuan. His speed was maintained at the same level as Nie Yuan, the speed of a 3rd level Void Prying stage martial artist. As he followed Nie Rong and Nie Yuan to fly in the sky above the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian noticed a problem. This direction was actually the direction that belonged to the demonic Lotus Blade sect, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Looks like the second-rate sect that Nie Yuan's mother was from was in that direction as well. On the way, Duan Lingtian intended to find out about the second-rate sect, whereas Nie Rong and Nie Yuan spoke about it one by one without the slightest impatience. The sect my wife is from is called the Flying Rainbow Sect, and it only accepts female disciples. So, from the sect leader, the various higher-ups, to the lowest outer court disciple in the Flying Rainbow Sect, all of them are female disciples. Nie Rong spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded, and at the same time, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart. A sect that was completely formed from female disciples was actually able to become a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it was truly shocking. After all, on Cloud Continent, the natural talent of female martial artists was inferior to male martial artists since they were born, and this was an iron law. So, the true experts on Cloud Continent were generally men. Of course, it didn't mean that the natural talent of all female martial artists was inferior to male martial artists, and it was only in a general sense. There were also many female martial artists whose natural talent far surpassed males. Not to mention anything else, just his fiancée, Kerr, had revealed shocking natural talent since a young age, and she'd even joined a great power in the foreign lands many years ago. Presumably, her strength was even stronger now. Chapter 736. Even though he was a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist now, and he'd even taken first place in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition and obtained the honor of first place. But he knew extremely clearly in his heart that the young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty and the young geniuses of the foreign lands were two completely different concepts. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, not to mention the shocking accomplishments he obtained before the age of 40 in his 2nd lifetime. Even if it's other martial artists, there are many that have stepped into the Void Transformation stage before the age of 40. Void Transformation stage before the age of 40. What sort of concept was that? Duan Lingtian didn't dare continue imagining it. Not to mention others, just the people I know. Even though Xuanai's appearance is maintained at 15 or 16 years old, her true age is only a little over 20. Void Transformation stage. Perhaps she'll be able to smoothly step into it before the age of 30. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian seemed as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, and he felt that the accomplishments he'd obtained in the past were utterly not worth mentioning before Xuanai. Xuanai, you're really a blow to me. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and he couldn't help but recall that mysterious young woman. When he thought of the young woman, he naturally couldn't help but recall those 3 little fellows. Little black, little white, little gold. I wonder how they're doing now, and if they've entered that extremely dangerous place Qing Nu spoke of. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian pulled back his thoughts that had drifted away, and his mood gradually calmed down as well. Right, the spatial ring father left behind for me. All along the way, the bored Duan Lingtian withdrew the spatial ring Nie Yuan gave him a few days ago, the spatial ring his father, Duan Ruffing, left for him. A drop of fresh blood dripped down, and after the spatial ring established ownership with his blood, it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling of being connected by blood. After the spatial ring established ownership, Duan Lingtian impatiently looked towards the space within it. It was a huge space, but it was empty. There was a jade slip, 3 stacked together similar to the talisman paper, used by the Taoist priests in his previous life, and a thick ancient book that was tightly folded together with a faint light flashing around it. The entire book was dark green in color, and there was nothing special on the cover. However, Duan Lingtian felt that the faint light on the cover was very unusual. Is that a sound transmission jade slip? In the end, Duan Lingtian discovered that of the things his father had left behind, the only thing he recognized was the sound transmission jade slip. It seems that father left me a message before he left. I wonder what he said. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian took out the voice transmission jade slip and infused his essence force into it. In an instant, a familiar voice was clearly transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. This voice belonged to Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing. When you heard this message, father had already brought your mother, Jing Ru, and the 2 future daughters-in-law away from the Dark Han Dynasty. When he heard this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. 2 future daughters-in-law? Is he talking about Xiao Lan and Bai Yao? Is he still my father? He wished he could stay as far away from those 2 girls as possible, but his father was actually causing trouble at the side. How was he going to face those 2 girls in the future? Wait a minute. Left the Dark Han dynasty? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp, and his heart trembled from the shock. Aren't they going out to relax? Why are they leaving the Dark Han dynasty? After the shock, Duan Lingtian temporarily calmed down, and he thought about the scenes after his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, returned. Firstly, his father only returned after 23 years. Secondly, it was his father's experience during those 23 years, and it was only vaguely mentioned with a single sentence. He still clearly remembered what his father had said to him back then. All those years ago, I went to the swamp of death to search for the serene Sirius for you and your mother, and an unforeseen event occurred during that time. Because of some reason, it caused me to be unable to control myself during these 23 years, and I was unable to return to look for you and your mother. If it wasn't for the sake of being able to return to look for you and your mother, I would have chosen to die together with that person since long ago. There was utterly no need for me to be ordered around by him for so many years and struggle at death's door until today. That person has his retribution and has been completely annihilated. Otherwise, father might not have been able to return to look for you and your mother. These were the words his father said when he returned. At that time, Duan Lingtian thought his father was imprisoned and enslaved by someone, and that person's strength was extremely formidable, causing his father to be unable to find a chance to escape to look for him and his mother. But now that he thought about it, there were many loopholes in it. Since that person was so formidable, how could he be annihilated so easily? Besides that, father said that his origin energy didn't exist any longer. Because of what he said, I subconsciously believed that his cultivation had been crippled. When my spiritual force probed his body and didn't notice any traces of origin energy, I was even more certain that his cultivation had been crippled. Duan Lingtian frowned when he thought up to here. If father really lost his cultivation, then how did he bring mother, Jingru, Xiaolan, and Bai Yao away from the Dark Han dynasty? Even if there was something that could be used as a means of transportation, there were numerous experts in the world outside the Dark Han dynasty, so how could the Crimson Sky Kingdom compare to it? For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly worried. He was worried about the safety of his father and mother. He was worried about the safety of Jingru, Xiaolan, and Bai Yao. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was completely unable to wrap his head around it. Gradually, he stopped thinking about it and fused his origin energy further into the voice transmission fragment in his hand as he continued to listen to his father's words. Are you very puzzled now as to why I brought your mother and the others away from the Dark Han dynasty? Are you worried about our safety? If so, you can be at ease, we're very safe now. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard up to here. He really felt that at this moment, his father was like a worm in his stomach. However, he heard the confidence in his father's tone. Duan Lingtian continued listening. I know you have many questions in your heart, but it's not convenient for me to tell you now. Besides that, we won't be returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the short term. Perhaps, when we meet in the future, it'll be in the outside world and not the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiao Lan and Bai Yao's natural talent isn't bad, and they'll surely become great talents with some training. As for Jingru, her natural talent isn't bad as well. Coupled with your mother being used to having her by her side, I brought her along. At this moment, I'm sure you've already seen the 2 things I left for you. Firstly, the 3 talismans that are stacked together might be able to save your life 3 times in the future. The way to activate it is to throw the talisman at your opponent, then lock your gaze on your opponent and shout, "Activate." Talisman? Duan Lingtian frowned. To be honest, he was not unfamiliar with talismans at all. Of course, it was not because he had the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. In the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, there were no records of talismans at all. The reason he was familiar with talismans was because talismans were not rare on Earth where he lived in his previous life. Especially in the ancient Eastern Kingdom where he lived, talismans were extremely rare. I felt that the 3 talismans were slightly strange earlier, and there were talismans on them that were extremely similar to the talismans from my previous life. I didn't expect that they were really talismans. Moreover, Father said that the 3 talismans could save my life 3 times? Could it be that there's some sort of secret within those 3 talismans? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bewilderment, and he wished for nothing more than to take out a talisman right now, shout, activate, and test it out. But his reason stopped him. Subconsciously, he felt that the 3 talismans shouldn't be wasted like this, and they should be used where they were needed. Why would Father have these talismans? This was something that Duan Lingtian was unable to wrap his head around. Wasn't his father a person without any cultivation? Where did these strange talismans come from? After all, even if he searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu of his 2 lifetimes, he didn't find any records related to talismans. In other words, on Cloud Continent, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had never heard of talismans, let alone seen one. This could be seen from this how rare talismans were. Father, where did you get these weird things? As he looked at the 3 talismans within the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how he looked at it, these 3 talismans seemed like the things that the swindling Taoists in the ancient Eastern kingdoms of his previous life used to swindle people. But Father probably wouldn't lie to me. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian caught his breath and continued to listen to the voice that came from the voice transmission jade slip. Besides the 3 talismans, I've left you a exquisite jade box. Once you have the ability to open it in the future, you'll know where your mother and I are. All right, I've said enough. That's all. You don't have to worry about us, we're fine. Besides that, I still haven't seen my other 2 daughters-in-law. You stinking kid, bring them to see me earlier. The voice stopped abruptly when it reached here. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Based on his father's tone, it was extremely carefree. This is the exquisite jade box? I thought it was an ancient book. Duan Lingtian's gaze slowly descended onto the thing that looked like a book within the spatial ring. With a thought, Duan Lingtian took it out from the spatial ring. So cold. The exquisite jade box was icy cold to the touch, and the icy cold feeling spread throughout Duan Lingtian's entire body in the blink of an eye, causing him to be unable to help but shiver. After carefully observing for a while, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there was a tiny gap in the middle of the exquisite jade box, and it was precisely the gap that appeared when the jade box was closed. Father left a message in the sound transmission jade slip, saying that once I have the ability to open this jade box, what will happen? Just this jade box I can casually. Duan Lingtian's muttering stopped here. Because at the same time that he was muttering to himself, he'd already wrapped his hand with origin energy and tried to open the jade box. Chapter 737. How could this be possible? Duan Lingtian was shocked to the point his eyes stared wide open, and at the same time, the origin energy in his hand swiftly rose to the limit in the blink of an eye. But even then, the exquisite jade box still didn't move and was utterly unable to be opened. Along with the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's hand roiling with strands of azure-colored energy, violet-colored energy, and earthen yellow-colored energy. He tried to open the jade box, yet there was still no movement from the jade box. Duan Lingtian's heart shook as the origin energy in his hand dispersed, and the 8th level wind concept, 3rd level lightning concept, and 1st level earth concept dispersed along with this, and his face was filled with shock. When had he seen such a strange jade box? No wonder Father left such a message in the voice transmission jade slip. So it turns out that he was certain that I was unable to open this exquisite jade box. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely come to an understanding. Earlier, when he heard his father say that, he was still unconvinced and felt that opening a tiny jade box was as easy as flipping his hand. But now it would seem that even if he exerted his full strength and even utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, He might not be able to open this jade box. I'll find a time to try using the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Lingtian, who caught his breath, put the exquisite jade box away in his spatial ring with a raise of his hand. Little Tian, what's wrong? Right at this moment, Nie Rong and Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. They saw the energy of heaven and earth that had just accumulated above Duan Lingtian and hadn't condensed into form, and they realized that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating energy earlier. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head and casually found an excuse. I just gained some comprehension in cultivation. Nie Rong and Nie Yuan didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words, and Nie Yuan even couldn't help but sigh. No wonder, little Tian, you're able to possess such a cultivation at such an age. In the path of cultivation in the martial Tao, you do indeed possess an exceptional natural talent that's difficult for ordinary people to reach. Nie Rong nodded to indicate his agreement. Uncle Nie, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. After 10+ days, Duan Lingtian and Nie Yuan stopped in midair, and it was only because Nie Rong had stopped first, whereas they stopped after Nie Rong. At this moment, Nie Rong's gaze descended onto an enormous mountain in the distance. That place is Flying Rainbow Mountain, and it's precisely the location of the Flying Rainbow sect. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look up. The giant mountain in the distance was like a giant beast crouching there. The top of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. Through the strong sunlight, it reflected a clear rainbow glow. The multicolored clouds were colorful, twisting and turning in the clouds. It looked like a twisted rainbow gathered together, giving people a kind of visual enjoyment. This is the so-called visual feast. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Even though the Flying Rainbow sect's Flying Rainbow Mountain was inferior to the 7-Star Sword sect's 7 Great Sword Peaks and even the Demonic Lotus Blade sect's former Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. But the Flying Rainbow sect was only a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom after all, and having an estate like this could already be considered to be not bad. This is the Flying Rainbow Mountain? When I was young, I heard my mother say that the peak of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is like the legendary paradise of immortals. After I understood, I thought that my mother said it casually. I never imagined that it's really like this. Nie Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Uncle Nie, you've never been to the Flying Rainbow sect? Duan Lingtian was stunned. As far as he was concerned, Nie Yuan was the son of the Flying Rainbow sect's leader no matter what. Even if some old fellows in the Flying Rainbow sect were against Nie Yuan's mother, it wouldn't be to the extent of prohibiting Nie Yuan from coming to the Flying Rainbow sect, right? For the sake of not allowing me to be disturbed by the members of the Flying Rainbow sect, Mother has never brought me to the Flying Rainbow sect, so the members of the Flying Rainbow sect don't know where I am. Nie Yuan said. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Not far north of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is one of the bases of the Azure Forest Trisect, the Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Nie Rong said to Duan Lingtian, supposedly, the Flying Rainbow sect had a deep relationship with the former Demonic Lotus Blade sect. It was even to the extent that the reason the Flying Rainbow sect was able to occupy such a superb base like the Flying Rainbow Mountain was because of the protection of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect. Demonic Lotus Blade sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Actually, when Nie Rong pointed at the enormous mountain in the distance and said it was the Flying Rainbow sect's base, Flying Rainbow Mountain, he was already slightly surprised. He was surprised that the Flying Rainbow sect's base was so close to the former Demonic Lotus Blade sect's base, the Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. He was surprised that a mere second-rate sect like the Flying Rainbow sect actually possessed a base like the Flying Rainbow Mountain. Now, when he heard Nie Rong's explanation, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Demonic Lotus Blade sect. Unknowingly, a wisp of disdain had already appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Of course, Nie Rong and Nie Yuan didn't notice it. Let's go over. Duan Lingtian called out to Nie Rong and Nie Yuan before taking the lead to soar up into the sky and flashing towards the Flying Rainbow Mountain. He didn't intentionally speed up so that Nie Rong and Nie Yuan could follow closely behind him. After a short moment, the three of them arrived outside the flying rainbow mountain. After they approached it, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there were a few spiraling mountain paths on the flying rainbow mountain, whereas, between every single mountain path was a vast platform that was halfway up the mountain. Most of these platforms had some buildings built on them, a small number of them were filled with flowers and plants, and there was even one that was extremely spacious, yet it was the most bustling on it. The latter was obviously the Flying Rainbow sect's martial practice grounds. Little Tian. When he saw Duan Lingtian's figure flashing and intending to fly out and forcefully charge into the Flying Rainbow sect before him, Nye Rong was anxious. Grandpa Nye. After Duan Lingtian was stopped by Nye Rong, he stopped moving and looked at Nye Rong with a bewildered expression. You haven't notified the helpers in your sect. We'll wait for you to call over the helpers in your sect before we enter the Flying Rainbow sect to seize the person. Nye Rong said, besides that, remember to ask the helpers you call over not to expose their identities. Otherwise, those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect will surely expose this matter to the Azure Forest Trisect. Once it comes to that, the matter will become complicated. Whereas if you and your helpers don't expose your identities, then this matter will only be an internal affair of the Flying Rainbow sect, and it's impossible for those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect to seek help from the Azure Forest Trisect. Nye Rong finished speaking in a single breath and spoke of his concerns. Helpers? Nye Rong's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned, and then he shook his head. Grandpa Nye, I don't intend to look for helpers. What a joke! If he had to look for helpers to seize someone from a mere second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, then he might as well just bang his head against the wall and die. With his current strength, not to mention a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he wasn't afraid in the slightest even if it was the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Don't intend to look for helpers? Nye Rong and Nye Yuan were dumbstruck when they heard Duan Lingtian. After a short moment, Nye Rong was the first to recover from his shock, and he hurriedly said, Little Tian, don't joke with Grandpa Nye at a time like this. Us forcefully trespassing into the Flying Rainbow sect like this is already violating the taboo of the Flying Rainbow sect. With just the three of us, I'm afraid not only will we be unable to rescue my wife, we'll fall deeply into it as well. He could take the risk, yet he didn't want his son and Duan Lingtian, who wasn't related to this matter, to take the risk. Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he couldn't be bothered to continue explaining, and he flew out to directly descend in the sky above the exceedingly spacious martial practice grounds at the mountainside of the Flying Rainbow sect. Duan Lingtian's appearance in the sky drew the attention of all the Flying Rainbow sect disciples in the martial practice grounds. These Flying Rainbow sect disciples were all female disciples, and there were both beautiful and ugly amongst them. But one thing could be confirmed, their natural talent in the martial Dao wasn't bad. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be taken in by the Flying Rainbow sect. Who's that? It seems to be a man. He's getting closer and closer. So handsome. Slanted brows and starry eyes, heroic and extraordinary, elegant and graceful. Oh my God. He's simply the perfect lover of my dreams. You little slut, don't be coquettish. How could such an outstanding figure take a fancy to you? He looks to be around the age of 25, yet he's actually able to fly. This shows that he's an expert at the void-prying stage or above. Our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has such an outstanding young genius? If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten that he flew over. His natural talent is simply even more formidable than the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. 5 great young masters? The most outstanding in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? All of you wouldn't have forgotten, right? All those years ago, a figure that was even more outstanding than the 5 great young masters appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not only that, during the genius competition 2 years ago, supposedly another outstanding young genius appeared, and he wasn't inferior to the 5 great young masters. Right. How could I have forgotten Duan Lingtian? There's also the mysterious young man, Su Li, that advanced in the genius competition 2 years ago. Even if it's Duan Lingtian and Su Li, they're probably far inferior to him, right? Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect when he heard waves of discussions that seethed with discussion. As he looked at the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples whispering in each other's ears and some even cast flirtatious glances at him in secret, it caused him to be unable to help but be slightly embarrassed. As the saying goes, 3 women make a show. With so many women gathered together, he felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. Sush, sush. Meanwhile, Nie Rong and Nye Yuan followed over and stood at Duan Lingtian's side. Isn't he the sect leader's husband? Suddenly, someone on the martial practice grounds stared at Nie Rong and exclaimed in surprise. The sect leader's husband? That guest that stayed in the Flying Cloud Pavilion earlier? Didn't he leave our Flying Rainbow sect because of the pressure the Supreme Elders exerted on the sect leader? Why has he returned? The 2 people by his side wouldn't be the helpers that he invited, right? Many Flying Rainbow sect disciples whispered in discussion. I heard that besides asking the sect leader to abdicate, the Supreme Elders even asked the sect leader to enter the restricted area to cultivate and be completely isolated from the world. Looks like the sect leader's husband has brought helpers to seize the sect leader. Chapter 738. Little Tian. Nie Rong and Nye Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time, and the space between their brows had dense worry mixed within. Grandpa Nie, Uncle Nie, don't worry. Duan Lingtian gave both of them a reassuring gaze. But even then, Nie Rong and Nye Yuan still didn't have confidence in their hearts. No matter what, they were unable to wrap their heads around why Duan Lingtian would be so bold to actually dare trespass into the Flying Rainbow sect. It wasn't that they hadn't thought that perhaps Duan Lingtian's current strength was already sufficient to suppress those old fellows in the Flying Rainbow sect, and that was why he dared act in this way. But with a quick thought, this seemed to be slightly whimsical. How old was Duan Ling? No matter how great his natural talent was, could he who was far from 30 possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above? As far as they were concerned, this was extremely unrealistic. Amidst the perturbed feelings of Nie Rong and Nye Yuan, numerous swift howls of the wind suddenly sounded out from the distant sky. After a short moment, 3 figures finally appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. These were 3 old women that were over 70 years old. 1 wore green clothes, 1 wore blue clothes, and 1 wore yellow clothes. Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder. The group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed to the 3 old women. The 3 old women were precisely the 3 Supreme Elders of the Flying Rainbow sect. According to rumor, the 3 of them were existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. Bush, bush, bush. The 3 old women stood in the sky not far away from Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and their gazes locked onto Nie Rong at the first possible moment. Because they only knew Nie Rong amongst the 3 people before them. Looks like you really didn't take the words of us 3 old fellows seriously. I remember that I warned you before you left that if you dare take a step into our Flying Rainbow sect again, then I'll surely cripple your cultivation. The green-clothed old woman's gaze that was like a blade stared fixedly at Nie Rong as she spoke with a low voice. Nie Rong's face sank slightly, and he was angered to the point his body shivered. At this moment, he hated himself for being too weak. If he was stronger than this old man, he would have taught this old man a lesson long ago. Why would he need to suffer such humiliation? Old man, you're courting death. Nie Rong was willing to silently endure, but that didn't mean that Nye Yuan was willing. Hearing that someone wanted to cripple his father's cultivation, how could Nye Yuan continue to watch coldly from the sidelines? After shouting, his sharp gaze locked onto the old woman in cyan, and he was ready to attack at any moment. When the azure-clothed old woman heard Nye Yuan's voice, her face instantly sank. However, when her gaze landed on Nye Yuan's face, she couldn't help but be stunned. It was because the outline of Nie Yuan's face was too similar to Nie Rong's. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were father and son. Suddenly, the old woman laughed out of anger. I was wondering who it was. So it's that little bastard from back then. I truly never imagined that the little bastard from all those years ago would have already grown so big. Did you come to our Flying Rainbow sect with your father today with the intention of meeting your mother one last time? You're courting death. When Nie Yuan heard the cyan-clothed old woman's mocking words, he couldn't restrain himself any longer, and the essence energy on his body skyrocketed as he prepared to make a move. But he was instead stopped by Nie Rong. Third level of the void prying stage? Your natural talent isn't bad. But unfortunately, before the three of us, this little bit of cultivation of yours is insufficient. The old woman sneered as she looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Nie Yuan. Why waste your breath on them? Just directly cripple them. Amongst the other two old women that hadn't spoken since the beginning, the blue-clothed old woman spoke out indifferently. Her words were exceedingly cold and indifferent, and it didn't contain the slightest expression, and it was like a judge of life and death that was passing down judgment. Even though the last yellow-clothed old woman didn't speak, her actions of taking a stride forward while the essence energy on her body skyrocketed had undoubtedly indicated her current stand. At this moment, a lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette had instantly appeared in the sky above the yellow-clothed old woman, and it coiled down as it descended. 7th level of the void prying stage. This yellow-clothed old woman was obviously a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. This is an ancient horned dragon silhouette? According to rumor, besides the sect leader of our Flying Rainbow sect, the other 3 supreme elders are existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. Looks like all this is true. Of course it's true. I've even seen the sect leader make a move, and the sect leader is an 8th level void prying stage expert. But unfortunately, she's suffered a heavy injury now, and it affected her cultivation. Supposedly, after the sect leader was heavily injured, even though her meridians were repaired by healing medicinal pills, there was a large amount of clogged blood within her meridians that was difficult to remove, and this caused her origin energy to suffer an extremely great restriction. On the martial practice grounds, the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples discussed animatedly. Of course, they knew some things in their hearts yet didn't speak it out. If it wasn't for the sect leader being injured, how could the 3 supreme elders dare be so presumptuous? This was the truest thought in their hearts. Most people glanced at Nie Rong and Nie Yuan with pity. They were clearly aware of the methods of the 3 supreme elders, and they knew that even if Nie Rong and Nie Yuan were lucky enough to survive today, they would lose a layer of skin. Unfortunately, this handsome and elegant young master is probably going to be harmed by them. On the martial practice grounds, many Flying Rainbow sect disciples looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood between Nie Rong and Nie Yuan, and their hearts were filled with pity. Even though not a single one of them had communicated with this violet-clothed young man, their first impression of the violet-clothed young man was extremely good, and they didn't wish for him to be harmed from the bottom of their hearts. But they knew as well that the matter before them wasn't something they could interfere in. Whoosh. Whoosh. After the yellow-clothed old woman stepped forward, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman took a step forward at the same time as the origin energy on their bodies raged, and an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky above each of them. Another 2 7th-level void prying stage experts. The crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples couldn't help but gasp. Even though they'd heard many times in the past that the 3 supreme elders of their Flying Rainbow sect were existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage, but that was only limited to rumors, and seeing it with their own 2 eyes was a completely different concept. 3 lifelike ancient horned dragons appeared above the 3 old women, and they coiled down as they descended, causing the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples to feel extremely shocked. On the other hand, the faces of Nie Rong and Nie Yuan sank. Subsequently, They glanced at each other and seemed to have come to some sort of tacit understanding before taking a step forward at the same time to firmly protect Duan Lingtian behind them. Littleton, leave quickly. Right? Leave quickly will stop them. Nie Rong and Nie Yuan's voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at the first possible moment, and they were filled with anxiousness. Warmth couldn't help but arise in Duan Lingtian's heart when he heard these two voice transmissions. He knew clearly in his heart. Nie Rong and Nie Yuan didn't know of his true strength now, so their current actions were purely because they didn't want him to suffer any harm from the bottom of their hearts. This matter isn't related to him. The dignified 3 supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect ought to not make a move against a young man, right? Nie Rong spoke with a low voice. The reply to Nie Rong was the azure-clothed old woman's cold grunt. I don't care who he is, but since he dared follow the two of you to the Flying Rainbow sect to cause trouble, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Just like the two of you, he can live if his cultivation is crippled. Otherwise die. The blue-clothed old woman's eyes flickered with a fierce light as she spoke with a low voice. Swoosh. The old woman's clothes fluttered as her eyes that flickered with cold lights instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Nie Rong's expression instantly went grim when he heard this. Supreme Elders of the Flying Rainbow sect. In my opinion, the 3 of you are the shame of the Flying Rainbow sect. Don't think I don't know why all of you are going against my mother. It's utterly not because of the union between her and my father, and it's instead because as far as all of you are concerned, she seized the position of sect master from that adopted daughter of yours. When facing such a dangerous situation, Nie Yuan completely shed all pretenses and laughed with ridicule. In my opinion, what qualifications does that woman that can't afford to lose have to compete with my mother? Swoosh. Nie Yuan's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It wasn't only Duan Lingtian who couldn't help but be stunned, even the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but look at Nie Yuan. There seems to be some sort of inside story? Right at this moment, the yellow-clothed old woman shouted coldly and directly made a move. Her target wasn't Duan Lingtian that she'd locked onto earlier, and it was Nie Yuan who just finished speaking in a resounding voice. Obviously, she'd turned angry from embarrassment because of Nie Yuan's words, and she'd slightly lost her reason. The Flying Rainbow sect disciples present only saw a yellow-colored bolt of lightning flash through the sky, and it flashed directly towards the middle-aged man that seemed to be the son of the sect master. Swish. Right at this critical moment, an extremely swift sword light descended from high above, and it obstructed the yellow-colored bolt of lightning that flashed swiftly towards Nie Yuan. Immediately after, a white figure appeared in front of Nie Yuan. This was an old woman in plain white clothes, and her face was slightly pale. Obviously, she'd suffered an internal injury. Moreover, because she'd made a move earlier, it caused the hand that held the sword to tremble slightly. Mother! Nie Yuan looked at the familiar figure before him and couldn't help but call out lightly, and his gentle voice came from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. It was the first time he'd seen his Uncle Nie speak with such a gentle tone, and he was able to discern the respect and love Uncle Nie had towards the white-clothed old woman. Sect Master! At the same time, the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed respectfully to the white-clothed old woman. Cough cough. Supreme Elders, after all of you kill them, do all of you want to kill me as well? After the white-clothed old woman, the sect master of the Flying Rainbow sect, Meng Ping, coughed twice. Her countenance became even more ghastly pale as her hoarse voice sounded out, and it contained traces of rage mixed within. Sect Master, you're joking? When faced with the white-clothed old woman's questioning, the azure-clothed old woman's expression was calm as she said indifferently, we only wanted to teach them a lesson, and we didn't really want to kill them. Yes, Sect Master. You're injured, you should quickly return and rest. We'll help you deal with such a small matter. The blue-clothed old woman spoke out as well. Sect Master, please leave. Chapter 739. What if I don't leave? Meng Ping sneered, and her pale and emaciated face was filled with a terrifying and fierce expression. Then we can only offend you. The yellow-clothed old woman took a step forward with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning as she attacked Meng Ping once more, and her origin energy skyrocketed and swept out. Swish! Meng Ping struck out with her sword. Even though she'd blocked the old woman's attack once more, the origin energy on her body had been completely obliterated, causing her to repeatedly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Mother! Nie Yuan hurriedly supported his mother, and his crimson-red eyes stared fixedly at the yellow-clothed old woman. My mother is still the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect now. You dare make a move against the sect leader? How should you be punished? But unfortunately, the yellow-clothed old woman utterly paid no attention to Nie Yuan, and she instead looked at Nie Rong, who'd hurried over to support Meng Ping. The three of us said it the last time. If you dare make an appearance in the Flying Rainbow sect again, then we'll surely cripple your cultivation. Now, will you cripple your own cultivation, or do you want me to do it for you? Even if it was before the sect leader, Meng Ping, the yellow-clothed old woman was fearless and spoke frankly about crippling the cultivation of Meng Ping's husband, Nie Rong. Nie Rong clenched his fists tightly as he gritted his teeth, and his aged face seemed as if it was instantly covered in a layer of frost as he stared fiercely at the yellow-clothed old woman. If you don't cripple your own cultivation after 3 breaths of time, then I'll be happy to do it for you. The yellow-clothed old woman spoke indifferently. Elder Huang, don't go too far. Meng Ping was angered to the point of spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and she spoke with an extremely hoarse voice. Sect leader, don't interfere in this matter. The yellow-clothed old woman didn't look Meng Ping in the eye, and she stared fixedly at Nie Rong, who was by Meng Ping's side instead. There's another 2 breaths of time. There's another breath of time. Since you don't cripple your own cultivation, then I can only do it for you. After 3 breaths of time, the yellow-clothed old woman suddenly took a stride forward. Instantly, the airflow in the air flashed and gave rise to waves of awe-inspiring strong winds that blew to the point the clothes of the people that stood in the sky fluttered. The yellow-clothed old woman walked towards Nie Rong step by step, and every single step she took seemed to have transformed into an enormous hammer that fiercely smashed onto Nie's chest, and it caused him to become even paler. Stop. Meng Ping struggled in an attempt to stop the yellow-clothed old woman. Unfortunately, her injuries were too severe. She barely managed to stand in the air, but she was already on the verge of collapsing, let alone stopping the yellow-clothed old woman. Right at this moment, Nie Yuan made a move. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he shot out, and his target was the yellow-clothed old woman in full fury. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing Nie Yuan's attack, the yellow-clothed old woman revealed a disdainful expression. With a raise of her hand, she swept out her palm, which was like a palm leaf fan, towards Nie Yuan. If this palm landed, even if Nie Yuan didn't die, he would be crippled. Meng Ping's expression changed drastically when she saw her son in trouble. She struggled and wanted to help, but she lost all her strength. Her body, which was already on the verge of collapse, couldn't hold on any longer and fell down with a loud bang. However, Meng Ping wasn't thinking about what would happen if she fell from such a height. Her eyes were fixed on Nie Yuan. This violet-clothed young man that looked to be only around the age of 25 actually possessed such a terrifying strength? 8th level of the void-prying stage? When they heard the discussions of the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples, Nie Rong and Nie Yuan glanced at each other from afar, and they saw shock and sudden understanding in each other's eyes. Shock was because they utterly didn't know beforehand that Duan Lingtian possessed such a terrifying strength. Nonsense. If they knew earlier that Duan Lingtian possessed such a terrifying strength, they wouldn't be so anxious and fearful earlier. Sudden understanding was because they finally realized why Duan Lingtian had the confidence to forcefully charge into the Flying Rainbow sect. It turned out that in his eyes, he utterly didn't take those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect seriously. For a time, at the same time that their hearts were filled with pleasant surprise, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly in their hearts. To think that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to possess such a formidable strength earlier. Now it would seem that they utterly couldn't use common sense to deduce Duan Lingtian. The expressions of the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman went completely grim when the yellow-clothed old woman died. The azure-clothed old woman's expression was unsightly as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a grim voice, "Who exactly are you? Why did you kill the supreme elder of my Flying Rainbow sect?" "When did I kill?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the azure-clothed old woman and shrugged. "Don't frame a good person." "Frame a good person?" Duan Lingtian's words that sounded exceedingly naive caused the group of people including Nie Rong and Nie Yuan to be unable to refrain from bursting into laughter. Especially those female disciples of the Flying Rainbow sect, all of their faces flushed red as if they felt embarrassed for Duan Lingtian. "You clearly killed Elder Huang, yet you still dare quibble?" The azure-clothed old woman spoke with a low voice. "Elder Huang? That yellow-clothed old woman?" Duan Lingtian glanced at the corpse on the martial practice grounds, and his brows raised. "I admit that I crippled her cultivation. But when did I kill her? Which eye of yours saw it?" Duan Lingtian's words caused the azure-clothed old woman's expression to become even more livid. "You didn't kill her directly, but you crippled her cultivation while she was high up in the sky. What difference is there between this and killing her?" "Laughable." Duan Lingtian's originally casual and handsome face was instantly covered in a layer of ice as he said coldly, "She was high up in the sky, that's her own business. Could it be that I asked her to go high up in the sky? It's impossible to reason with him, so there's no need to say anything to him." The blue-clothed old woman stopped the azure-clothed old woman that wanted to continue arguing with Duan Lingtian, and she looked coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian. "Who exactly are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of our Flying Rainbow sect?" "Who am I?" Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed old woman as if he was looking at an idiot. "You wouldn't have gotten old and your eyes aren't working properly, right? Could it be that you didn't see that I came here with Grandpa Nye and Uncle Nye? They're my family. Could it be that I can't interfere in their matters?" Duan Lingtian especially emphasized the words family. The faces of the two old women instantly sank when they heard this. They suddenly noticed that the development of the matter seemed to have completely exceeded their expectations, and at the same time, it had exceeded their control. Not to mention anything else, just this violet-clothed young man before them obviously possessed a strength that was even more formidable than them. In a head-on collision, they felt that even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. When they saw the two supreme elders of the sect were unable to speak before the violet-clothed young man, the gazes of the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds lit up. More than 90% of the female disciples shot flirtatious gazes at Duan Lingtian as they wanted to obtain Duan Lingtian's attention because of this. But unfortunately, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to them. But even then, they still flocked to him like ducks. For a time, the martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect had temporarily fallen into deathly silence. No one spoke, and all of them were communicating with their gazes. Finally, the Flying Rainbow sect's master, Meng Ping, spoke and broke this short period of silence. "Yuan, this is?" Nie Yuan didn't dare dally when facing Meng Ping's question, and he said with a smile, "Mother, this is the little Tian I mentioned to you in the past." "What?" Meng Ping's pupils couldn't help but constrict when she heard Nie Yuan, and even her breathing became slightly hurried as she asked with slight excitement. "He's that Duan Lingtian from your Crimson Sky Kingdom?" Meng Ping's excitement came from the bottom of her heart, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if she'd seen a great figure. Meng Ping's loss of composure was noticed by Duan Lingtian. He knew that Meng Ping had probably heard of some things related to him. Chapter 740. Mother, you know little Tian? Nie Yuan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Meng Ping lose her composure, and then he asked curiously. Nie Rong looked at Meng Ping as well, and he was similarly curious. Duan Ling Tian? Right at this moment, no matter if it was the group of flying rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds or the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman that stood in the distance, all of them were stunned. My God! So he's Duan Ling? Many flying rainbow sect disciples couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He's Duan Lingtian? The Duan Lingtian that became famous all those years ago with natural talent that surpassed the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The Duan Lingtian that advanced in the genius competition held by our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family over 2 years ago? According to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian seems to be only 27 or 28 years old this year. His strength is actually at the 8th level of the void prying stage or above. It's truly shocking. Duan Lingtian is the dream lover of many sisters in our Flying Rainbow sect. I never imagined that he would appear in our Flying Rainbow sect. The martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect became extremely bustling for a time, and many Flying Rainbow sect disciples even cried out Duan Lingtian's name with sharp voices. Their fervent attitudes caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel embarrassed. Unlike the excitement of the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman in the distant sky glanced at each other, and they were able to see terror in each other's eyes. He's Duan Lingtian? The Duan Lingtian that slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge not long ago? It ought to be. In our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only he possesses such strength and is called Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian's current strength really causes others to be unable to help but feel terrified. Even the members of the Azure Forest Trisect would probably never have imagined even in their dreams that Duan Lingtian would grow to such a terrifying extent in only a few years of time. In an instant, the 2 old women communicated with each other via voice transmission and confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity at the same time. After confirming it, there was nothing but fear in their hearts. Perhaps the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Gorge some time ago hadn't spread throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But because their Flying Rainbow sect's base was extremely close to the demonic Lotus Gorge and because they were higher-ups of the Flying Rainbow sect, they'd heard about the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Gorge a few days ago. The 7-Star Sword sect carried out a bloodbath of revenge in the demonic Lotus Gorge. The publicly acknowledged number 1 genius of the 7-Star Sword sect, Duan Lingtian, had returned domineeringly, and he'd annihilated all the 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the demonic Lotus Gorge by himself. After that, all the people that were already disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect before the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect all those years ago were killed one by one, and there wasn't a single exception. When this news had just entered the ears of the Flying Rainbow sect higher-ups, they still didn't dare believe it, and they'd even personally made a trip to the demonic Lotus Gorge because of this. When they saw the crimson-red ground that was dyed with blood in the gorge at the north of the demonic Lotus Gorge and the corpses that covered the ground that included all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect that they knew, they realized that the rumors weren't false. The Azure Forest Trisect had indeed been annihilated overnight. Because of this, they completely believed that rumor, and at the same time, they felt deep terror towards the strength of the person that caused it, Duan Lingtian, from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, never had they imagined that not long after the battle in the demonic Lotus Gorge, the peerless god of slaughter, Duan Lingtian, had actually trespassed into their Flying Rainbow sect. Moreover, he'd come with ill intent. When they thought of how they were still in conflict with Duan Lingtian earlier, besides regret, there was only regret in their hearts. If they knew earlier that the sect leader's husband and son had such a close relationship with Duan Lingtian, then even if the sect leader was heavily injured this time, even if they'd always had objections towards the sect leader, they wouldn't have the courage to go against the sect leader. At this moment, their hearts were filled with grievance and resentment. Of course, They were mostly resentful towards Meng Ping, the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect. You said that your family members are so familiar with this god of slaughter figure, Duan Lingtian, yet you didn't say so earlier. Isn't this pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and you're obviously digging a hole for us to jump into? Even if you're digging a hole, you don't have to dig a hole like this. Duan Lingtian noticed the terror that was emitted from the eyes of the two old women when they looked at him once more, and he realized that they might have heard of the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Gorge some time ago. He knew that the matter he wanted to help Nie Rong and Nie Yuan today had already been completed. So long as these two old fellows weren't stupid, they would absolutely not dare make things difficult for Meng Ping, the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and arrived by the side of Nie Rong and Nie Yuan in a short moment, and then he raised his hand and withdrew a medicinal pill before passing it to Meng Ping. Grandma Meng, this is a grade 4 great recovery pill, and it's sufficient to heal the injuries on your body. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke to Meng Ping. Even though it was the first time he'd met Meng Ping today, since Meng Ping was the wife of the senior Marquis, Nie Rong, and the mother of his uncle Nie Yuan, he naturally had to give her sufficient respect. It was for no other reason than the assistance Nie Rong and Nie Yuan had given him in the past. In Duan Lingtian's heart, he'd always adhered to a principle. The kindness of receiving a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. No. I don't dare. Meng Ping's face flushed red when she heard Duan Lingtian address her as grandma, and she hurriedly shook her head before consuming the grade 4 great recovery pill in her hand. Nie Rong and Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with bewildered expressions when they saw Meng Ping lose her composure. They weren't idiots and naturally noticed the restraint Meng Ping had when facing Duan Lingtian, as if she was facing an extraordinary figure. They suddenly realized that perhaps their understanding of the current Duan Lingtian was far from enough. After Meng Ping consumed the medicinal pill, she closed her eyes and sat cross-legged in midair to recover. After a short moment, her slightly pale face started to become rosy, and the dispirited aura on her body ceaselessly strengthened as if she'd obtained new life. This is the medicinal strength of a grade 4 great recovery pill? Nie Rong and Nie Yuan's pupils couldn't help but constrict when they saw this scene. A grade 4 great recovery pill was a medicinal pill that only a grade 4 alchemist could refine, and it was extremely precious. After all, grade 4 alchemists were comparatively common only in the Dark Han dynasty, and even if it was in the Darkstone Empire, they were extremely rare existences. As for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was utterly impossible to find a grade 4 alchemist. Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom. On the martial practice grounds, the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples went silent, and the gazes of most of them were on the sect leader, Meng Ping. All of them hoped that Meng Ping would be able to recover and once again take control of their Flying Rainbow sect. Meng Ping's reputation in the Flying Rainbow sect was obvious. Of course, there was also a small portion of Flying Rainbow sect disciples whose gazes never left Duan Lingtian, and after they found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, they became even more fervent. As for the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman that stood in the distant sky, they stood on the spot and didn't dare move in the slightest. It wasn't that they didn't think of fleeing, but they didn't dare flee. Before an existence like Duan Lingtian that was capable of easily killing a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage expert, would 2 tiny 7th-level Void Prying Stage martial artists like them be able to escape? Half an hour passed by quickly. Pooh! Meng Ping, who sat cross-legged in midair and absorbed the medicinal strength of the grade 4 great recovery pill, suddenly moved, and she spat out a mouthful of blood that was violet to the point it was black. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, Meng Ping seemed to be much more spirited. Along with the pulsating origin energy on Meng Ping's body, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky above her. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. You've recovered? Nie Rong's eyes stared wide open when he saw this scene, and he asked with slight pleasant surprise. Yes. Meng Ping nodded with a light smile, and then she looked at Duan Lingtian and slightly bowed. Thank you, young Master Lingtian, for bestowing me with the Grade 4 Great Recovery Pill. Not only did the Grade 4 Great Recovery Pill allow her injuries to recover by more than half, it even removed the clotted blood in her meridians in one go. At this moment, she felt her body was light as a swallow, and her strength from her prime had returned. Meng Ping's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. He hurriedly raised his hand, and his gentle origin energy shook the air as a shapeless force swept out to support Meng Ping up. Grandma Meng, you're a relative of Grandpa Nye and Uncle Nye, so you're a relative of mine as well? Just call me Little Tian like Grandpa Nye and Uncle Nye. How could I dare? Meng Ping spoke with slight panic. When she thought of what this violet-clothed young man before her had done some time ago, she couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in her heart, and she still hadn't recovered from it until now. A sect as formidable as the Azure Forest Trisect was actually destroyed just like this at the hands of this young man that was shockingly young, and it was truly unbelievable. Mother, you haven't answered me. How do you know Little Tian? The nearby Nye Yuan asked once more. But this time, Meng Ping still didn't have the time to answer Nye Yuan before being interrupted. Bush. Two silhouettes flew over at high speed. When they saw the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman arrive, besides Duan Lingtian and Meng Ping who had calm expressions, the expressions of Nye Rong and Nye Yuan went grim. But in the next moment, the actions of the two old women caused them to be completely dumbstruck. The two old women actually directly knelt in the sky before Duan Lingtian, and their emaciated and aged bodies shivered. Lord Duan Lingtian, we didn't know of the relationship between you and the sect leader, please forgive us. Lord Duan Lingtian, so long as you're willing to spare me, I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that I won't go against the sect leader in my entire lifetime. I'm willing as well. The two old women knelt before Duan Lingtian just like this as they spoke without thinking. Before Duan Lingtian, they'd completely thrown away the arrogance of supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect, and there was only a single thought in their hearts, and that was to survive no matter what. What are the two supreme elders doing? Even if Duan Lingtian is a martial artist at the 8th level of the void prying stage or above, there's no need for them to act like this, right? On the martial practice grounds, the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples were stunned by the actions of the two supreme elders. It wasn't only them that were stunned. Chapter 741. Little Tian, you absolutely can't let them off. Otherwise, once they report to the Azure Forest Trisect that they've seen a 7-star sword sect disciple like you, the members of the Azure Forest Trisect will absolutely not let the matter go. Nye Rong was the first to react, and he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hadn't said anything when the expressions of the two old women that knelt in midair froze, and they looked at Nye Rong with eyes filled with shame and resentment. Shouldn't he find a better excuse if he wants us to die? They thought that Nye Rong surely knew that the Azure Forest Trisect had been annihilated by Duan Lingtian, and now he was using the Azure Forest Trisect as an excuse purely because he wanted them to die and take revenge for his wife. Besides that, since these Flying Rainbow sect disciples have recognized you as a 7-star sword sect disciple now, you can't be allowed to live. Nye Yuan had a serious expression as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Earlier, the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples discussed Duan Lingtian, and it allowed him to realize that when Duan Lingtian was in the 7-star sword sect earlier, he could be considered to be a famous person in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As soon as Nye Yuan finished speaking, on the martial practice grounds, the expressions of the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples went grim. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to kill them, then they really didn't have the slightest strength to fight back and were unable to flee. I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll absolutely not report the news and betray Duan Lingtian. I'm willing as well. All the Flying Rainbow sect disciples were completely anxious, and they didn't have the mood to make eyes at Duan Lingtian any longer. Brother Rong, could it be that both of you don't know that the Azure Forest Trisect has already been annihilated by Little Tian? When Nye Rong spoke out, Meng Ping's face was filled with bewilderment, and she couldn't help but ask when she heard her son, Nie Yuan, speak similar words. The Azure Forest Trisect has been annihilated by Little Tian? Meng Ping's words instantly seemed to have transformed into two enormous hammers that fiercely smashed onto the chests of Nie Rong and Nie Yuan respectively, causing their chests to rise and fall like bellows that couldn't calm down for a long time. You said the Azure Forest Trisect was annihilated by Little Tian? Nie Rong regained his senses and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. His gaze shifted from Meng Ping to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the purple-clothed youth in front of him was so unfamiliar. It was so unfamiliar that it made one's heart palpitate. Of course, the reason why he had such a feeling was not because of anything else but because of the strength that the other party now possessed. Nie Yuan also stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Meng Ping nodded and said slowly, "Not long ago, Little Tian made a move and annihilated all the 6th-level Void Initiation stage higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect, and then he joined forces with the other two 6th-level Void Initiation stage experts of the 7-Star Sword sect to completely slaughter the remaining Void Initiation stage experts. Presently, the Azure Forest Trisect doesn't exist anymore, and the revival of the 7-Star Sword sect is at hand." Meng Ping finished speaking in one breath. Meng Ping's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused everyone besides Duan Lingtian and the two old women that knelt in midair to be stunned. Everyone including Nie Rong and Nie Yuan felt that today was the day they'd received the most shock in their entire lifetime, and it was simply terrifying to the point of death. When they saw Meng Ping's gloomy expression and silence, the two old women were instantly anxious, and they hurriedly pinched open their fingers, causing a drop of blood to fly out from the tip of their fingers and charge into the sky. In the next moment, the two old women hurriedly swore. The oath they swore was none other than that if they went against the sect leader, Meng Ping, in the future, then they were willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Flowing lights flashed within Meng Ping's eyes when she saw the two old women swear such a heavy oath, and she said slowly, "It's fine if you want to live, but you must go to the forbidden area. Unless the sect encounters a calamity, otherwise, both of you are forever prohibited from taking a step out of the forbidden area." "Thank you, sect leader." The two supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect knew that they'd preserved their lives when they heard Meng Ping, and they repeatedly thanked her. To them, living was more important than anything. In next to no time, they left and headed towards the forbidden area. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, Nie Rong, and Nie Yuan instead followed Meng Ping to soar into the sky, and they quickly arrived at a higher point on Flying Rainbow Mountain before descending into a pavilion that occupied a vast area. Under Meng Ping's hospitality, after they sat down before a pavilion, Nie Yuan couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian and give him a thumbs up. "Little Tian, Uncle Nie truly never imagined that you would actually have such high accomplishments after leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom." "What? Uncle Nie, do you look down on me so much?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Nie Yuan couldn't help but choke when he heard this, and he was slightly embarrassed. "That's not it. I just feel that your accomplishments are truly astounding. In the past, not even in my dreams had I imagined that someone from our Crimson Sky Kingdom would be able to ascend to the heights you've attained now. How could Little Tian be compared to an ordinary person?" Nie Rong glared at Nie Yuan and grunted. Meanwhile, Meng Ping had finished brewing tea for the three of them, and she walked over. Little Tian's name had already spread throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom a few years ago. But when I found out that Little Tian was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and had an extremely close relationship with Yuan, the 7-Star Sword sect had already been. When she spoke up to hear, Meng Ping paused for a moment and directly skipped over before continuing. "I was deeply afraid that the Azure Forest Trisect would implicate the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Divine Might Marquis estate because of Little Tian. So I didn't mention the matter of Little Tian being in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to Yuan. Little Tian, you don't blame me, right?" Meng Ping looked at Duan Lingtian with a kind gaze. Grandma Meng, you're joking. You're thinking of the overall situation, what's there to blame? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Little Tian, you're already in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Not long ago, it seemed to be the Dark Han Dynasty's Dynasty Martial Competition, whereas the young geniuses that advanced through the Dynasty Martial Competition would obtain the qualifications to participate in the Martial Competition of the 10 Dynasties. Have you obtained the qualifications to participate in the Martial Competition of the 10 Dynasties? Suddenly, Meng Ping had a flash of insight, and she looked curiously at Duan Lington, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. For a time, Nye Rong and Nye Yuan came to a sudden understanding. Only now did they realize that Duan Lingtian's advancement in cultivation had long since exceeded their imaginations, and it was even possible that he'd passed through the Empire's Young Genius competition over 1 year ago and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition. As for whether Duan Lingtian had advanced in the Dynasty Martial competition, they didn't dare be completely sure. After all, the Dynasty Martial competition was a stage where the young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty and the various empires subordinate to it competed for supremacy, and there would surely be many young martial artists with extraordinary natural talent within it. Coupled with Duan Lingtian losing to those young geniuses in terms of age, even if he possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, he might not necessarily be able to pass through the Dynasty Martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 Dynasties. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded when faced with Meng Ping's question. I'll be heading to the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial Palace to converge with the other 9 young geniuses in a few months before heading to the Northern Desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 Dynasties. Duan Lingtian's words undoubtedly indicated that he'd indeed passed through the Dynasty Martial competition. For a time, the family of 3 that sat before Duan Lingtian were petrified, and they only recovered from their shock after a long time. If His Majesty finds out about this matter, he'll surely be overjoyed. Someone from our Crimson Sky Kingdom has actually obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 Dynasties. Nye Yuan was excited to the point his face flushed red, and he was unable to restrain himself. The martial competition of the 10 Dynasties was a competition between the group of young geniuses that stood at the top of the various dynasties. On the other hand, even though Nye Rong and Meng Ping didn't say anything, yet the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were still filled with shock. Grandpa Nye, Grandma Meng, Uncle Nye, I still have some things to do, so I won't disturb your family's reunion. Chapter 742. After leaving the Flying Rainbow sect, Duan Lingtian didn't return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, nor did he return to the 7-Star Sword sect, and he instead headed all the way to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. With Duan Lingtian's speed, he didn't spend much time to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. When he arrived at the Imperial City, he went straight to the Blacksmith Guild headquarters and found Luo Rong. Luo Rong, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, and at the same time, he was the grandfather of Crazy Young Master, Luo Zhan, who was the head of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He could be considered to be an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Master, you're back? After 2 years, seeing Duan Lingtian again, Luo Rong still maintained the respect he had for Duan Lingtian. This respect was due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had taught him the Tao of weapon refinement, and he would never forget it. Help me find some materials. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Amongst all the people he knew in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the old man before him was undoubtedly the one with the widest connections. Grandmaster, please go ahead. Luo Rong replied respectfully. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he spoke of some materials. They were all materials that were relatively rare. Of course, even though these materials were rare, they couldn't be considered to be precious, and they could be completely gathered in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have come to Luo Rong. I'll give the order now. Luo Rong notified Duan Lingtian before leaving, and he only returned half an hour later. Master, I've already issued a reward assignment for those materials in our Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. Besides that, I asked someone to enter the Imperial Palace to communicate with the members of the Imperial family. The materials collected by the Imperial family are the most complete in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I should be able to gather them in 3 days at most. Yes, sorry to trouble you. Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately asked, by the way, is Luo Zhan back? Luo Rong shook his head, and then he said slowly, that child has been eager to excel since he was young. It was fine when he was publicly acknowledged as the most outstanding young genius in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't feel any pressure. 2 years ago, your appearance and the pressure that the saber young master gave him after that undoubtedly caused him to suffer a great blow, and that's why he decided to go out to gain experience and tempering. However, it's good to go out and gain experience. It can grind away his sharpness and make him more mature. When he spoke up to hear, Luo Rong paused for a moment. Master, I heard you advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and obtained the opportunity to participate in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. I wonder if you advanced in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition as well? Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. As expected. Luo Rong nodded and didn't seem to be surprised. This made Duan Lingtian somewhat puzzled, and he couldn't help but ask, aren't surprised? If this happened to someone else, like that grandson of mine, then perhaps I would be surprised. But when it happened to you, Master, I instead feel that it couldn't be any more normal. Luo Rong spoke out the thoughts in his heart, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless and not know how to reply. He couldn't possibly say thank you for the praise, right? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed in the Alchemist Guild's headquarters under Luo Rong's arrangement, and he waited for the materials to arrive. The materials that Duan Lingtian asked Luo Rong to search for were materials required for inscriptions, and they were materials that Duan Lingtian intended to use to construct the inscription formation. Constructing an inscription formation for the first time really causes me to be slightly excited. But with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, there isn't the slightest pressure. Duan Lingtian sat silently in his room as he looked at the pile of materials on the table before him, and a wisp of a rosy red appeared on his face, a rosy red of excitement. With a raise of his hand, numerous low-grade origin stones were withdrawn by Duan Lingtian. Origin stones aren't a problem. I only hope that those materials can be gathered. In that way, I'll be able to successfully extract all the spirit points in the former Demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect and move them to the 7-Star Sword sect. Extracting was different from extracting. Extracting the origin energy that had been accumulated in the spirit points for many years only required an origin drawing pearl to accomplish it. Moreover, it was easy and simple, and it was simply a laborious task that didn't require brain power, and anyone could do it. On the other hand, extracting spirit points was instead a technical task that consumed an extremely large amount of brain power and heart power, and it required the combination of special inscription formations to accomplish it. If there was really a difference, the former only extracted the spirit energy of heaven and earth that had been accumulated in the spirit points for many years, and after it was extracted, the spirit points would once again accumulate spirit energy after a period of time, whereas the spirit energy that was extracted would be gone once it was used. The latter instead uprooted the spirit points, and no matter if it was the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points or the spirit points themselves, they would all be directly extracted. What Duan Lingtian wanted to do was the latter. He wanted to utilize the inscription formations he possessed to uproot the spirit points in the former 3 great sects and move them all to the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-Star Sword sect. At that time, besides the 9 spirit points that had temporarily lost their spirit energy, the 7-Star Sword sect would have another 20+ spirit points. Perhaps I can consider extracting the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect as well. At any rate, the Mountain Split sect has been annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect, and keeping the spirit points is a waste. Duan Lingtian's expression went serious, and he had a righteous appearance as he muttered to himself. Even though the materials weren't gathered now, it didn't affect Duan Lingtian from starting to inscribe inscriptions. The inscriptions he wanted to inscribe now were the inscriptions required to construct the inscription formation. These inscriptions didn't rely on his origin energy to be activated, and they relied on origin stones to be activated instead. Only in this way would he be able to maintain the tireless circulation of the inscription formation. He couldn't be using his origin energy to activate the inscription formation at all times, right? On the other hand, besides some special requirements, practically all the inscription formations constructed by formidable inscription masters in the foreign lands used origin stones to activate and circulate them. After Duan Lingtian's cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, his spiritual force had increased to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage along with it, and inscribing the inscriptions he required now practically didn't consume any spiritual force. So after going without sleep for 3 days and 2 nights, Duan Lingtian didn't feel the slightest trace of exhaustion, and he was still brimming with energy. On the night of the 3rd day, Luo Rong knocked on Duan Lingtian's door and delivered the last pile of materials Duan Lingtian required. "Master, the materials are all here. I'll be troubling you." Duan Lingtian nodded to express his gratitude to Luo Rong. "Master, you're too courteous. Even if my body is shattered, it would be difficult for me to repay the great kindness you've given me, let alone such a small matter." Luo Rong spoke, and then he sensibly took a step back. "Master, then I won't disturb your rest." After Luo Rong left, he closed the door behind him. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he looked at the door that was closed. At this moment, he even had the thought of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon to give to Luo Rong as a form of thanks. But with a quick thought, if he gave a grade 3 spirit weapon to Luo Rong, it would seem that it would only harm Luo Rong. Not to mention the desire of the various experts of the Dark Han dynasty towards a grade 3 spirit weapon, even if Luo Rong hid the grade 3 spirit weapon tightly, as a weapons craftsman, would he not take it out to study? With Luo Rong's current attainments in the Tao of Inscriptions, forcefully studying a grade 3 spirit weapon would only bring more harm than benefit. So, Duan Lingtian intended to properly repay Luo Rong in the future. The important matter at hand is to finish those inscriptions first. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and continued inscribing the inscriptions. Half a month of time passed in the blink of an eye. During these past few days, besides occasionally going out to eat with Luo Rong, Duan Lingtian practically locked himself in his room, and half a month later, he'd finally finished inscribing the required inscriptions. "I ought to leave." Duan Lingtian found Luo Rong and bluntly bid his farewells. "Master, no matter what happens in the future, feel free to instruct Luo Rong, and Luo Rong will surely do my best to help Master." Luo Rong spoke with a sincere expression. "Thank you." After Duan Lingtian nodded and expressed his gratitude, he left the Alchemist Guild's main guild. After inquiring about the location of the former Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, Duan Lingtian left the Imperial City. After leaving the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian headed north all the way, and he quickly entered a world of ice and snow. According to the information he'd inquired about earlier, this was the former Snow Moon sect's base. But the current Snow Moon sect's base was deserted and desolate, and Duan Lingtian didn't notice a single living person after walking around for a long time. Looks like Elder Peng really made them afraid that day. Besides the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's base, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, I reckon not only the former Snow Moon sect's base is empty, even the former Origin Convergence sect's base is empty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 743. The appearance of the triangular milky white circle of light meant that the inscription formation had officially been activated. After the inscription formation was activated, it could be seen with the naked eye that a twisting vortex had appeared out of thin air at the center of the triangular light circle, and the vortex became clearer and clearer. A terrifying suction force swept out from the vortex and acted on the ground. Slap. Not long after, a hideous crack appeared on the ground. Slap, 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 slap. Along with the passage of time, the cracks on the ground ceaselessly increased, and they densely intersected together like a spider web that ceaselessly spread and extended outwards. It's out. Seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the bottom of the inscription formation. Meanwhile, along with the vortex formed by the inscription formation ceaselessly revolving, a seemingly bottomless ravine appeared beneath the cracked ground. After a short moment, the originally dim ravine suddenly lit up. A ball of milky white light condensed from almost material liquefied spirit energy of heaven and earth rose into the sky from beneath the ravine, and it quickly fused into the vortex and was swallowed by the vortex. After the almost material milky white light was completely swallowed by the vortex, it split up and fused into the numerous low-grade origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions. The vortex gradually dispersed, and the triangular light circle that emitted white light gradually dimmed down along with it, revealing its true appearance. Numerous low-grade origin stones that formed into a triangular shape appeared. If one looked carefully at these low-grade origin stones, one would be able to see that there were traces of extremely bright milky white liquid flowing on the surface of these low-grade origin stones. It was precisely the spirit points that were temporarily sealed by the inscription formation and the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points. The spirit points didn't exist in a solid state, and like the spirit energy within them, they existed in a liquid state, and they were usually tightly attached to the ground. Even if the origin drawing pearl was able to extract the liquid spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points, it was unable to extract the spirit points. Yet now, Duan Lingtian had accomplished it with the help of the inscription formation, and he'd successfully extracted the spirit point by its roots. Duan Lingtian took out an unused storage ring and put away the pile of low-grade origin stones on the ground. These low-grade origin stones were the key to moving the spirit cave, and he couldn't afford to lose them. The spirit cave was now temporarily residing in these low-grade primordial stones. Continue. After Duan Lingtian extracted a spirit point, he did not hesitate and directly went to the next spirit point. Even though he was able to use the inscription formation to extract the spirit point, there was a certain time limit. If he wasn't able to release the extracted spirit point within 10 days and ask it to find a new home, then it would completely collapse. Duan Lingtian spent 3 hours to extract all 6 spirit points from the former Snow Moon sect's encampment. Subsequently, he headed to the Demon Lotus Gorge. The Demon Lotus Gorge originally had a total of 7 spirit points, but after searching for a long time, Duan Lingtian only found 4 of them. The spirit energy accumulated within the other 3 spirit points was extracted by Long Wei with the origin drawing pearl earlier. I didn't know their location beforehand, so it's not easy to find them in a short period of time. But even if I'm able to extract those 3 spirit points, they won't be of use in a short period of time, and they must experience a certain amount of time before they can once again accumulate spirit energy. I'll ignore them for now. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian temporarily gave up on the 3 spirit points in the Demon Lotus Gorge that had their spirit energy extracted, and he moved his attention onto the other 4 spirit points that were filled with spirit energy. Following what he did, Duan Lingtian quickly extracted the 4 spirit points with the inscription formation. Continue. After extracting a total of 10 spirit points, Duan Lingtian didn't stop there, and after he left the Demon Lotus Gorge, he headed to the former Origin Convergence sect's encampment. The Origin Convergence sect's encampment was located within a large gorge, and the entrance was the one-line sky. If he didn't inquire about it beforehand, then even if Duan Lingtian passed by here, he probably wouldn't have imagined that there would be a completely different world within. It's really as I guessed. After entering the Origin Convergence sect's encampment, Duan Lingtian didn't notice a single person, and there were only demon beasts that fled in all directions and some ferocious beasts that took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian. Demon beasts possessed elementary intelligence and were able to realize that Duan Lingtian wasn't simple, so they didn't dare offend Duan Lingtian. But the ferocious beasts didn't have this awareness. However, not a single one of these ferocious beasts that attacked Duan Lingtian was able to approach Duan Lingtian. Every time they pounced towards Duan Lingtian, they were still a distance away from Duan Lingtian before being blasted flying. On Duan Lingtian's body, strands of origin energy that were suffused with an earthen yellow sheen ceaselessly crisscrossed, and they were like numerous indistinct earth dragons. It was precisely the high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill that Duan Lingtian casually executed, the Earth-rank's barrier. The Earth-rank's barrier was also a defensive martial skill that came with the sixth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Earth Dragon form, that Duan Lingtian cultivated. Although it was inferior to a heaven-rank defensive martial skill, it could still be considered to be one of the best amongst Earth-rank defensive martial skills. Ow, squeak squeak. No matter if it was a beast-type ferocious beast or a bird-type ferocious beast, after being blasted flying by the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, all of them seemed to have awakened from their stupor, and they wailed twice before hurriedly fleeing. Perhaps their intelligence was inferior to a demon beast, but after suffering a loss, they would still subconsciously launch self-protection. 7 spirit points? After he walked around the former Origin Convergence sect, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. Since he'd noticed the spirit points, Duan Lingtian started to make a move. Clang, 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 clang. Numerous low-grade origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions flew out from Duan Lingtian's hand and descended onto the ground before forming into an inscription formation, and then he started to extract the spirit points. Because he had the experience from before, Duan Lingtian was even more skilled now. The time he spent extracting 7 spirit points this time wasn't even as much as the time he extracted 6 spirit points from the former Snow Moon sect. After he finished extracting the 7 spirit points, Duan Lingtian headed all the way to the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. The spirit points in the former Mountain Split sect aren't urgent for now. I'll go extract them when I have the time in a few years. Right? There's also the remaining 3 spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. On the way, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself constantly. After flying at full speed for 3 days, Duan Lingtian finally saw the location of the 7-star sword sect. The 7 sword peaks that were like sharp swords that shot into the sky brought an indescribable feeling of intimacy to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the peak of Dupi Peak, and his gaze flickered. After a while, he sighed and muttered to himself. Sect leader, Peak Master Zheng Fan, Peak Master Ku Zhen, Elder Bai. The 7-star sword sect has already been rebuilt, and it's still the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like before. All of you ought to rest in peace in the Netherworld. As he finished muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian slightly bowed, and it could be considered as paying his respects to all the higher-ups and disciples that had sacrificed themselves for the 7-star sword sect. The square on the peak of Dupi Peak was originally dyed in blood, yet it was completely clean now. Obviously, it was specially cleaned up by someone. MOU's speed is really swift. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his figure flashed out to instantly arrive in the sky above Dupi Peak's Dupi Hall. Dupi Hall was the place the former sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong, normally cultivated. Later on, after MOU took Linghu Jinhong as his master, he stayed here to cultivate as well. But, although the Dupi Hall was spotless now, it was completely empty. Looks like MOU ought to be busy elsewhere. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he was in the sky above Dupi Peak earlier, he'd noticed many 7-star sword sect disciples bustling about everywhere, and it caused the entire 7-star sword sect to reveal a scene of prosperity. The lion that had slumbered for a long time, the 7-star sword sect, had already started to awaken. Duan Lingtian didn't disturb the others and descended into Dupi Hall at the first possible moment, Then he withdrew a pile of origin stones before fusing a sealed spirit point into the ground below Dubhe Hall. Extracting a spirit point and fusing with a spirit point were two different concepts. The former required the strength of an inscription formation to destroy the foundation before the spirit point could be completely extracted. The latter only required the spirit point to be released from the seal of the inscription formation, and it would drill into the ground at the first possible moment to find a new home. After Duan Lingtian activated the inscription formation, the milky white ball of light that was formed from the liquefied spirit energy of the heaven and earth instantly fused into the ground. At practically the exact same moment, vast spirit energy of the heaven and earth was emitted and enveloped the entire Dubhe Hall, causing the cultivation environment of Dubhe Hall to undergo a tremendous change for a time. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, a wave of light sounds sounded out, and the numerous origin stones that formed a triangle on the ground shattered with a bang before transforming into powder that dispersed along with the light wind and returned to nothingness. These low-grade origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions that formed the inscription formation had completed their mission. Once the other spirit point in Dubhe Hall accumulates spirit energy once more, and the two spirit points stack together, the cultivation environment of Dubhe Hall will surely be twice as good as it is now. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian left Dubhe Hall and headed to another place. I'll fuse a new spirit point into each of the other 8 original spirit points, and the other spirit points will be fused into the other 6 great sword peaks. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. He'd extracted a total of 17 spirit points from the former 3 great sects, and after using 1 in Dubhe Hall, there were still 16 remaining. In other words, even if he used another 8 spirit points, there would still be another 8 remaining. He intended to fuse 6 of these 8 spirit points into the other 6 sword peaks, and as for the remaining 2 spirit points, he intended to leave them to Elder Peng. Elder Peng, the 7-star sword sect's guardian revered elder, the 6th level void initiation stage rock. When he saw Elder Peng the other day, his spiritual force had detected that Elder Peng was only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Chapter 744. Not only Elder Peng, he even intended to leave some low-grade origin stones for Xianxia, Mou, and Jingsong. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in the 7-star sword sect forever, as the 7-star sword sect would have to rely on them in the future to be able to pass down its inheritance. After leaving Dubhe Hall, Duan Lingtian arrived at Alcade Hall. It just so happened that Xianxia, the peak master of Alcade Peak, was present as well. After notifying Xianxia, Duan Lingtian started to construct the inscription formation and release the spirit point to allow it to merge into the ground of Alcade Hall. Instantly, vast spirit energy of the heavens and the earth spread out, causing Xianxia, who stood at the side, to reveal a shocked expression. Even though Duan Lingtian had said the last time that he could move the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect to the 7-star sword sect. But hearing about it and witnessing it with her own 2 eyes were 2 completely different things, and Xianxia was unable to recover from her shock for a long time. Duan Lingtian didn't disturb Xianxia, who was in a daze, and he continued to head towards his next destination. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had merged a spirit point at each of the 9 great spirit points on Dubhe Peak. Subsequently, he went to the other 6 outer court sword peaks and merged a spirit point into each of them. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian went to look for Elder Peng. Elder Peng usually stayed on the precipitous cliff behind the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, Dubhe Peak, as that was his place of cultivation. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian flew down to greet the nearby rock that was lying on the ground. The grand rock's eyes emitted a wisp of bright light when he saw Duan Lingtian, and he lightly nodded. But in next to no time, he was stunned. Because Duan Lingtian had already started to merge spirit points into his place of cultivation. 2 spirit points merged into the rear peak of Dubhe Peak. Instantly, vast spirit energy of the heavens and the earth swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian and the Grand Rock. When the rock sensed the yuan qi of heaven and earth, his sharp eyes couldn't help but narrow. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and said, "Little fellow, what are you doing?" "Old Peng, I've left 2 spirit caves for you to cultivate in. In the future, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort if you cultivate here. Also, these origin stones are for you." Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out 10,000 low-grade origin stones. He slowly placed them not far in front of Elder Peng, and they piled up into a small mountain. Primordial stones? The rock had already revealed astonishment in its eyes because Duan Lingtian had moved the spirit point, and after it saw the origin stones, it was completely stunned. Even though he'd never seen origin stones in the past, but as the saying goes, one who hasn't eaten pork has at least seen a pig run. As the sect guarding revered elder of the 7-star sword sect, he'd naturally heard of the existence of origin stones. These are low-grade primordial stones. Duan Lingtian continued. When a void initiation stage martial artist or demon beast absorbs the spirit energy of the heaven and earth within the low-grade origin stones to cultivate, a single low-grade origin stone is able to absorb for an hour. Under the assistance of the 2 spirit caves and coupled with these low-grade origin stones, it's sufficient to allow Elder Peng to easily break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile on his face. "Little fellow, keep these origin stones yourself. Even if I'm able to break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in my lifetime, it's impossible for me to break through to the void interpretation stage. There's no need to waste so many origin stones for nothing." Since the rock recognized the origin stones, he naturally knew how precious they were, and he directly refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. "With your natural talent and the assistance of these origin stones, you'll surely be able to go even higher and further." Obviously, the reason the rock refused was because he didn't want to slow down Duan Lingtian's footsteps because of him. "Elder Peng, if you refuse these origin stones because of this, then you don't have to. I still have many origin stones in my possession, and I can't use them all for now." Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he soared into the sky. Besides that, the future of the 7-star sword sect still requires the protection of Elder Peng. The stronger Elder Peng's strength is, the safer the 7-star sword sect will be. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't wait for Elder Peng's reply before directly leaving. The rock's complicated gaze contained gratitude mixed within as he watched Duan Lingtian's figure flash into the clouds and mist. All those years ago, when he saw this little fellow for the first time, he had an extremely deep impression of Duan Lingtian. He still remembered that this little fellow had used his spiritual force to investigate him all those years ago. Never had he imagined that in less than 10 years, the little fellow from all those years ago had already grown to an extent that was difficult for him to reach. It's the fortune of the 7-star sword sect to be able to possess a disciple that's devoted to the sect like this. Elder Peng thought silently in his heart. After he left Elder Peng's place of cultivation, Duan Lingtian went to look for Mou. "Senior brother." Mou had a delighted expression when he saw Duan Lingtian once more, and he greeted respectfully. Since he witnessed Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength the other day, he wasn't as relaxed as before Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile, and then he asked, "Have senior brother Xianxia and the others returned?" "Not yet." Mou shook his head. "They'll probably be able to return in another half a month. Senior brother, why don't you stay in the 7-star sword sect during this period of time and wait for them to return? It's fine if they haven't returned." With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to Mou. Then he said via voice transmission, "There's a total of 30,000 low-grade origin stones here. Keep 10,000, give another 10,000 to Peak Master Xianxia, and give the last 10,000 to senior brother Xianxia. Besides that, I've already moved a spirit point into each of the 9 great spirit points on Dubhe Peak. Besides that, the 6 great outer court sword peaks. Duan Lingtian told Mou all about the locations of the spirit points, and then he soared into the sky and intended to leave. Senior brother, what's a low-grade origin stone? Duan Lingtian had only just soared into the sky when he heard Mou's voice transmission that was filled with bewilderment. Ask Peak Master Xianxia about this, she'll tell you. Besides that, bid farewell to Peak Master Xianxia for me. Duan Lingtian replied to Mou, then his entire body seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that concealed himself above the clouds and mist in the blink of an eye. Mou sighed, and then he put down the matter at hand and went to Alcade Hall to look for Xianxia. He'd only just approached Alcade Hall when he felt the dense spirit energy of heaven and earth that assaulted his face, and he knew clearly in his heart that this was the spirit point that Duan Lingtian had moved to the 7-star sword sect. Senior brother has really done it. Although he was mentally prepared since long ago, but when he really felt the dense spirit energy of heaven and earth, Mou's heart was still filled with shock. In his eyes, senior brother Duan Lingtian seemed as if he was omnipotent, as if there was nothing that he couldn't do. Sect leader. Xianxia lightly nodded in greeting when she saw Mou arrive. Martial Aunt Xianxia, you don't have to call me sect leader in private, you can just call me Mou like before. Mou spoke respectfully. Xianxia nodded. Martial Aunt Xianxia, before senior brother left, he left it to me. Mou looked at Xianxia and spoke slowly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Xianxia. What did you say? Duan Lingtian has left? Yes. Mou nodded. He didn't even bid farewell to me before leaving. Xianxia's beautiful brows slightly knit together. Martial Aunt, before senior brother left, he asked me to bid farewell to you on his behalf. Mou didn't forget Duan Lingtian's instructions and spoke hurriedly. Subsequently, Mou changed the topic, or more precisely speaking, he once again changed the topic back to the question he wanted to ask earlier. Martial Aunt, do you know what a low-grade origin stone is? Low-grade origin stone? How would I know? Xianxia didn't listen seriously to Mou's words, and only when she spoke halfway did she react to it, and a shocked expression appeared on her face. What did you say? You said origin stones? Xianxia's gaze stared fixedly at Mou as she spoke. Mou nodded, and then he withdrew a spatial ring that he hadn't had the time to establish ownership over. Senior brother said that he placed 3. Mou hadn't finished speaking when the spatial ring in his hand was seized away by Xianxia, and she directly dripped blood on it to establish ownership. After establishing ownership over the spatial ring, Xianxia commanded with her heart, and the space within the spatial ring appeared before her eyes. So many origin stones? With just a glance, her pupils couldn't help but constrict, and she slightly lost her composure as she cried out in a low voice. Within the space within the spatial ring, origin stones that were piled up into a mountain were at least a few tens of thousands. Senior brother said that there are 30,000 low-grade origin stones within. Me, Martial Aunt, and senior brother Zhengsong will each take 10,000. Mou saw Xianxia lose her composure, and for a time, he faintly realized that the low-grade origin stones ought to not be an ordinary thing. Otherwise, how could it cause Martial Aunt Xianxia to lose her composure like this? Martial Aunt, what exactly are these low-grade origin stones? Mou asked once more. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and only now did she explain to Mou what origin stones were and their uses. For a time, Mou was stunned. So it turned out that origin stones were a type of supplementary thing that was capable of allowing one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and even the Darkstone Empire didn't have it. Only the Darkhan dynasty had an origin stone vein, and it was controlled in the hands of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Why does senior brother have so many origin stones? Mou sucked in a cold breath. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know of Mou's shock, and after he left the 7-star sword sect, he headed all the way south with the intention of returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Presently, the matter with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom can be considered to have been completely resolved. Moreover, father and mother aren't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. After I catch up with Xiao Yu, Tian Hu, Li Xian, and the others, I ought to leave with Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, and Elder Kong to return to the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Lingtian thought silently in his heart. Not long after he left the Seven-Star Sword sect, Duan Lingtian stopped in midair. Because a middle-aged man in golden robes was standing in midair in the distant sky, and he stood there like a pole. The middle-aged man had his back facing Xianxia, and the divine dragon embroidered on his golden robe was especially conspicuous. Dragon robe. Chapter 745. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with the term dragon. In his previous life, when he was still on Earth and was still the soldier specialist, Lingtian, the people in the ancient eastern country where he was from had another title. The descendant of the dragon. He was the descendant of the dragon. Of course, the dragons in his previous life were mostly deified. At the very least, before he came to this world, he did not believe in the existence of dragons. The dragons in the legends in my previous life were the 3-clawed divine dragon, 4-clawed divine dragon, 5-clawed divine dragon. However, the 5-clawed divine dragon seemed to be the limit of dragons. I've never heard of the existence of a 6-clawed divine dragon. In the ancient eastern country where he was from in his previous life, the more claws a dragon had, the higher its status and identity. Just like the dragon robes in his previous life. Only the high and mighty emperor could wear a dragon robe embroidered with a 5-clawed divine dragon. Even if those kings and princes wore dragon robes, they would only have 3-clawed divine dragons or 4-clawed divine dragons embroidered on it. It was far from being comparable to a 5-clawed divine dragon. A 6-clawed divine dragon. I've never seen or heard of it before. Looking at the back of the middle-aged man wearing the 6-clawed divine dragon robe in front of him, a trace of surprise flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Then, he ignored the other party and prepared to go around him. However, when Duan Lingtian went around him and prepared to leave, whoosh! A gust of wind blew in front of Duan Lingtian, and a figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was a figure wearing a 6-clawed divine dragon robe. Looking at the middle-aged man standing in front of him with a calm expression, Duan Lingtian frowned. He suddenly realized that the middle-aged man's target seemed to be him. "Who are you?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he seriously sized up the middle-aged man wearing the 6-clawed divine dragon robe in front of him. Since he dared to wear the 6-clawed divine dragon robe, there was no doubt that this person was ambitious and wanted to be above the emperor. The middle-aged man's appearance couldn't be considered to be handsome, but he was very upright. He had a square face that was serious in speech and manner, and he had thick eyebrows and large eyes. He calmly looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if he was looking at thin air. The middle-aged man did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. He looked Duan Lingtian from top to bottom and nodded. Indeed, a good seedling. Duan Lingtian frowned as he didn't know what the middle-aged man meant by this. At that moment, he could not help but extend his spiritual energy, Duan divine dragon robe. However, when Duan Lingtian's spiritual force flashed towards the middle-aged man, before it could even approach him, it was as if it had touched a ball of cotton, and it was powerless. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's pupils could not help but shrink, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. There were only 2 possibilities for someone whose background he could not see through with his spiritual power. Firstly, the other party was a void interpretation stage expert that had comprehended void transformation concept, which was also advanced concept. Secondly, the other party was a void transformation stage expert. No matter which possibility it was, the person in front of him was not someone he could deal with right now. He knew this very well. Now, the feeling this middle-aged man in the 6-clawed divine dragon robe gave him was no different from the feeling Feng Wudao gave him back then. Inscription Master? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. It seems that I have underestimated you. being able to possess such strength and coupled with being an inscription master. In the history of the Dark Han dynasty, there was practically no one that could compare to you in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. Who are you? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that the middle-aged man recognized his identity as an inscription master. He urgently wanted to know the identity of the middle-aged man and the reason for the middle-aged man's visit. He didn't believe that an expert like this would personally come to look for him and only come to chat with him. There was surely an even more important matter, otherwise, why would an expert like this come personally? You swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that you'll be loyal to me in the future and absolutely not disloyal. The middle-aged man didn't answer Duan Lingtian and instead spoke word by word. Duan Lingtian was stunned. You want me to swear? Swear loyalty to you? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian reacted to the middle-aged man's words and couldn't help but laugh. Who do you think you are? Swear loyalty to you? Laughable. Otherwise, die. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man finished speaking the words from before, and his pair of calm large eyes instantly shot out frightening cold lights that swept towards Duan Lingtian like blades. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a strong aura sweep over, and it pressed down on him to the point his face went ghastly pale and he was unable to catch his breath. However, even when facing the strong aura that stretched out from the middle-aged man's body, Duan Lingtian still stood ramrod straight and would rather die than bend. What's your objective? Speak frankly. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. He didn't think that the middle-aged man had come to look for him just to take him as a slave. In the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes, he saw a trace of an inconspicuous burning light, and it was the flowing light of desire. It was obvious from this that the middle-aged man had surely come to look for him with ulterior motives. A dead person doesn't need to know too much. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently as he abruptly took a step forward and approached Duan Lingtian slightly. At practically the same time, Duan Lingtian felt the aura that pressed down on him instantly rise by a few degrees, and it was as heavy as Mount Tai. However, Duan Lingtian continued to grit his teeth and persevere. He didn't move an inch and had no intention of bending. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian didn't want to resist, but under this strong aura, he simply didn't dare to divert his attention and circulate his yuan power. Otherwise, he would definitely be injured. Most importantly, even if he did circulate his yuan power, he wouldn't be able to escape under the middle-aged man's nose, let alone defeat him. Tactless thing. I'd like to see how tough your bones are. The middle-aged man's voice was cold as he took another step forward. Instantly his aura increased even more. Whoosh! The incomparably powerful aura rose once again. It was as if it had transformed into a huge mountain that pressed down on Duan Lingtian. It pressed down on Duan Lingtian to the point his body started to tremble slightly. His face was even ghastly pale to the extreme. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked in surprise at Duan Lingtian, who was still persevering, and then took another step forward. Bang! At practically the instant the middle-aged man's foot landed, Duan Lingtian felt an even more terrifying aura blast towards him. This time, it was difficult for him to forcefully resist. Pooh! Duan Lingtian was shaken to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body barely held on and didn't bend down in front of the middle-aged man. Seeming to be shocked by Duan Lingtian's unyielding character, the middle-aged man revealed an astonished expression, and then he said in a low voice, I have to say, I slightly admire you. How about this? I'll give you one last chance. Either die or swear to be my servant. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and used his attitude to reply to the middle-aged man. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The middle-aged man's expression instantly became gloomy, and he raised his foot and prepared to take another step forward. He wanted to use his powerful aura to completely crush Duan Lingtian. With this step, a milky white flame that shot into the sky skyrocketed from the middle-aged man's body, and the flame was extremely material, as if it was a real flame. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above the middle-aged man, and the air in that expanse of space seemed to have been completely sucked out at this moment. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky gradually took form, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws in an aggressive manner. In next to no time, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky stabilized, and there was a total of 200 of them. Merely the strength that erupted from his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons, and it was precisely the symbol of a first-level void transformation stage expert. Obviously, this middle-aged man that wore a dragon robe with a six-clawed divine dragon was a true void transformation stage expert. Are you so sure that I'll surely have the thing you want with me? The middle-aged man's foot hadn't even landed when Duan Lingtian looked calmly at the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the middle-aged man and spoke slowly. As expected, the middle-aged man withdrew his foot as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. At the same time, the imposing aura that enveloped Duan Lingtian was withdrawn by him, and the flames formed from the origin energy that skyrocketed on his body gradually extinguished as well. In the sky, the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dispersed along with this, and it was as if they'd never appeared. You know that I've come for the thing in your possession? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. What else? You're a void transformation stage expert. Could it be that you've really taken a fancy to me, a void initiation stage martial artist, and want me to be your servant? Duan Lingtian sneered, and his deep gaze seemed as if it could see through the middle-aged man. Even though you're only a void initiation stage martial artist now, but with your natural talent, you'll be able to break through to the void transformation stage one day. There ought to be no one that would refuse a void transformation stage servant. The middle-aged man spoke coldly. So, the 2 paths you gave me were actually all for that thing. Either I swear to be your servant and survive, but hand that thing over to you, or I die and you directly take that thing away. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he stared fixedly at the middle-aged man. Is it like that? You're very smart, but unfortunately, smart people usually don't live long. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Is that so? Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing when he heard this, and his laughter was bright and sunny. What are you laughing at? The middle-aged man frowned. Nothing. I'm just curious, what expression will you have when you kill me and notice that there's nothing you want within my spatial ring? Duan Lingtian shrugged as he spoke indifferently. You know what I want? The middle-aged man asked. If I'm not wrong, the thing you want ought to be that broken stone tablet I used in the Dynasty Martial competition not long ago. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the middle-aged man before continuing. But, do you think I'd carry such an important thing with me? The members of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family wouldn't really be so stupid, right? You know I'm a member of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family? The middle-aged man's expression that had always maintained a calm expression was finally moved. To be able to guess my identity so easily, your intelligence is truly astonishing. I'm becoming more and more reluctant to kill you. How about this? Hand over that thing and swear to never go against the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, and I can spare your life. Bai Nanxiang spoke indifferently, and it was as if the condition he spoke of was already the greatest concession he could make. Ah, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd heard an enormous joke when he heard Bai Nanxiang, and he couldn't refrain from laughing loudly. Under Bai Nanxiang's gloomy gaze, his laughter gradually restrained. I say, are all members of your Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family so overbearing? You seized something of mine, yet you don't allow me to go against all of you? I'm truly sorry. I'm really unable to do this. Otherwise, why don't you kill me? After that, you can slowly go look for that thing yourself? Duan Lingtian spoke fearlessly. Bai Nanxiang frowned when faced with Duan Lingtian's fearlessness, and he thought in his heart, could it be that that thing really isn't in his possession? At this moment, Bai Nanxiang was slightly shaken. Actually, when he spoke those words earlier, he only wanted to probe if that thing was in Duan Lingtian's possession, and he'd never thought of really letting Duan Lingtian go. As far as he was concerned, so long as he didn't swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation, he could go back on his word at any time and kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's calmness and natural talent caused him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. To think that he, by Xianxia, had roamed freely for half his life, yet it was the first time he'd encountered a person that caused him to feel such feelings. He knew that Xianxia was an extremely dangerous figure, and he wouldn't allow Xianxia to live. Stop trying to be mysterious. That thing is surely in your possession. Bai Nanxiang's eyes squinted abruptly as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and he sneered. As he spoke, Bai Nanxiang took a step forward as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed once more. This time, strands of deep violet-colored thunderbolts appeared within the origin energy that raged like flames on Bai Nanxiang's body, and they ceaselessly moved about within the origin energy, causing him to seem like a god of lightning that had descended to the world. At the same time, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Bai Nanxiang, and then another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. First level advanced lightning concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes raised as strands of scorching flames leaped about in the depths of his gaze. Looks like this Bai Nanxiang broke through to the void transformation stage with his void transformation lightning concept. Even though it's only the first level of void transformation lightning concept, it's a void transformation concept at any rate, and it has already condensed into a concept fragment. Void transformation concept was the advanced concept. A concept at this level had already condensed into a material concept fragment within the body of the person that comprehended it, whereas there was obviously a first-level advanced lightning concept fragment within Bai Nanxiang's body. If I'm able to kill him, then I'll be able to obtain the concept fragment within his body. The lightning concept fragment just happens to be able to assist my lightning concept to improve swiftly. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's breathing couldn't help but become hurried. The lightning concept he'd comprehended was only elementary lightning concept, and he'd only comprehended it to the third level. If he was able to obtain an advanced lightning concept fragment, then his comprehension of lightning concept would be able to catch up to his comprehension of wind concept at the quickest speed possible. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had his hands behind his back as he stood there proudly, and he looked calmly at Bai Nanxiang, who was prepared to make a move at any moment. Since you think like this, then you can make a move and kill me right now. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant and confident smile as he spoke. It was precisely this smile that caused Bai Nanxiang to hesitate once more. Actually, even now, Bai Nanxiang was still probing Duan Lingtian, as he wanted to confirm if that thing was in Duan Lingtian's possession. If that thing really wasn't in Duan Lingtian's possession, then it was very likely that he would never be able to find that thing after he killed Duan Lingtian. This wasn't something he wanted to see happen. Duan Lingtian was naturally clearly aware of Bai Nanxiang's current thoughts, and he was only stalling for time. Now, he wasn't able to confirm if Bai Nanxiang would act out of desperation and make a move to kill him. A talisman paper appeared out of thin air in his hand that was behind his back, and it was precisely one of the 3 talismans his father, Duan Ruffing, had left him. Those 3 talismans that are stacked together might be able to save your life 3 times in the future. In Duan Lingtian's mind, he still remembered the message his father left behind on the voice transmission jade slip. According to what his father said, a single talisman was able to save his life once. As for the effect of the talisman, he didn't know the slightest, and he only knew that he had to use it on his opponent. No matter what, I don't have any other choice now. I hope the talisman father left behind for me is really useful. Now, Duan Lingtian was grasping at straws. It was entirely because he believed in his deadbeat father that he'd made this choice. Of course, this was his only choice at the moment. Who knew if this void transformation stage expert of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family would fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly kill him? If he didn't use the talisman before being killed by the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, then he would really have died too unjustly. No matter what, He wasn't willing to die unjustly. "Father, don't harm me." Duan Lingtian's hand that held the talisman lightly trembled, and his forehead had already started to overflow with some cold sweat, and it was cold sweat that appeared because of his perturbed state. Presently, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with perturbed state. He knew clearly in his heart that his following actions were no different than an ordinary person that didn't know how to fly and was walking on a tightrope on a cliff. The slightest carelessness would cause his body to be smashed into pieces. This was the portrayal of him now. Actually, the reason Duan Lingtian was perturbed was mostly because of the memory Samsara Emperor Wu left behind for him. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even though a formidable offensive inscription could kill, it was only limited to killing martial artists that hadn't comprehended concept. No matter how formidable an inscription was, it could only interfere with a martial artist that had comprehended concept, and it couldn't directly kill the martial artist. This was the iron rule of the art of inscriptions in Cloud Continent. Even if Emperor Wu was at his prime and possessed the formidable spiritual force of the Emperor Wu realm, the strongest defensive inscription he was able to inscribe was unable to directly kill a martial artist at the void initiation stage that had comprehended concept, and it could only interfere to a certain extent. Inscriptions weren't omnipotent. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was perturbed. Even the inscriptions inscribed by Emperor Wu realm were unable to kill a martial artist at the void initiation stage. Could a strange talisman his father left behind deal with a void transformation stage expert? The gaze of Bai Nanxiang, who was originally slightly hesitant, abruptly lit up. Because he noticed that at this moment, cold sweat actually appeared on Duan Lingtian's forehead, and he even noticed that Duan Lingtian's arms were lightly trembling. As far as he was concerned, this was a display of Duan Lingtian's lack of confidence. "I was almost deceived by you. Looks like the thing I want is in your possession." Bai Nanxiang started laughing as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed once more. Waves of light thunderclaps resounded out ceaselessly along with strands of deep violet-colored thunderbolts flickering within his origin energy. Bai Nanxiang took a step forward and his entire body fell towards Duan Lingtian like a mountain, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was about to be completely suffocated. Chapter 747. At practically the same instant that Bai Nanxiang took a step forward, Duan Lingtian made a move as well. Duan Lingtian's right hand that was originally behind his back suddenly skyrocketed with origin energy, and the vast origin energy coiled around the talisman in his hand before he tossed it towards Bai Nanxiang. Swoosh! The talisman itself was light as a feather, and even if origin energy was poured into it, it didn't possess any offensive strength when it flashed out. Bai Nanxiang was already rather surprised that Duan Lingtian dared to take the initiative to make a move against him. Right when the origin energy around his body condensed into a defensive light barrier, he saw a piece of paper that was light as a feather flashing towards him. After a short moment, it descended onto the defensive light barrier on his body and was blocked outside. "What's this?" Bai Nanxiang frowned. This strange piece of paper before him had something scribbled on it, and it actually caused him to feel a wave of palpitations for no reason or rhyme. "Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Isn't it just an ordinary piece of yellow paper?" Bai Nanxiang shook his head before raising his head, and his gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian once more as he prepared to kill Duan Lingtian. Right when he looked at Duan Lingtian, he noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze was staring fixedly at him, and the sharpness of Duan Lingtian's gaze caused him to feel a slight chill run down his spine. It wasn't that he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, but he himself had this feeling for no reason or rhyme. Bai Nanxiang grunted lightly as he concealed the feelings in his heart, and killing intent suffused his face as he took another step forward. The origin energy and first-level advanced lightning concept on his body shook the air to the point the airflow in the air became chaotic, and gusts of violent winds slapped out in all directions with a vast impetus. "Descend!" Right when Bai Nanxiang was about to make a move and annihilate Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's shocked shout suddenly resounded out. This shocked shout caused Bai Nanxiang to be subconsciously stunned. Right at this instant, his pupils constricted abruptly because he saw the inconspicuous piece of yellow paper before him had actually strangely vanished in the air in an instant. The next moment, he felt a piercing pain in the space between his eyebrows. His consciousness gradually blurred until it completely disappeared. Until the moment his consciousness was completely annihilated, Bai Nanxiang still didn't know what had happened. Whereas in the distance, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck when he saw the scene before him. Along with his shout of, "Descend," he noticed that the talisman he threw out had instantly vanished in the air, and at practically the exact same moment, a bloody hole appeared between Bai Nanxiang's brows. After the bloody hole appeared, the origin energy on Bai Nanxiang's body and the lightning concept that was coiled within the origin energy were completely obliterated, whereas he fell down along with Xianxia, and his aura was completely gone. That's it? The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to react for a long time. It wasn't until Bai Nanxiang's corpse fell down that Duan Lingtian finally reacted and hurriedly chased after it. In next to no time, he caught up to Bai Nanxiang's corpse and withdrew a violet-colored fragmented object from it. It was precisely the first-level advanced lightning concept fragment condensed within Bai Nanxiang's body. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian removed the spatial ring from Bai Nanxiang's hand. After he obtained the spoils of the battle, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a violet-colored flame with copper edges rose explosively from the center of his palm before descending onto Bai Nanxiang's corpse. Instantly, Bai Nanxiang's corpse transformed into ash in midair, and it drifted along with the wind before completely vanishing from this world. After he put away the spoils of the battle, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving in the slightest. At this moment, his mind was filled with the numerous strange scenes that had occurred earlier. A dignified existence at the first level of the void transformation stage was so easily annihilated by the talisman his cheapskate father left behind. The scene from before gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he was dreaming. What talisman is that? It's too heaven-defying, right? After he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Earlier, he didn't see clearly how the talisman killed Bai Nanxiang. He only saw the talisman instantly vanish, whereas, at practically the exact same moment, the space between Bai Nanxiang's brows seemed to have been penetrated by something, and he was directly killed. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that all of this was surely done by that talisman, but because his strength was insufficient, he was utterly unable to capture the exact process of how the talisman killed Bai Nanxiang. The speed of the talisman was so swift that it had already arrived at an astonishing extent. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian noticed that the air in the area Bai Nanxiang was at earlier seemed to have no movement at all. What sort of speed was capable of causing the air to not be affected? Or perhaps, it could be said that the effect was extremely tiny, and he was utterly unable to notice it with his current strength. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb. Where did father obtain these talismans? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his cheapskate father was so unfamiliar. At the same time, his heart was filled with bewilderment. There's obviously no trace of origin energy within father's body. Even if it was an expert like Emperor Wu, if he didn't resist the detection of my spiritual force, then I would normally be able to detect his origin energy with my spiritual force. But I can be sure that there's indeed not the slightest trace of origin energy within father's body. Duan Lingtian was unable to wrap his head around this after racking his brains, and he suddenly felt that his cheapskate father was even more mysterious. Logically speaking, it's impossible for father to not know the dangers of the world outside the Dark Han dynasty, but he still brought mother and Jingru along to leave. Duan Lingtian recalled his father's departure and recalled the 3 talismans his father left behind for him and the mysterious exquisite jade box. Perhaps, during the 23 years father was missing, some unbelievable things had occurred to him. At the very least, I can be sure now that he's absolutely not a martial artist with a crippled dantian. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's thoughts continued to float away. The scenes of his father returning that day flashed past his mind one by one. From when he first met his father in the Duan clan estate to when he returned home with his father. And some things after that he didn't miss anything. At that time, Duan Lingtian continued recalling, and unknowingly he recalled the scenes of the Azure Forest Trisect's 3 guardian elders, including Zhao Ming and Tang Hua, descending to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. At that time, even though Peak Master Xianxia was present as well, she was far from being a match for Zhao Ming's group of 3. At that time, for the sake of protecting himself, he deceived Zhao Ming's group of 3 and said he knew the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and he intended to leave with Zhao Ming's group of 3 before waiting for an opportunity to flee. Of course, doing that was extremely risky, and the slightest carelessness would surely cause him to become a dead soul at the hands of Zhao Ming's group of 3. But he had no other choice at that time. However, right at that critical moment, a low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded out, and then the owner of the voice didn't make an appearance, yet easily suppressed Zhao Ming's group of 3 to the point they were unable to catch their breaths. Later on, under the ability of the mysterious expert that was sufficient to crush Zhao Ming's group of 3, even though Zhao Ming's group of 3 was unwilling in their hearts, they could only flee in defeat. At that time, Duan Lingtian only thought that the owner of the hoarse voice was a mysterious expert that lived in seclusion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the expert couldn't bear the sight of Zhao Ming's group of 3, so the expert saved him in passing. Now it would seem that it's extremely likely that the mysterious expert is father. At that time, I didn't think in this direction and overlooked an important problem. The owner of the hoarse voice had obviously intentionally suppressed his voice when speaking, and it was as if he wasn't willing to expose his true identity. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess, and the more he guessed, the more certain he was. At that time, father ought to have stayed within the courtyard and made a move. But that level of ability seems to not be something an ordinary martial artist can execute. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he started to search through the memories related to Samsara Emperor Wu in his mind. In next to no time, his pupils constricted as he confirmed one thing. According to the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, only a powerhouse who has stepped into the Martial Emperor stage is able to do that, using his acute spiritual energy to control his origin energy to transmit his voice from a distance of several hundred meters away, and using his aura to oppress his opponent from a distance of several hundred meters. As he finished muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Father, could it be that he's really an Emperor Wu expert? Duan Lingtian was completely dumbstruck. After a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and he recalled the scene when his deadbeat father, Duan Ruffing, had just returned. Perhaps, the reason I wasn't able to detect the origin energy in father's body at that time was because he utilized some sort of ability to intentionally conceal it. After all, Cloud Continent is so vast, and there's no lack of secret techniques that can conceal the aura of origin energy. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more he was sure of it, and then he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Looks like I've been completely deceived by father. Now, he was practically able to confirm that his father was most likely an expert at the Emperor Wu stage or above. I don't know what father went through in those 23 years to actually possess such a shocking strength. Besides that, he was even able to leave behind such a heaven-defying talisman for me. Suddenly, 2 talismans had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were the only 2 talismans he had left. Wait! Suddenly, as if he'd thought of something, Duan Lingtian frowned and shook his head. If father is really an Emperor Wu expert, then why didn't he bring me along to the foreign lands? Is he really my father? He just left me to fend for myself in the Darkhan dynasty? As he finished muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Even though it was only his guess that his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, was an Emperor Wu expert, he felt that his guess wasn't far from the truth. If it wasn't for his father possessing a shocking strength, how could he dare bring his mother along and leave the Darkhan dynasty to take a risk? Perhaps father wants me to stay in the Dark Han dynasty to gain experience and tempering. He said in the voice transmission Jade slip that they would meet in the future, and perhaps it would be in the outside world. What he spoke of ought to be the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. When he thought up to here, even though Duan Lingtian felt much more at ease, he still couldn't help but grumble. Father is too mean. If he's really an Emperor Wu expert, then shouldn't he bring me along and allow me to show off in the foreign lands? Who would dare offend the son of an Emperor Wu expert? Chapter 748. Duan Lingtian, who'd fused with the memories of 2 lifetimes of Emperor Wu, naturally knew how lofty the status of an expert like Emperor Wu was in the foreign lands. So long as it was a person that was related to an expert like Emperor Wu, then even if it was only an ordinary person, even a 9th-level martial monarch stage expert wouldn't dare touch him openly. Once Emperor Wu was enraged, a martial monarch would be killed and blood would flow into rivers. Emperor Wu's strength wasn't a joke. After grumbling in his heart for a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and didn't continue being entangled in this problem, and he instead moved his gaze onto the 2 talismans in his hand. I can be sure that there are no inscriptions within these talismans. I wonder where father got this thing from. It's actually capable of directly killing a void transformation stage expert. When he thought of how Bai Nan Xiang had died at his hands earlier, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart and couldn't help but feel slightly pleased in his heart. Bai Nan Xiang, the guardian of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and he was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the Dark Han dynasty. Even Feng Wudao's reputation in the Dark Han dynasty wasn't as great as his. Yet it was precisely such an expert that had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. I wonder what level of martial artist this talisman can kill. If it's even capable of killing a martial monarch stage expert, then it would really be a waste this time. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and with a raise of his hand, he put away the 2 talismans in his hand as if he'd obtained a precious treasure. These were treasures that were capable of instantly killing a void transformation stage expert. The things father left behind for me and the exquisite jade box. I wonder when I'll be able to open it. According to the message father left behind, it seems that I'll only be able to find him after I open the exquisite jade box. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and he wasn't happy in the slightest because he had a father that was suspected to be an expert like Emperor Wu. Instead, he was slightly speechless. Even if you, as a father, want to temper your son, you shouldn't temper him like this, right? Disregard everything. What if he accidentally dies? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the angrier and more speechless he became. He clearly had the opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, but he did not know what that cheapskate father of his was doing. He actually left him alone in the Dark Han dynasty and let him fend for himself. Forget it. In the past, before you came back, you didn't see me lacking in weight. I will make a name for myself and even surpass you in the future. Duan Lingtian said quietly. Of course, this was what he said to his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing. After a while, after sorting out his feelings, Duan Lingtian continued his journey towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. After I return, I'll first look for Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu to have a meal and catch up on old times, then I'll make a trip back to Aurora City. Duan Lingtian had a plan in his mind. Aurora City was precisely the city he went to after leaving Fresh Breeze Town all those years ago, and it was a city under the Swallow Mountain County of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The original Li family of Fresh Breeze Town, the Li clan, where his mother was born, was located there. In the blink of an eye, it's been many years since I've seen that damn fatty Li Xian. I wonder if he's gotten thinner. I'll also make a trip back to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town to see the patriarch and the 5th elder. Duan Lingtian continued to plan his future itinerary. A few days later, Duan Lingtian rushed back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. After returning to the imperial city, he was not in a hurry to return to his own house. No matter what, you're still the child's godfather. Name? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. You're making things difficult for me. However, although he said that, Duan Lingtian's gaze still fell onto the infant in Luo Qian's arms. The infant was pink and chubby, and was extremely cute. Big brother Lingtian, give your godson a hug. Luo Qian smiled and handed the baby over to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian reached out and took it. Looking at the baby who was curiously blinking his big watery eyes at him, he felt his mood suddenly become incomparably calm. The baby's big eyes were pure and flawless, without any impurities. For some reason, looking at the baby, a figure suddenly flashed across Duan Lingtian's mind. It was the figure of a young man, who was looking at him with a smile. Lo Cheng, Luo Qian's brother. How about Xiao Cheng? It can also be considered a memorial to Lo Cheng. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu and his wife and asked. Alright. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Luo Qian's eyes were already red, obviously thinking of her brother who had passed away many years ago. When she received the son that Duan Lingtian handed over, a smile appeared on her face. It was as if she had returned to that period of time when she was young. Although it was difficult, it was very happy. Only because she had a brother who was willing to give up everything for her. Duan Lingtian gave Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun a signal with his eyes, and the three of them left the courtyard and left the Xiao clan estate to find a restaurant to drink in. After 3 rounds of wine, Duan Lingtian found out that his old friend, Tian Hu, was no longer in the Imperial City, but had instead stayed behind to guard the border of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. That fellow Tian Hu is already a vice-general now. In another 2 years, the person above him will retire, and at that time, he will be a true general. Xiao Sun smiled as he told Duan Lingtian about Tian Hu's recent situation. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. He felt happy for Tian Hu that Tian Hu had obtained such accomplishments. That year in the Imperial City's Paladin Academy, the only friends of the same age by his side were Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, Tian Hu, and Su Li. This friendship was something he would forever remember in his heart. Duan Lincoln, what's your cultivation now? Xiao Sun asked. Xiao Sun, you actually dare ask Duan Lingtian this? I reckon the two of us are going to suffer a heavy blow. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled, but his eyes still contained curiosity as he looked at Duan Lingtian. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it from his 2 old friends, and he shrugged as he spoke. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage? Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were instantly petrified, and they were unable to react for a long time. After a long time, Xiao Yu was the first to react, and he muttered. I heard that even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there's only one existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above. He's the #1 expert in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian, you really don't want to pay for scaring people to death. Xiao Sun sucked in a cold breath. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Seeing the two of you like this, I feel that I have to tell you about Su Li. Su Li? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's gazes instantly lit up when they heard Duan Lingtian, and they said with slight pleasant surprise. Duan Lingtian, you encountered Su Li? Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Over 2 years ago, when the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom held the genius competition, Su Li came as well. At that time, my strength was far inferior to Su Li. What? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were instantly moved when they heard this. They were well aware of Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao. All along, not only had they been unable to surpass Duan Lingtian, they were even left further and further behind by Duan Lingtian. Yet now, Duan Lingtian said that Su Li's strength was stronger than his 2 years ago? After all, when Su Li left Paladin Academy and even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, his cultivation was inferior to Duan Lingtian. Never had they imagined that Su Li would be able to catch up and even surpass Duan Lingtian. Even if it was only temporarily surpassing, it was still sufficient to shock them. In this way, The two of you passed through the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's genius competition together? Xiao Yu asked with a burning gaze. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. What was the outcome after that? You and Su Li arrived at the Darkstone Empire and advanced to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition? Xiao Sun asked with slight anticipation. Not long ago, Su Li and I advanced in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition and obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Chapter 749. Su Li has obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well? Xiao Yu's pupils constricted and he had an astonished expression. After he found out about Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian had advanced in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. As far as he was concerned, even in the younger generation of the Dark Han Dynasty, a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage expert could surely be considered as a top figure. But now, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that Su Li had advanced in the martial competition as well. Duan Lingtian, what's Su Li's cultivation now? Xiao Sun asked with slight urgency. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Lingtian said. Instantly, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were petrified, and when they recovered from their shock after a short while, they were slightly dejected. I truly never imagined that not only are you a freak amongst us, but even Su Li is a freak as well. But, why didn't Su Li return with you? Su Li went out to gain experience and tempering with his master. Duan Lingtian smiled. He even asked me to greet the two of you on his behalf. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun nodded with slightly complicated gazes. When they left the restaurant, Duan Lingtian carried one in each hand as he sent Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun back to the Xiao clan estate. After these two fellows found out about Su Li's current accomplishments, their moods seemed to have become slightly heavy, and subsequently, they ceaselessly poured wine into their mouths, and in the end, they drank until they were dead drunk. Duan Lingtian was able to slightly guess their thoughts. Just think about it. The companions that were almost on par with him in the past had now grown to a height that was difficult for him to reach. Although he felt happy for them, he couldn't help but be slightly sad. After leaving the Xiao clan estate, Duan Lingtian returned to his own courtyard house. After a good night's sleep, Duan Lingtian left the imperial city at dawn the next day, and Feng Tianwu followed by his side like a shadow. He was just intending to return to Aurora City to take a look. As for Feng Wudao and Elder Kong, they would stay in the Imperial City and wait for their return, and at that time, they would return to the Dark Han Dynasty together. With Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's speed, they arrived above Aurora City in half a day's time. Elder brother Duan, this is your old hometown? Feng Tianwu looked down at the small city below her and asked with slight astonishment. She never would have thought that Big Brother Duan actually came from such an inconspicuous and remote place. From this, it could be seen that Big Brother Duan's journey was definitely not easy. Duan Lingtian nodded. My real hometown is over there. It's a small town under this city. Come, let's go down. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu as they descended, and the two of them walked into the streets and alleys of Aurora City. Unknowingly, they'd walked into the most bustling trade market in Aurora City. I wonder if that fellow is still here. Duan Lingtian thought of Tang Ying, the person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. He was the manager of the medicine store during the day and the Dark Azura at night. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't see Tang Ying when he went to the medicine store. The owner of the medicine store had already changed, and he was the current person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. After he knew of Duan Lingtian's identity, he was respectful and reverent to Duan Lingtian. The highest leader of Ghastly Shadow, the dean of the Imperial City's Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng, was Duan Lingtian's teacher. Many years ago, Sima Changfeng had given the order that Ghastly Shadow wouldn't accept any missions from people related to Duan Lingtian. Of course, unless an ordinary branch family disciple is as heaven-defying as you, boss, it's impossible for them to become an elder. But who am I, Li Xian? I'm boss's underling, even the patriarch has to give me some face. Li Xian grinned as he spoke. You're still the same as before, never serious. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Xian and scolded with a smile. You're going to be 30 soon. Why haven't you gotten married yet? On the way here, Duan Lingtian had found out about Li Xian's situation from the Li family disciples, and he knew that Li Xian was still single. Boss, do you think everyone is like you? That finding a girlfriend is as easy as drinking water? Li Xian glanced at Feng Tianwu, who was beside Duan Lingtian, and muttered. Enough, why are you complaining so much? Come, let's go find Lin Zhua and Lin Qi for a drink. After we catch up, I'll make a trip back to Fresh Breeze Town before leaving. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sighed. I don't know when I'll come back again. Indeed. This time, Duan Lingtian wanted to leave the Dark Han dynasty and head to the northern desert that bordered the various dynasties in the foreign lands. From then on, he would ascend the stage of the foreign lands. In the future, he didn't know when he would return. Boss, where are you going? Li Xian heard the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. I'll tell you when we drink later. Duan Lingtian said, You go find Lin Zhua and Lin Qi now, I'll go see the patriarch. He's taken care of you all these years, and as the boss, I have to express my gratitude. After Li Xian left, Duan Lingtian informed Feng Tianwu and went to see the Li clan's patriarch alone. For the sake of expressing his gratitude, he left behind a Grade 7 spirit sword. A Grade 7 spirit sword was no different from trash in the eyes of the current Duan Lingtian, but in the eyes of the Li family's patriarch, it was a peerless treasure, and he took it to be a family treasure. After leaving the courtyard where the Li family's patriarch lived, Duan Lingtian brought Feng Tianwu along to eat and drink with Li Xian, Lin Zhua, and Lin Qi. Back then, he had very few friends in Aurora City, and besides Xiao Yu, he only had Lin Zhua and Lin Qi. After so many years, the youths from back then had already grown up, but that friendship was deeply engraved in their hearts and would never be forgotten. After drinking and eating to their heart's content and catching up, Duan Lingtian brought Tianwu back to the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town and left behind some origin stones before leaving and rushing back to the Imperial City through the night. On the second day, Duan Lingtian paid a visit to all the seniors in the Imperial City, including the Dean of Paladin Academy, who was his former teacher in Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng. Besides that, he also paid a visit to the Duan clan and the Imperial Palace. After he finished his business, he went to see the junior Marquis, Nie Fun, and then left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City with Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong. At this moment, the Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior Marquis Nie Rong and Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan had yet to return. In the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom, an enormous sword soared through the sky, and its target was the Darkstone Empire. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the enormous sword and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He'd been extremely busy these past few days, and now he finally had the chance to rest. After resting for a while, Duan Lingtian withdrew the 5th-level wind concept fragment he'd obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure that day, and he calmed his heart to comprehend wind concept. The pressing matter at hand now was to comprehend intermediate wind concept, or in other words, void interpretation concept. Only in this way would he be able to advance a step further and officially break through to the void interpretation stage. As for the thunder concept and earth concept, although he had the corresponding concept fragments in his hands, he could not be distracted when it came to comprehending the concepts. So he could only improve his concepts one by one. When the time came when his wind concept still progressed slowly even with the assistance of a concept fragment, that would be the time he comprehended other concepts a step further. Presently, his concentration was on the wind concept. Right at this moment, the energy of the heavens and the earth that swept out above Duan Lingtian finally formed numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and subsequently, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared successively. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 8th level Wind Concept. 3rd level Lightning Concept. This was the strength Duan Lingtian utilized when he attacked Tanghua. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. When Tanghua saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared above Duan Lingtian, his body trembled for no reason or rhyme, and his countenance was ghastly pale as a sheet, and he was terrified to the point he couldn't speak properly. Tanghua, you first participated in the battle to annihilate my 7-star sword sect, and later on, you even wanted to kill me. Now, I'll send you on your way and allow you to accompany Long Wei, Shuirui, and the others in the netherworld. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. At this moment, Tanghua's pupils constricted abruptly when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his voice trembled slightly. You. Tanghua didn't continue because he'd obtained the answer he wanted from Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze. Tanghua's face was ghastly pale, and even his breathing was slightly hurried as he pointed at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky. You managed to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect before the ancestor of our demonic Lotus Blade sect emerged into the world. Otherwise, once the ancestor emerged into the world, the one that died would surely be you. Tanghua was a guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before the 3 great sects merged. Ancestor? Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. The ancestor you spoke of ought to be Jia Hong, right? You know. Tanghua frowned, and then he said with a cold voice, if the ancestor emerged in time, then even if you're already a 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, you'd still die for sure. But unfortunately, you were able to escape calamity. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. I saw the ancestor you spoke of, that Jia Hong, come out from the Fire Breath Rock. Needless to say, his strength is extremely strong, and I'm far from being a match for him. What? The ancestor has emerged into the world? Tanghua's pupils constricted. But what Duan Lingtian said next instead caused the ghastly pale on his face to become even paler, and then he had an expression of astonishment and disbelief. But unfortunately he still died. Do you think your Azure Forest Trisect has someone to rely on and I don't? When the smile on Duan Lingtian's face entered into the eyes of Tanghua, it was no different than the smile of a devil. So you can rest at ease and go see your ancestor in the netherworld. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his finger that had been accumulating force since long ago pointed out. Swish! The tempest point tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of fierce piercing howls, and then it directly penetrated the space between Tanghua's brows and killed Tanghua. Bang! Tanghua's corpse fell to the ground, yet his eyes were opened wide, and he died with everlasting regret. When the sound of Tanghua's corpse falling to the ground entered into the ears of the nearby Zhao Ming, it caused Zhao Ming's expression to be unable to refrain from going grim, and his countenance became completely ghastly pale. The rage he felt when facing Duan Lingtian earlier had vanished without a trace, and replacing it was terror and uneasiness. Never had he imagined that after a few years, Duan Lingtian would actually possess such a terrifying strength, a strength that even he had to look up to. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian had annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect. After he put away Tanghua's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian turned around to look at the nearby old man that was dumbstruck, and his gaze instantly went cold. Zhao Ming! Duan Lingtian's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell, and it contained frightening coldness mixed within. At the same time, he took large strides and walked step by step towards the nearby old man, Zhao Ming, who had an extremely unsightly expression. Zhao Ming was one of the 2 great guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect in the past, and he was called Elder Ming. Later on, when the 7-star sword sect suffered a great calamity, Zhao Ming acted underhandedly against the strongest person in the Seven-Star Sword sect, Elder Xian, causing the situation that was originally in a deadlock to become one-sided. The Seven-Star Sword sect was easily annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect. At that time, when he just found out about all this, Duan Lingtian had the impulse to tear Zhao Ming into pieces. But unfortunately, at that time, his cultivation was far inferior to Zhao Ming. Yet now, he'd come. He brought along the blood enmity of all the dead souls of the Seven-Star Sword sect and a strength that far surpassed Zhao Ming to make a domineering appearance before Zhao Ming, and it was for no other reason than to take revenge. Chapter 751. When he saw Duan Lingtian walking over step by step, every single step he took seemed to be stepping on Zhao Ming's chest, and it caused Zhao Ming's expression to become even more ghastly pale. Once upon a time, this violet-clothed young man before him was like an ant that couldn't withstand a single blow before him. However, at this moment, when he stood before Duan Lingtian, he was no different than an ant. Just like how Tang Huo was unable to wrap his head around it, he was unable to wrap his head around it as well. How could this Duan Lingtian possess such a formidable strength in a short few years of time? Exactly what fortuitous encounter did he obtain? Even if he possesses the assistance of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, it's impossible for him to advance so quickly in a short few years. This was something Zhao Ming could be sure of. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian was already standing before Zhao Ming, and he looked at Zhao Ming with a cold and indifferent expression. Zhao Ming, that day, I only thought that you turned to the Azure Forest Trisect after all the higher-ups and disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect were killed and the Seven-Star Sword sect was almost annihilated. If it was like that, even though I felt you were ungrateful, I wouldn't bear a grudge against you. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. However, never had I imagined that you would actually resolutely betray our Seven-Star Sword sect when we were in a deadlock with the Azure Forest Trisect. You first schemed against Elder Xian, then joined forces with the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to kill the sect leader. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word. As he finished speaking, only frightening coldness remained in Duan Lingtian's eyes, and his extremely icy cold gaze stared at Zhao Ming, causing Zhao Ming to feel as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. Your actions incur the indignation of both men and gods. You're worthy of the sect that fostered you? You're worthy of your master? Duan Lingtian's voice was chilly, and every single word struck the heart. Every single word seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that fiercely pierced into Zhao Ming's heart, causing Zhao Ming's body to tremble violently, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. Actually, after he was overwhelmed by rage and schemed against Elder Xian that he'd been with for many years and joined forces with the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect to kill the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, he'd felt regret in his heart. Especially later on, even though he was accepted by the Azure Forest Trisect and became a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, and his status was even more lofty. But every night, he would often dream of Elder Xian and Linghu Jinhong coming to take his life. Not only that, he frequently dreamt of the master that brought him into the Seven-Star Sword sect and fostered him without the slightest reservation. In his dreams, his master was angered by him to the point of spitting blood and dying every single time. All of this seemed to have become his nightmare. Zhao Ming took a deep breath. He had already realized that he would not be able to survive today. His eyes flashed with an ominous light as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the reason why I betrayed the sect is all because of you. You're the one who killed my son and turned my grandson into a monster that's neither male nor female. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been blinded by anger and betrayed the sect. Zhao Ming said through gritted teeth. You're still trying to shirk your responsibility at this point? Duan Lingtian sneered, and then he said word by word. You dare say that if the Seven-Star Sword sect was about to perish, and if there was a chance to survive, you wouldn't side with the Azure Forest Trisect? Even if I, Duan Lingtian, did something, what does it have to do with the sect? What does it have to do with the others in the sect? Just come at me. Why did you harm Elder Xian? Why did you harm the sect leader? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was furious to the extreme, and his gaze was like a blade that seemed as if it wanted to slice Zhao Ming into pieces. Zhao Ming's face sank, and he didn't speak. Every single word Duan Lingtian said struck at the heart, and every single word was reasonable, causing him to be speechless. Right, I still have to tell you something? Your two grandsons that are neither male nor female were killed by Elder Peng not long ago. Duan Lingtian said to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming's face went grim when he heard this. Even though he'd already found out about the news of the Azure Forest Trisect being annihilated from the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Tang Hua earlier, but he still felt that his grandsons ought to be able to escape calamity. But now, Duan Lingtian's words caused the last trace of hope that remained in his heart to be completely shattered. Duan Ling, I'll kill you. Zhao Ming's eyes were crimson red as if he'd gone mad, and he pounced desperately towards Duan Lingtian as the origin energy in his body skyrocketed, and his wind concept followed him like a shadow. Bang! But his strength wasn't much stronger than Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't withstand a single blow before the current Duan Lingtian, causing him to be directly sent flying by a casual kick from Duan Lingtian. When he saw Zhao Ming who'd fallen to the ground was about to stand up, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold. Whirlwind! Before Zhao Ming stood up, Duan Lingtian had already transformed into a gust of wind that blew to arrive before Zhao Ming in the blink of an eye. Bang! Another kick stomped down fiercely onto Zhao Ming's face, causing the back of Zhao Ming's head to fiercely smash onto the ground, and it caused him to feel dizzy. Humiliation. Undisguised humiliation. Zhao Ming was knocked unconscious to the point his consciousness was blurry, and after he recovered from his shock, he realized that his dignity had already been completely trampled beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. Instantly he roared madly. Even if I have to die today, I'll make you pay the price. Zhao Ming pounced towards Duan Lingtian like a madman, and he seemed as if he wanted to take Duan Lingtian down with him. Right at this moment, swish! A swift tempest point gave rise to a wave of piercing howls as it tore through the sky, and it carried along a strand of fresh blood as it pierced through one of Zhao Ming's legs. Zhao Ming, who originally wanted to stand up, felt his legs go weak, and he fell limp on the ground in an extremely sorry state. This is what you owe Elder Xian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent voice clearly entered into Zhao Ming's ears. I'll kill you. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth as he supported his body up, and the origin energy on his body raged as he soared into the sky with the intention of risking his life to fight Duan Lingtian. Chapter 752. It's settled. They just left the inscription formation and returned to the gorge when Duan Lingtian heard Feng Wudao's voice. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and he seemed as if he'd encountered something good, causing him to seem refreshed. Then let's depart. Feng Wudao nodded and condensed his origin energy into an enormous sword once more, and it carried the group of 4 including himself to soar into the sky before flashing out to head directly towards the Dark Han dynasty. On the way, Duan Lingtian, who'd finished dealing with all the trivial matters, had finally calmed down completely. He held the wind concept fragment in his hand as he calmed his heart and comprehended wind concept. Presently, the improvement of his origin energy and the assistance of the rebirth pill had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. What he wanted to do was to comprehend intermediate concept and smoothly break through to the void interpretation stage. The journey was calm all along the way, and Duan Lingtian's group smoothly returned to the Dark Han dynasty's capital and returned to the Feng clan. Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed in the Feng clan estate and calmed his heart to comprehend wind concept. Of course, he'd occasionally leave the Feng clan estate with Feng Tianwu and wander around the capital to purchase some materials required for weapons refinement, medicine refinement, and inscriptions. So long as there was a large-scale auction held in the capital, Duan Lingtian would go with Feng Tianwu to join in the fun, and they obtained many rare materials. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had just left an auction house when Feng Tianwu couldn't help but ask, "Elder brother Duan, you seemed to be extremely happy when you bid for that strange iron earlier. Is there anything different about it?" "Tianwu, that piece of iron I obtained and combined with the materials I gathered earlier. So long as I become a grade 2 weapons craftsman, I'll be able to rely on them to refine a grade 2 spirit weapon." Duan Lingtian smiled. Grade 2 spirit weapon? A second grade weapon craftsman? Feng Tianwu was slightly shocked, but in next to no time, she recalled that Duan Lingtian was already a grade 3 weapons craftsman now, and she couldn't help but feel relieved. "No wonder elder brother Duan is so happy. It turns out that you have half a grade 2 spirit artifact in your hands." Feng Tianwu was happy for Duan Lingtian. "In another month or so, it'll be the day we depart to the northern desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At that time, I wonder if we must go with the others." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. "Elder brother Duan, you don't want to go with them?" Feng Tianwu asked. "I'd like to walk around on my own. It's freer that way." Duan Lingtian smiled. Besides the various dynasties, there was only the boundlessly vast foreign lands outside the Darkhan dynasty. When they left this time, Duan Lingtian really wanted to walk and stop by himself to fully enjoy the scenery on the way and gain tempering at the same time. Only in this way would it be more interesting. If he were to follow the group, then the journey wouldn't be decided by him. "Then I'll go back and tell father. At that time, we won't go with the others." Feng Tianwu said. Duan Lingtian replied, and then he said with a smile, "Let's return first." During these past few days, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. Because he'd already completely touched the threshold of 9th level wind concept, and he was confident that he would be able to completely comprehend 9th level wind concept within 3 days. Once he comprehended 9th level elementary wind concept, then he would have the opportunity to come into contact with 1st level intermediate wind concept. Within a spacious pavilion, within a spacious courtyard, a white-clothed young man fiercely smashed the teacup in his hand into pieces. "Brother!" Nearby, the beautiful young woman that was watering the flowers was shocked by the white-clothed young man. "Yan, I'm sorry, brother accidentally smashed the teacup." The white-clothed young man was precisely Xianxia, and he squeezed out a trace of a smile that was even more unsightly than crying to the young woman before returning to his room. "Brother," the beautiful young woman, Xianxia's younger sister, Ziyan, couldn't help but be slightly worried when she saw this scene, and she muttered, "You're angry because of that Duan Lingtian again?" When she thought up to hear, a trace of helplessness flashed within Ziyan's beautiful eyes. After he returned to his room, Xianxia's expression instantly went gloomy, and he grunted. "That Duan Lingtian is really lucky, he's actually still alive now. Could it be that His Majesty didn't make a move against him? He left the capital for almost 2 months and missed such a good opportunity. Now it's even more difficult to kill him." Xianxia was slightly enraged, and he didn't know what the Darkhan dynasty's emperor was doing. At that time, after being instigated by him, the emperor had obviously aroused interest in the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. But now, after almost 5 months, the Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. There's no need to be impatient. Right at this moment, a ghastly and aged voice sounded out in Xianxia's mind. "Even if the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family doesn't make a move against him, could it be that you're worried you won't have an opportunity in the future? You're about to leave the Darkhan dynasty and head to the boundlessly vast foreign lands. Not to mention anything else, once you arrive at the foreign lands, so long as you spread the news that the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession can provide a 10% amplification to the powers of the foreign lands, they'll similarly be interested in the Devil Seal tablet. That Duan Lingtian won't be able to jump around for long. Spread the news to the powers of the foreign lands and allow them to obtain the broken Devil Seal tablet. Even though it's comparatively difficult for you to seize it back from them in the future, it's better than leaving it in Duan Lingtian's hands. The ghastly and aged voice continued to sound out, and it caused Zishang's eyes to light up as if he was suddenly enlightened. Elder Ghost is wise. I don't believe that the powers of the foreign lands would be as cowardly as the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian, wait for my great gift to you. Unknowingly, the gloominess on Zishang's face had completely dispersed, and replacing it was a dense smile. But no matter how one looked at this smile, it caused one to feel slightly cold. Feng clan estate, within the estate within the estate. It had already been 2 days since he returned from the auction house the last time. During these 2 days of time, Duan Lingtian didn't take a step out of his room, and it was even to the extent that he didn't eat. Suddenly, the spacious room was instantly enveloped by a strong wind that arose out of thin air, and the strong wind ceaselessly swept out, causing the windows to intensely tremble and emit creaking sounds. Finally, bang! The window at the side of the room was instantly pushed open by the strong wind. Subsequently, the strong wind seemed to have found an outlet and directly gushed out of the window, causing the flowers and plants in the courtyard outside the window to sway. Right at this moment, the strong wind that was powerless to continue gradually vanished, whereas the strong wind that was interrupted was completely taken back by a person within the room. Chapter 753. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian continued to rely on the wind concept fragment to comprehend wind concept, yet he noticed his progress was slow in the end, and he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. Perhaps I should stop for a moment. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he only stopped for a moment in the comprehension of wind concept, and he could still comprehend other concepts. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew the first-level advanced lightning concept fragment he obtained from Bai Nan Xiang that he'd killed with a talisman a few months ago, and he started to comprehend it. As the energy of nature that represented heavenly wrath, the might of lightning was naturally not weak. Besides ice concept, lightning faintly reigned above the other energy of nature. With the lightning concept fragment in hand, Duan Lingtian quickly immersed himself in the comprehension of lightning, and it was as if waves of ear-piercing thunderclaps resounded out by his ears. Bang, 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 bang. Numerous thunderclaps practically shattered Duan Lingtian's eardrums. Under the assistance of the concept fragment, Duan Lingtian's lightning concept improved extremely quickly. But he would still try to pick up the wind concept fragment every once in a while, as he wanted to see if his comprehension of wind concept had returned to the right track. Up until the day before he left and comprehended 4th-level lightning concept, the feeling of comprehending wind concept from before finally returned. As he held the wind concept fragment, he felt as if he was enveloped by a gust of wind, and this feeling was extremely wonderful and peculiar. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd transformed into the wind. His comprehension of wind concept was still continuing. The day of departure arrived as scheduled. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to head to the Imperial Palace with Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu brought him a piece of good news. Elder brother Duan, my father has gone to inform the Emperor. The 3 of us will head to the northern desert ourselves, but we have to rush to the ancient desert city before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins half a year from now. Ancient desert city? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then he looked curiously at Feng Tianwu. That place is the place the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is being held? Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. That ancient desert city seems to be a city controlled by the power of the foreign lands that held the martial competition. You said 3 people? Thinking of what Feng Tianwu said just now, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Grandpa Kong won't be coming with us this time. Feng Tianwu said. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. At some point in time, a huge black shadow flew over and arrived above Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye. Gusts of wind blew down from the sky, causing Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's clothes to swell up. It's time to depart. Right when Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu narrowed their eyes and raised their heads, a familiar voice sounded out from behind the enormous figure in the sky. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu soared up into the sky when they heard this voice, and they descended behind the enormous figure together. Feng Wudao was already waiting there since long ago. Let's go! Along with Feng Wudao shouting out in a light voice, the enormous figure beneath their feet instantly transformed into a black bolt of lightning that flashed towards the north. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial city vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. An azure-eyed eagle? As he looked at the enormous figure beneath his feet, the memories of Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and then he couldn't help but exclaim with shock. An azure-eyed eagle was a formidable demon beast that possessed the bloodline of a demon beast at the void interpretation stage. Ordinary azure-eyed eagles were demon beasts at the 4th, 5th, or 6th level of the void interpretation stage when they matured to the limit, whereas azure-eyed eagles that possessed extraordinary natural talent were instead able to break through the shackles of their cultivation and break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage when they matured to the limit. Even if it was an azure-eyed eagle with inferior natural talent, it would at least be able to break through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage or above. Little fellow, your eyesight isn't bad, you're actually able to recognize that I'm an azure-eyed eagle. Right at this moment, an aged and hoarse voice clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Senior. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the azure-eyed eagle, and he lightly nodded in greeting. As void interpretation stage demon beasts, they were able to speak the human tongue. Besides being unable to transform into a human, they were generally no different to humans in other aspects, like intelligence. Grandpa Qing, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Feng Tianwu smiled as she greeted the azure-eyed eagle, and her tone was rather casual. Little girl, you're becoming more and more beautiful now. The azure-eyed eagle slightly turned its head, and its sharp eyes stared fixedly at Feng Tianwu, and its voice was filled with amiability. But when the azure-eyed eagle's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, it instead became even fiercer. Little fellow, if you dare let little Wu down, I'll surely tear you into two. As the azure-eyed eagle finished speaking, its tone was filled with ruthlessness. Whereas Duan Lingtian didn't doubt the azure-eyed eagle's words. The spiritual force he stretched out had long since told him that this azure-eyed eagle just happened to be the type of azure-eyed eagle that possessed extremely high natural talent, and its cultivation had already stepped into the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. The azure-eyed eagle's words caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly embarrassed for a time. Grandpa Qing, if you continue speaking nonsense, then I'll ignore you in the future. Feng Tianwu couldn't watch on any longer, and she hurriedly helped Duan Lingtian out of his predicament as she spoke angrily. Little Wu, you haven't even married into my family, yet you've already started helping him. Looks like you'll surely be completely eaten by him in the future. The azure-eyed eagle lightly shook its head and sighed like a human. Grandpa Qing, you. The azure-eyed eagle's words caused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face to instantly turn crimson red, yet she was slightly embarrassed and angry, and then she hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, ignore Grandpa Qing. He's always liked to speak nonsense. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded, indicating he didn't take it to heart. At the same time that Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. Qing is my good friend, and we've already known each other for over 20 years. Feng Wudao, who'd been silent all along, spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and at the same time, he was slightly surprised. 20 years ago, Feng Wudao was at most a void initiation stage martial artist, whereas this azure-eyed eagle was most probably already a void interpretation stage demon beast. Since the two of them were still able to become friends with such a great disparity, there's surely a story behind it. The azure-eyed eagle's ruthlessness was famous, and since it was able to become friends with Feng Wudao ought to have helped it in some way, and this was why it was grateful. This was something that Duan Lingtian easily guessed through the records of the azure-eyed eagle in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. And during the following journey, in the chat with Feng Tianwu, this was even more verified. Swoosh. The azure-eyed eagle's speed was extremely swift, at least it was swifter than the enormous sword Feng Wudao condensed from his origin energy earlier. Of course, it didn't mean that the azure-eyed eagle's strength was stronger than Feng Wudao. Instead, when Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword, he'd only utilized a very small portion of the origin energy in his body, and this caused the enormous sword's speed to decrease greatly, and it was merely equivalent to the speed of a 5th or 6th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Elder Qing, can you open up your origin energy light barrier a little more? I want to try and sense the strong winds that are swiftly stirred up outside. Duan Lingtun slowly walked to the back of the azure-eyed eagle's neck, and he spoke courteously. Feng Tianwu was stunned, and then she said anxiously, Elder Brother Duan, Elder Qing is moving at full speed now, and the wind outside is extremely strong, and it's extremely difficult for you to withstand it with your current cultivation. I want to try. Duan Lingtian smiled. Qing, slow down your speed and cooperate with him, and increase your speed appropriately. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao spoke out. He'd obviously discerned Duan Lingtian's intentions, and he had the intention of helping Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Uncle Feng. After he noticed the azure-eyed eagle's speed had slowed down, Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up, and he thanked Feng Wudao. Subsequently, the azure-eyed eagle shrunk the origin energy light barrier behind its head slightly, and it opened up a large area that was sufficient for Duan Lingtian to crawl around there. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was originally standing behind the azure-eyed eagle, was completely exposed, and he was able to clearly sense the terrifying strong winds that assaulted his face. At this moment, the speed of the azure-eyed eagle ought to be comparable to a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist flying at full speed with only origin energy. Duan Lingtian didn't feel too much pressure. Duan Lingtun sat down cross-legged, and a wind concept fragment appeared out of thin air in his hand. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and comprehended wind concept to his heart's content through the concept fragment and the strong winds that assaulted his face. Qing, continue increasing your speed. Feng Wudao spoke to the azure-eyed eagle when he saw Duan Lingtian sitting cross-legged there without moving like a mountain, like a statue, and didn't feel any pressure. As someone who'd experienced it, Feng Wudao knew clearly in his heart that only by making Duan Lingtian feel pressured would he be able to help him better. Early on when Duan Lingtian spoke to the azure-eyed eagle, he'd guessed that Duan Lingtian wanted to rely on this to comprehend and improve his wind concept, so he went with the flow to help Duan Lingtian. The wind grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, Duan Lingtian felt his face was about to be torn apart. The strong winds that assaulted his face ceaselessly blew by his ears, and the ear-piercing howls of the wind shook his eardrums to the point of shaking, causing him to be extremely uncomfortable. But he still endured it and didn't make a sound. He moved his attention to the wind concept fragment in his hand, and he attempted to forget the uncomfortable feeling. This little fellow isn't bad. Right at this moment, the azure-eyed eagle spoke with a voice filled with praise. My current speed is comparable to the full speed flight of an ordinary 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist, but he's still able to withstand it head-on. With his current cultivation, it's already not bad. Grandpa Qing, why don't you slow down a bit? Feng Tianwu saw Duan Lingtian's tensed-up face, and she revealed a worried expression as she spoke. The azure-eyed eagle hadn't replied when the nearby Feng Wudao had already spoken. Qing, continue increasing your speed. Increase your speed to a level comparable to a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Swoosh. As soon as Feng Wudao finished speaking, Feng Tianwu hadn't even had the time to react when the azure-eyed eagle had already sped up once more. At the same time, waves of vast energy of the heavens and the earth seemed to want to tear apart the clouds and mist in the surroundings before converging into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. When these ancient horned dragon silhouettes were added together, there was an entire 70 of them. The strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 754. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and it was like a blade that flashed towards Duan Lingtian, and it left behind numerous fine marks on Duan Lingtian's cheeks. These were all small wounds that were blown out by the wind. But every time these small wounds appeared, they would be completely healed by the origin energy that flickered on Duan Lingtian's body, and it was as if they'd never appeared. Meanwhile, strands of material azure-colored energy started to rage on Duan Lingtian's body, and accompanying the origin energy seemed to have formed waves of clear and material azure-colored strong winds. These waves of azure-colored strong winds coiled around Duan Lingtian's body, and it seemed to have formed a layer of protective barrier that protected Duan Lingtian. The ferocious strong winds continued to sweep towards Duan Lingtian and blast onto the azure-colored strong winds, causing the latter to tremble. In the end, the two of them merged into one, and not a trace of it descended onto Duan Lingtian's body. At the same time, a strange scene occurred. The wind concept that was originally unable to completely merge with his origin energy had actually merged even more with his origin energy, and it was as if it was urged by the wind that assaulted his face. Speed up! Feng Wudao's gaze noticed this change at the first possible moment, and he continued. The azure-eyed eagle continued to speed up. In next to no time, its speed had risen to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. The wind grew stronger, and the azure-colored strong winds around Duan Lingtian's body showed signs of collapsing. Elder brother Duan. Even though worry still hung on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, she was able to notice Duan Lingtian's improvement now, and his wind concept seemed to be silently improving at every moment. At the beginning, the azure-colored strong winds formed from Duan Lingtian's wind concept fused with his origin energy had already shown signs of collapsing, but later on, it calmed down. At the same time, the azure-colored strong winds became purer and purer. Wind concept had practically completely fused into his origin energy, and this feeling was as if he'd transformed into real wind. This feeling was similar to Zhang Shouyang's comprehension of earth concept and Baihao's comprehension of fire concept. The 9th-level elementary concept they'd comprehended was only half a step away from the 1st-level intermediate concept. In other words, Duan Lingtian was currently heading in that direction, and the gap was not large. If he took a step further, the concept of wind that Duan Lingtian had comprehended would be able to completely materialize. The giant azure-eyed eagle was still increasing its speed. It didn't take long for its speed to reach its peak. Of course, this only referred to the speed it executed with its origin energy at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, and it hadn't utilized the concept it had comprehended. Otherwise, its speed would be even faster. But even then, the current Duan Lingtian was still unafraid of the piercingly cold strong wind that assaulted his face, because the wind concept that was becoming more and more material around his body had swallowed the wind that assaulted his face. Continue. Feng Wudao spoke. Fiery red-colored energy swept out from the body of the giant azure-eyed eagle and fused into the origin energy in its body, and it seemed to have formed into a ball of material and scorching flames. At this moment, the giant azure-eyed eagle seemed to have transformed into a flaming bird, and everywhere it passed, expanses of burning clouds appeared. Along with the giant azure-eyed eagle accelerating, the strong wind grew stronger once more. Whereas the azure-colored strong wind around Duan Lingtian's body showed signs of collapsing, yet it didn't collapse in the end, and instead became even more perfect and flawless under the giant azure-eyed eagle's appropriate acceleration. The more perfect and flawless the azure-colored strong wind was, the closer the wind concept was to materialize. Time flew by. 1 month later, the azure-colored strong wind on Duan Lingtian's body had finally stabilized, and it gradually restrained itself in the end before completely fusing into his body. At this moment, even without the protection of the azure-colored energy, the terrifying strong wind that assaulted his face seemed to be unable to affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and spread open his arms, and his face was covered in a brilliant smile as he faced the strong wind that assaulted his face. Concept has finally materialized. Another step and it'll be first-level intermediate wind concept. Even though he was only half a step away from intermediate concept now, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that this was the most difficult moment. He who possessed the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes was clearly aware of this. Elder Qin, thank you. Duan Lingtian bowed towards the head of the giant azure-eyed eagle and expressed his gratitude with incomparable sincerity. This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart, because Duan Lingtian knew that if he didn't have the cooperation of the giant azure-eyed eagle, it would be impossible for him to allow his wind concept to completely materialize so quickly. Little fellow, besides Tian Wu, you're the person with the best comprehension ability I've ever seen. But Tian Wu possesses the fire spirit body, whereas you don't possess the wind spirit body. It's truly rare that you're able to comprehend wind concept to such an extent so quickly. The giant azure-eyed eagle wasn't stingy with its praise in the slightest. Elder Qin, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian spoke modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian turned around, his back facing the strong wind that whistled over as he slowly walked into the origin energy light barrier on the back of the giant azure-eyed eagle. Elder brother Duan, congratulations. Feng Tianwu congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and then he looked at Feng Wudao and met Feng Wudao's gaze. He originally wanted to speak words of thanks, but stopped when Feng Wudao signaled him with his gaze. Everything didn't need to be said. Where are we now? Duan Lingtian looked down at the boundless ground beneath his feet that ceaselessly flashed behind him as he asked curiously. Elder brother Duan, we've already left the Dark Han dynasty for over 10 days. This place is the territory of the Darming dynasty. We'll be able to arrive at the capital of the Darming dynasty in another few days. At that time, we'll rest there for a few days. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian, and she was faintly slightly exhausted. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He never imagined that when he awoke from the state of comprehending wind concept, he'd already be in another dynasty. The Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian had heard of it in the Dark Han dynasty. This was a dynasty that was situated at the northwest of the Dark Han dynasty, and it occupied a vast area that wasn't inferior to the Dark Han dynasty in the slightest. Besides that, because it was closer to the foreign lands than the Dark Han dynasty, the martial style in the Darming dynasty was even more formidable, and the genius martial artists born within it had always surpassed the Dark Han dynasty. A few days later, the speed of the azure-eyed eagle slowed down. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian looked forward, and a small black dot had appeared at the place his gaze reached. Along with the approach of the azure-eyed eagle, the small black dot grew larger and larger, and in the end, it transformed into an enormous city that was like an enormous beast that lay dormant there. When they arrived outside the city, Duan Lingtian was able to see the ancient city walls that surrounded the city. These city walls emitted an ancient feeling at all times, and it seemed as if they were telling of the ancient history they'd existed for. Qin will still be here in 5 days. Feng Wudao greeted the azure-eyed eagle, then he soared up into the sky and left the back of the azure-eyed eagle. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed suit and soared up into the sky. Little Wu, little fellow. See you in 5 days. The sharp gaze of the azure-eyed eagle flashed past Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, then it transformed into a ball of flames that vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. What remained was only the flaming clouds that gradually faded away. Let's go. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended from the sky and walked slowly through the main entrance of the Darming dynasty's capital. After walking into the Darming dynasty's capital, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the atmosphere that was different from the Dark Han dynasty's capital. The passers-by they encountered all along the way were obviously tense, and they seemed to be on guard against something at all times. Elder Brother Duan, some martial fanatics frequently appear in the Darming dynasty's capital and recklessly make a move, so it fostered the vigilance of the people of the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Seeming to have discerned the bewilderment on Duan Lingtian's face, Feng Tianwu explained. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. As expected of a dynasty that's adjacent to the foreign lands. In terms of the prevalence of the martial style, it's indeed stronger than the Dark Han dynasty. This was something that Duan Lingtian had to admit. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 moved through the streets of the Darming dynasty's capital and headed all the way towards the center of the capital. At the same time, Duan Lingtian sized up the surroundings with a rather curious expression. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind assaulted from afar, and it grew closer and closer. Duan Lingtian's brows raised and he couldn't help but look forward, and it was a gray-clothed middle-aged man that directly attacked 2 passers-by that were walking together. Bang! Bang! 2 palms struck out, and the 2 passers-by instantly died. 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at the 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the gray-clothed middle-aged man, as he never imagined that a Void Interpretation stage martial artist would launch a surprise attack on others on the road. He didn't even use concept to kill those 2 people, and the gap between their strength and him was obvious. In next to no time, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Because he saw the gray-clothed middle-aged man's gaze had locked onto their group of 3, or more precisely speaking, it had locked onto Feng Tianwu. What a beautiful woman! You're mine. Chapter 755. F***K off. When facing the gray-clothed middle-aged man that approached menacingly, Feng Wudao stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly as he spat out a single word in a neither fast nor slow manner. At the same time, with a raise of his hand, a terrifying force that caused the air to tremble instantly swept out, and it seemed as if it was assisted by the gods as it fearlessly moved to intercept the gray-clothed middle-aged man. Subsequently, bang! An enormous bang sounded out, yet it was an enormous force that instantly annihilated the gray-clothed middle-aged man's attack that swept over, and it was like an attack of 9 layers of wolves that was instantly annihilated by distance and was completely annihilated. The 2 of them weren't on the same level at all. It wasn't just that. The gray-clothed middle-aged man had arrived swiftly and left swiftly as well, and he was blasted flying by a casual raise of Feng Wudao's hand, and he was like an arrow that left the bowstring as he flew out for over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. After the gray-clothed middle-aged man fell to the ground, blood flowed from his 7 apertures, and his body trembled for no reason before completely losing all signs of life. He couldn't be any more dead. In the sky above Feng Wudao, the energy of the heavens and the earth that had just surged up instantly vanished without a trace. It could be seen from this that Feng Wudao was so swift that even the energy of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to react. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the gray-clothed middle-aged man's corpse. Early on when the middle-aged man made a move against them, he knew that the middle-aged man would die without a doubt. Especially when the middle-aged man actually dared to blaspheme Tianwu, it had undoubtedly sped up the speed of his death. Let's go! Under Feng Wudao's lead, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed closely behind and moved forward all the way. Everywhere they passed, the passers-by moved aside. All these people had seen the scene that occurred earlier. A 3rd-level Void Interpretation stage martial artist was actually killed in an instant. These 3 people weren't people they could offend. Tianwu, you and Uncle Feng have come to the capital of the Darming dynasty in the past? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu curiously when he noticed Feng Wudao walked forward with ease and brought them into an inn in the end. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. I've come here twice with my father, And this is the third time. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Very quickly, Feng Wudao got 3 rooms, 1 room for each of them. After Duan Lingtian informed Feng Wudao and his daughter, he returned to his room and washed up. After washing off the dust on his body, he opened the window of his room. Outside the window was the inner courtyard of the inn. The sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers calmed one's heart. At the same time, the setting sun entered Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became a little dazed. Unknowingly, it has already been more than 10 years since I came to this world. Now that I think about it, it really is like a lifetime ago. Duan Lingtian sighed. In his previous life, he could be said to be an emotionless killing machine. But in this life, he had too many things to worry about. In addition to those concerns, he was also filled with curiosity about this world. While he was filled with curiosity, he also wanted to possess an unparalleled power to look down on the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and to be the only one who reigned supreme. Only at that time would he be able to truly protect everyone by his side. If it was in the past, his goal was to become Emperor Wu, to become the strongest person in Cloud Continent. But now he had a new goal. Even if he became Emperor Wu, he still wanted to explore the unfathomable overseas world. He wanted to know exactly what was beyond the boundless sea. After all, even the #1 expert of Cloud Continent, Samsara Emperor Wu, didn't dare go deep into those places to explore. Since Samsara Emperor Wu didn't dare do it, then he would do it. In this way, he wouldn't have come to this world in vain. The important matter at hand is to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only by displaying my value would those powers of the foreign lands pay attention to me and even allow me to join them. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with bright lights. Besides finding the great treasure left behind by Samsara Emperor Wu, what I have to do next is to find Kerr and Little Fei. After being separated for so many years, Duan Lingtian's yearning for his 2 fiancées grew deeper and deeper. When he returned the last time, he'd already found out about the location of his 2 fiancées from the 7-star sword sects Alcade Peak's master, Xianxia. No matter if it was Kerr or Little Fei, they were both in a formidable sect in the foreign lands now. That sect possessed strength and influence that was difficult to imagine. So long as that sect was willing, then even if it was as formidable as the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, it would be completely annihilated in an instant. The setting sun had finally vanished and the veil of night started to descend. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't comprehend any concept, and he instead lay on the bed and slept comfortably. This sleep lasted until noon on the 2nd day before he woke up. Comfortable. After he woke up, Duan Lingtian stretched his body and felt refreshed. I haven't slept so well in a long time. After he finished familiarizing himself with his surroundings and changed his clothes, Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and walked out. He'd only just walked out when he saw Feng Tianwu walking towards him. "Elder brother Duan, I was just about to go call you. It's time to eat," Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian. Within Feng Wudao's room, a table full of dishes was placed on the table, and they were still emitting steam. Obviously, they were just served not long ago. Duan Lingtian's appetite couldn't help but be aroused when he saw the table full of delicacies. Even though he was already capable of abstaining from food to a certain extent with his current cultivation, and he wouldn't feel anything even if he didn't eat for an extremely long period of time. But when facing these delicacies, he was still unable to control himself. "Looks like you slept well." Feng Wudao greeted Duan Lingtian. "Sit down and eat first. We won't be staying in the capital of the Darming dynasty for long. After we finish eating, I'll ask Tianwu to bring you to the Ice Flame Pavilion to have a look and properly experience the atmosphere of the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty." Ice Flame Pavilion? Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed. Ice Flame Pavilion. When he saw these 3 large words, Duan Lingtian knew that he'd arrived at his destination. There's a restaurant like this? After he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze couldn't help but flash. Even if it's the imperial palace in the capital of the Darming dynasty, there's probably no palace that's taller than this. A 9-story restaurant, this is too exaggerated. 9-story buildings could be found everywhere on the earth of his previous life, and they weren't rare. After arriving at this world that was similar to the ancient world of his previous life, Duan Lingtian instead hadn't seen a tall building with more than 5 stories, and this ice flame pavilion before him was the tallest building he'd seen since arriving in this world. Tianwu, I admit now that in terms of floor and height, this restaurant can indeed be called the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu, but the ranking of a restaurant seems to not be based on the height of the floor, right? Elder brother Duan, I think you've misunderstood. Feng Tianwu shook her head and smiled. The reason this ice flame pavilion is called the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty isn't because it's a 9-story building. Chapter 756. On both sides of the entrance to the first floor of the ice flame pavilion stood a middle-aged man with a solemn expression, and they were like 2 guardian gods that guarded the entrance. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side as they walked in together. When they just approached the entrance, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown because he'd noticed a trace of an extremely unusual aura. When his spiritual force stretched out, he noticed the inscription formation that was set up at the entrance at the first possible moment. This type of inscription formation was only an extremely ordinary inscription formation, and the origin energy within the body of a martial artist that passed through it would resonate with the inscription formation. The inscription formation would emit a clear sound from a martial artist that obtained the acknowledgement of the inscription formation, and it represented welcome. Whereas if a martial artist didn't obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation would emit a low and unpleasant sound to represent resistance. All in all, this was an inscription formation that was capable of judging a martial artist's cultivation. This is a restaurant. Why is there an inscription formation here? Duan Lingtian was puzzled after racking his brains, and he slowly walked towards the first floor with Feng Tianwu. At the same time, when they passed by the entrance, 2 exceedingly clear sounds suddenly sounded out. Obviously, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had obtained the acknowledgement of the inscription formation that was set up at the entrance. As soon as they entered, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a surprised expression, "Elder brother Duan, aren't you curious about those 2 sounds from before? Those 2 sounds only sounded out when we passed by the entrance." Why would I be curious? Isn't it only a simple inscription formation? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Feng Tianwu was first stunned when she heard this, and then her beautiful face went slightly red. I forgot, elder brother Duan, you yourself are a formidable inscription master. However, although I'm not curious about that inscription formation, I'm extremely curious as to why such an inscription formation would be set up in a mere restaurant. Could it be that those martial artists whose cultivations are unable to obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation are unable to enter? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. As far as he was concerned, this ice flame pavilion was a restaurant no matter what. Could it be that martial artists whose cultivations were insufficient to obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation didn't have the qualifications to enter? Earlier, Duan Lingtian had used his spiritual force to detect the details of the inscription formation at the entrance to the first floor, and he knew that only a martial artist at the first level of the Void Initiation stage or above was capable of obtaining the acknowledgement of the inscription formation. In other words, only martial artists at the Void Initiation stage and above would emit a clear sound when they entered. If a martial artist below the Ascension stage entered the door, a low and unpleasant sound would be heard. Elder brother Duan, you really guessed correctly? This ice flame pavilion does indeed have this restriction. If one wants to enter this place to drink wine, then one must at least be a first-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. Feng Tianwu spoke as she turned around to look at the entrance. You ought to have seen those 2 people standing outside. If it was a martial artist with a cultivation below the void initiation stage, then the martial artist would be directly driven out by them. These two people are first-level void initiation stage martial artists themselves. Feng Tianwu's words caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. The two middle-aged men that stood on guard at the entrance of the stairway couldn't help but glance at each other, and they saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Obviously, they were shocked by the accomplishments Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were able to obtain at such an age. Two fourth-level void initiation stage martial artists were originally insufficient to move them. But if the titles of being a little over 20 and around 25 were added, it was sufficient to cause them to be extremely shocked. On the other hand, the customers on the fourth floor couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Especially when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu continue walking towards the fifth floor, most of them were petrified and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. There was an inscription formation on the fifth floor as well. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu entered it and encountered a similar treatment as before. Under numerous shocked and indescribable gazes, the two of them once again headed towards the sixth floor, causing the group of restaurants on the fifth floor to be dumbstruck. Slap, 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 slap. For a time, the sound of cups being smashed resounded out successively. In next to no time, waves of wails and howls that were filled with regret sounded out. The wine on the Ice Flame Pavilion's fifth floor wasn't cheap, and wasting it like this caused them to be unable to refrain from feeling their hearts ache. Sixth floor, entrance of the stairway. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu coming up, the two middle-aged men that stood on guard there were slightly stunned, yet they didn't say anything. Being able to walk up here indicated that one of the two young men before them surely possessed a strength at the fifth level of the void initiation stage or above. As for whether they possessed a sixth-level void initiation stage martial artist, it would have to be verified by the inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked past the entrance of the stairway and two clear voices suddenly sounded out, the two middle-aged men were completely stunned. They knew what this meant. It meant that this young man and young woman were both existences at the sixth level of the void initiation stage or above. Along with the arrival of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, a wave of clamorous noise arose on the sixth floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion as expected. Freak! Freak! Similar exclamations of shock rose and fell. These people that exclaimed in shock stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Heavens! This violet-clothed young man is a sixth-level void initiation stage martial artist? His natural talent had obviously surpassed young Master Wei and His Highness the Crown Prince. Who exactly was he? I've actually never heard of him in the past. Is there such a figure in our Darming dynasty? Which power is actually capable of fostering such an outstanding young genius? If he was born a few years earlier, then even if it was young Master Wei Yi and the Crown Prince, they would probably be fiercely left behind by him. At this moment, the gazes of the people on the sixth floor had completely locked onto Duan Lingtian. They unanimously firmly believed that Duan Lingtian was a sixth-level void initiation stage martial artist. As for Feng Tianwu, they didn't dare think about it because Feng Tianwu was truly too young. So they thought that Feng Tianwu was only able to ascend the sixth floor because she followed Duan Lingtian. If they knew that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were martial artists at the sixth level of the void initiation stage or above, it was unknown what sort of expression they would have. Young Master Wei? The Crown Prince? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Chapter 758. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had arrived at the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The two middle-aged men that guarded the stairway to the 7th floor couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Obviously, they'd never imagined that there would actually be two young people that would ascend to the 7th floor. If these two young people had seniors by their sides, they wouldn't feel it was strange. But the problem was that they utterly didn't have any seniors by their sides. In other words, there was at least one of them that was a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, and now that they'd come here, they obviously wanted to ascend to the 7th floor. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage? The two middle-aged men glanced at each other, and they saw astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. Right when they were surprised, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already passed through the stairway. Just as Duan Lingtian had guessed, the restriction of the inscription formation here was the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Two clear voices sounded out, causing the two middle-aged men to seem as if they were jolted awake from a dream. In the next moment, the astonishment on their faces deepened once more, and their gazes that were already filled with disbelief flashed back and forth between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and they were covered in astonishment. Never had they imagined that the truth was even more terrifying than they'd imagined. It wasn't only one of these two young people that might be a 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, but both of them were 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists. One looks to be around the age of 25. The other is even more exaggerated, he looks to be a little over 20. When did such a monster appear in our Darming dynasty? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but communicate with his companion via voice transmission. If they're members of our Darming dynasty, do you think they would be unknown figures? The other middle-aged man seemed to have guessed something. You mean, they're from another dynasty? Don't forget that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is starting in a few months, and there are 3 dynasties that have to pass through our Darming dynasty on their way to the northern desert. Regardless of how the two middle-aged men communicated in private, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already walked into the lobby of the Icefire Pavilion's 7th floor. Even though the lobby on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion wasn't as spacious as the 6th floor below, it couldn't be considered to be narrow. Currently, there were a few customers sitting in the hall of the 7th floor. They were quietly tasting the wine in their cups and seemed to not care about their surroundings at all. The appearance of the Duan Lingtian duo did not attract too much attention. Elder brother Duan. Under the guidance of Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian sat down at a table not far away. Speaking of which, the table here was very different from the tables of ordinary restaurants. First of all, the bottom of the table was tightly sealed, as if it was hiding something. Secondly, in the middle of the table, there were actually 10 small holes surrounding each other, which looked very unique. After sitting down, Feng Tianwu smiled and said, "Elder brother Duan, let's have a drink here first." Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he raised his head and looked around for a moment before frowning and shouting. "Waiter." "Where's waiter?" "Waiter?" Duan Lingtian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the atmosphere in the entire 7th floor to slightly freeze. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't soft, and it entered into the ears of the two middle-aged men that guarded at the entrance to the 7th floor. "He hasn't come to our Ice Flame Pavilion?" One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. "I think so." The other middle-aged man spoke stiffly. After Duan Lingtian shouted in the lobby, he noticed that the gazes of all the customers on the 7th floor couldn't help but descend onto him one by one. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he noticed the slightly strange gazes of these people. "Is there something on my face? It's the first time I've seen someone shout, 'Waiter,' in the 7th floor." A nearby old man spoke with a smile. "It's probably the first time they've come to the Ice Flame Pavilion. But, since they were able to come here, I presume a senior brought them here. But could it be that their seniors didn't tell them that the Ice Flame Pavilion doesn't have a waiter?" Another person laughed. "Their seniors are really something, they actually left them here and didn't care about them." It's probably their seniors that sent them here and left. Numerous voices entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel his face burn. No waiter? How do we drink without a waiter? Elder brother Duan. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu spoke out, and her beautiful face flushed red from anxiousness. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian would shout, "Waiter," in the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Earlier, she didn't even have the time to remind Duan Lingtian. "Tianwu, there's no waiter here. How do we drink?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask with a light voice. Feng Tianwu didn't answer Duan Lingtian and directly withdrew 10 mid-grade origin stones from her spatial ring instead, and with a raise of her hand, she slapped these 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes at the center of the table. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed a strand of familiar aura arrive. An inscription formation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Emperor Wu and finally realized what was going on. In the memories of Emperor Wu, some restaurants in the foreign lands didn't have a waiter, and if one wanted to drink, then one had to insert origin stones into the small holes on the table to activate the inscription formation inscribed on the table. After the inscription formation was activated, the wine would be automatically delivered from the center of the table. It was similar to some vending machines on Earth in his previous life, and if one placed money into the vending machines, then the vending machines would automatically deliver the drinks one wanted. Of course, the Earth of his previous life relied on science, whereas this world relied on inscription formations. All methods returned to one, and the purpose was almost the same. No wonder they would say that. It's really embarrassing. After knowing what was going on, Duan Lingtian was embarrassed to the point of being unable to show his face, and he wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. At this moment, a faint layer of light appeared in the center of the 10 mid-grade origin stones at the center of the table. Half of it was blue, and the other half was red. "Elder brother Duan, I'll give you a jug of blazer wine first." As Feng Tianwu spoke, she raised her hand and pressed down on the red half of the light barrier. Instantly, the light barrier vanished, and the 10 low-grade origin stones were swallowed by the table. Subsequently, a light sound came from the center of the table. A wine tray with a jug of wine and a wine cup on it slowly rose and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Blazer wine? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he started to search the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he quickly found out what kind of wine it was. When one drank the blazer wine, it was as if one swallowed a ball of flames. His entire body, including his flesh, blood, bones, and meridians, would feel as if it was being burned by blazing flames at that moment. That feeling was extremely strong, extremely satisfying. Elder brother Duan, this blazer wine contains extremely dense origin energy of heaven and earth, and it has the same effect as spirit fruits, yet it's inferior to spirit fruits. Of course, the greatest effect of the blazer wine is to temper origin energy and make it pure. Feng Tianwu didn't know that Duan Lingtian already knew about the blazer wine, and she introduced it to Duan Lingtian as she pushed the wine tray in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, she placed another 10 mid-grade origin stones and bought a jug of blazer wine. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this blazer wine must be tasted carefully. If it's directly poured into the stomach, it will cause heavy injuries to the body. However, in his second lifetime, Samsara Emperor Wu discovered a method to prevent the heavy injuries caused by directly pouring down the blazer wine. Moreover, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the blazer wine is only strong enough if it's poured down in one gulp. It's satisfying enough. Duan Lingtian grabbed the wine jug and poured himself a cup full of blazer wine. The blazer wine seemed to be crimson red, and it was actually still boiling in the cup, as if it was ceaselessly roiling lava. The dense and restrained wine fragrance entered Duan Lingtian's nose at the first moment. Good wine. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't be considered to be a person that liked wine, he was still able to determine the extraordinariness of the blazer wine from its smell. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu poured herself a cup of blazer wine as well, then she picked up the wine cup and said with a light smile, Elder brother Duan, try it. As she spoke, Feng Tianwu held the wine cup close to her lips and lightly took a sip. And it was this sip that caused Feng Tianwu's face to become slightly rosy, as if it was dyed with blood. Not only that, Feng Tianwu's neck that was white like jade had become slightly rosy at this moment. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he raised the wine cup and placed it by his mouth. Although he was able to understand the blazer wine from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, it was only limited to understanding. As for the feeling of drinking the blazer wine, he would only know after truly drinking it. Taking a deep breath and inhaling the fragrance of the blazer wine into his nose, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and poured all the wine in the cup into his mouth. He drank it all in one gulp. Gulp, Duan Lingtian's throat trembled, and he directly swallowed the cup of wine into his stomach. At this moment, he felt as if he'd swallowed a ball of flames. Not only did his throat feel as if it was on fire, even his internal organs were burning. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's face turned red, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. It's really as Samsara Emperor Wu's memories. This blazer wine, if I swallow it in one gulp, it's indeed very satisfying. If he hadn't used the method developed by Samsara Emperor Wu to quietly protect his internal organs and meridians with origin energy, just that cup of blazer wine from before would have been enough to cause his internal organs to suffer quite a bit of damage. Whew! As he felt the strength of the blazer wine sweep through his meridians, flesh, blood, and bones, Duan Lingtian's body trembled for no reason, and then he fiercely exhaled a mouthful of wine. This is definitely the strongest wine I've ever drunk in my life. Feng Tianwu, who was sitting opposite Duan Lingtian, was completely dumbfounded when she saw Duan Lingtian swallow the blazer wine in one gulp. Elder brother Duan, are you all right? Chapter 759. On the other hand, when they saw Duan Lingtian gulp down a cup of blazer wine and speak such casual words, the gazes of many customers on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion became slightly strange. This fellow is actually comparing the blazer wine with other wines? Moreover, he even dares to gulp it down? After all, with the strength of the blazer wine and its unique burning property, even an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist wouldn't dare gulp it down directly. What an ignorant fellow! He actually dares to gulp down a cup of blazer wine. He's simply courting death. At a table nearby Duan Lingtian, an azure-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh with ridicule when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, and he couldn't help but mock. According to my estimations, his internal organs have surely suffered a heavy injury, yet he's forcefully enduring it before a woman and doesn't dare reveal it. He's truly an idiot that values face more than his life. A blue-clothed middle-aged man that sat with the azure-clothed middle-aged man couldn't refrain from continuing. The gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was filled with disdain, and his face even had an expression that said, "Kid, stop pretending, I've seen through you since long ago." Elder brother Duan, you're really injured? When she heard the sarcastic ridicule of the two middle-aged men, Feng Tianwu didn't have the time to be enraged, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression as she said anxiously, "Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I told you how to drink the blazer wine since the beginning. It's all my fault." Duan Lingtian's slightly cold and indifferent gaze flashed past the two middle-aged men, and it transformed into gentleness when it moved onto Feng Tianwu. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Tianwu, if I'm not wrong, there's another type of wine that can be ordered here. That wine is called glaze wine, right?" Duan Lingtian recalled the other half of the blue-colored light barrier that appeared after the inscription formation was activated earlier. Hearing that Duan Lingtian was fine, Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Elder brother Duan, how did you know? Could it be that you've come to this ice fire pavilion before?" As soon as she asked this question, Feng Tianwu knew that her question was unnecessary. Based on Duan Lingtian's appearance before he arrived, It showed that he'd utterly never come to this ice flame pavilion. "Give me a pot of frost wine," Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu with a smile. Feng Tianwu nodded, then withdrew another 10 mid-grade origin stones and slapped them into the 10 small holes. Along with the 10 origin stones flickering with a white light, the inscription formation was activated once more. The half-red, half-blue light barrier appeared once again. This time, Feng Tianwu pressed her hand onto half of the blue light barrier. Instantly, another wine tray that held a pot of wine and a wine cup rose up from the center of the table, and then it was pushed by Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtong. "Elder brother Duan, this frost wine and blazer wine are two extremes. Its strength isn't inferior to the blazer wine, so you must not drink it like you did earlier," Feng Tianwu hurriedly reminded. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't reply. He naturally knew that the strength of the frost wine wasn't inferior to the blazer wine. The frost wine was similar to the blazer wine, and it contained a medicinal effect similar to spirit fruits, yet inferior to spirit fruits. If it was said that drinking the blazer wine was like swallowing a ball of scorching flames, then drinking the frost wine was undoubtedly like swallowing a mouthful of bone-piercing cold water. Moreover, it was the type of extremely cold water that was different from ordinary ice water. Feng Tianwu asked once more. Duan Lingtian's extremely unsightly expression caused her to be unable to refrain from feeling flustered and perturbed. "I'm really fine." Duan Lingtian withdrew his cold and indifferent gaze that he looked at the two middle-aged men, then smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. At this time, his complexion slowly returned to normal. "Kid, it's already come to this, yet you're still pretending? Let me tell you, perhaps the woman by your side isn't able to see through that little trick of yours, but I've seen through it since long ago." The azure-clothed middle-aged man seemed to want to waste time with Duan Lingtian, and he mocked a step further. "Idiot, if I were you, I'd find a place where there's no one and spit out the congested blood. Otherwise, if this drags on for a period of time, even if you consume a grade 4 great recovery pill, it's useless." The blue-clothed middle-aged man echoed in ridicule. Feng Tianwu was the closest to Duan Lingtian, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's expression recover, she knew that Duan Lingtian was fine as he'd said, and she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. When she heard the two middle-aged men ridiculing Duan Lingtian once more, flames of rage instantly suffused her beautiful face, and she instantly stood up before glaring angrily at the two of them. "You too." But Feng Tianwu hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian interrupted her. "Tianwu, sit down and drink properly. They're only two clowns, there's no need to get so angry for them." Duan Lingtian's words caused the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to go silent for now. Subsequently, it was as if a fuse had been lit, and it caused the two middle-aged men to completely erupt. "Kid, say that again if you have the balls. Who are you calling clowns? Kid, I think you're tired of living and don't want to live anymore." The two middle-aged men were completely enraged, and their clothes fluttered without any wind, as if they were prepared to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson at any moment. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the two of them instead as he slowly stood up, and with a raise of his hand, he picked up the wine jug that contained the glaze wine before directly opening the lid of the jug. Under the curious gazes of everyone including Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian opened the other jug that contained the blazer wine. Under numerous dumbstruck gazes, Duan Lingtian directly poured the glaze wine from the jug in his hand into the jug that contained the blazer wine. Bush, 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 bush. Instantly, a strange reaction occurred between the two types of wine that were mixed together, and they completely started boiling. They didn't merge together, and they each occupied half of the wine and didn't give way to each other. A scorching aura and an icy cold aura arose, and it caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Since the establishment of the Ice Flame Pavilion until now, it wasn't that no one had drunk wine like this, and most of the people that drank like this had ended up with a heavy injury as the price. Even a void interpretation stage expert didn't dare rashly try drinking like this. "Elder brother Duan, When she saw Duan Lingtian pick up the jug that contained the two types of strong wine, Feng Tianwu didn't discern what Duan Lingtian wanted to do at the beginning. When she reacted to it, it was already too late. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed the mouth of the jug towards his mouth. Subsequently, he directly swallowed the two types of wine that were mixed together into his stomach. The blazer wine that was scorching like flames and the glaze wine that was icy cold to the extreme played out the intersection of ice and fire within Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was prepared since the beginning and utilized the method that Emperor Wu had researched beforehand to protect his internal organs, flesh and meridians with his origin energy, he still felt his meridians shake. Subsequently, his internal organs started to throb as well. All of this caused Duan Lingtian's face to flush red once more. After that, Duan Lingtian's face underwent a change, and it seemed as if it was covered in a layer of ice, causing it to be pale without a doubt. Red and white ceaselessly changed on Duan Lingtian's face. Gulp. Gulp. For a time, only the sound of Duan Lingtian swallowing large mouthfuls of the blazer wine and glaze wine remained in the exceedingly silent seventh floor. At this moment, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body that protected his internal organs and meridians was resisting the baptism of the two boundless forces. The two of them were like children that had stolen candy, and they glanced at Duan Lingtian once more. After they confirmed that Duan Lingtian's back was facing them, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief before continuing to walk out of the hall with light footsteps. When they were about to walk out of the hall, their faces revealed pleasant surprise as if they'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. "Stop right there." But the sudden voice clearly entered into their ears, yet it caused them to seem as if they were struck by lightning, and they stood on the spot as if their acupoints had been pressed. The two of them realized that they'd been noticed. For a time, their hearts were filled with a perturbed feeling. "Aren't the two of you not bidding your farewells a bit too much?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he had eyes on the back of his head, and he said slowly, "If the two of you give me face, then please sit back down. Otherwise, I can only personally make a move to ask the two of you to sit back down." A threat. An undisguised threat. At the same time, the other people on the seventh floor noticed that the two middle-aged men that mocked and ridiculed Duan Lingtian actually wanted to sneak off. The gazes of most people were filled with pleasure from their misfortune. "Who asked you to show off earlier? Now you know you've bitten off more than you can chew, right?" Duan Lingtian's words caused the bodies of the two middle-aged men to tremble slightly, and then they looked at each other and laughed bitterly, yet they didn't dare leave and obediently returned to their seats. "The two of you seem to have spoken to your heart's content earlier." Duan Lingtian looked at the two middle-aged men as his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed within them, yet it just happened to be noticed by the two middle-aged men, causing their expressions to go grim. "Shouldn't the two of you give me an explanation?" Even though Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, yet it carried an indisputable tone, and it seemed to have transformed into two enormous hammers that fiercely smashed onto the chests of the two middle-aged men. The expressions of the two middle-aged men went grim, and they were anxious to the point of breathing rapidly, causing their chests to rise and fall, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. "Brother, the azure-clothed middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and was just about to speak when he was interrupted coldly by Duan Lingtian. "Brother? Who's your brother?" The young middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed. Even though he was angry in his heart, yet he didn't dare reveal it. The other blue-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath and said to Duan Lingtian, "We were only reminding you out of goodwill earlier. The blazer wine and glaze wine shouldn't be drunk as you do, but should be savored in small mouthfuls so as to have a boundless aftertaste." Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. This caused the two middle-aged men to be even more perturbed, as they didn't know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Even though Duan Lingtian hadn't made a move until now, but since he dared drink the blazer wine and glaze wine like that and was fine, it undoubtedly indicated that his strength was extremely formidable. At the very least, it wasn't something they could go against. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill them, then they would really be unable to resist. Right when the two of them felt extremely perturbed, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu instead. Tianwu, give me 20 mid-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu didn't say anything when she heard this and passed 20 mid-grade origin stones to Duan Lingtian. Since it's like this, then please teach me how to drink the blazer wine and glaze wine correctly. After he obtained the 20 mid-grade origin stones, Duan Lingtian walked towards the table of the two middle-aged men as he spoke slowly. The expressions of the two middle-aged men instantly went pale when they heard this. Sir, we overestimated our ability and had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Sir, drinking the blazer wine and glaze wine like that was right. It's our mistake, it's our mistake. The blue-clothed middle-aged man never imagined that the violet-clothed young man before him would reply to him like this, and he explained in panic. Really? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already stood before the table of the two middle-aged men, and with a raise of his hand, he slapped 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes on their table. In next to no time, a jug of blazer wine appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes, yes. How could the two middle-aged men dare deny it? And they hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took down the jug that contained the blazer wine, and then he raised his hand once more to slap the remaining 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes. In next to no time, another jug of glaze wine appeared. The scene before them caused the two middle-aged men to be stunned. Their nerves were strained, and their minds were in a state of mush, and they were unable to react to what Duan Lingtian wanted to do for a time. On the other hand, the others including Feng Tianwu had instead guessed something, and they glanced at the two middle-aged men with gazes of pity. Are the two of you sure my method of drinking wine is correct? You wouldn't be deceiving me for the sake of making me happy, right? Duan Lingtian held a jug filled with wine in his hand as he narrowed his eyes to look at the two middle-aged men before him, and he asked once more as if he wanted to confirm it once more. No, no. The two of them spoke hurriedly, and they were anxious to the point of crying. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded with satisfaction, and then he placed the jug filled with blazer wine before the azure-clothed middle-aged man and placed the jug filled with glaze wine before the blue-clothed middle-aged man. Since both of you think my method of drinking wine is correct, then please do as I did earlier and drink these 2 jugs of wine in one go. How about it? Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face, yet when this smile entered into the eyes of the 2 middle-aged men, it was no different than the smile of a devil. The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men went grim when they recovered from their shock, and their pupils constricted as their bodies trembled intensely from fear. Now, they really wished for nothing more than to slap themselves. Drink like this violet-clothed young man? Wouldn't that be asking for their lives? What? Could it be that both of you feel that only a single type of wine is too monotonous? If it's like this, then I'll help both of you add more. Tianwu, give me another 20. Duan Lingtian spoke as he looked at Feng Tianwu. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was hurriedly interrupted by the 2 middle-aged men. We'll drink. We'll drink right now. What a joke. Even if it was only a single type of wine, drinking it in one go was sufficient to take half their lives. If they were allowed to combine these 2 types of wine, then the impact of the combination of ice and fire would most likely take their lives. So they didn't dare hesitate and made their choice. Both of them stretched out their hands and each held a jug of wine before opening the jug's lid. But after they opened the jug's lid, their faces flickered between a livid and ashen expression, and the hand they held the jug with started to tremble. They didn't have the courage to drink the wine within after a long time. What? Both of you still want to drink the wine with added ingredients? When he saw the 2 of them hesitating, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the killing intent on his body shot into the sky and swept out to envelop the 2 of them, causing them to feel as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. Because of the slaughter in his previous life, Duan Lingtian had nurtured a terrifying killing intent. Chapter 761. On the other hand, the two middle-aged men that were targeted by Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate any longer at this moment, and they hurriedly pointed the mouth of the wine jug in their hands towards their mouths. Subsequently, they raised their heads in unison and poured the wine within the jug into their mouths, and they drank mouthful after mouthful fiercely. Instantly, the face of the azure-clothed middle-aged man flushed red, whereas the face of the blue-clothed middle-aged man seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Their pupils couldn't help but constrict, yet they still fiercely swallowed the wine within the jug, and they didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. Finally, the azure-clothed middle-aged man was the first to finish swallowing the blazer wine, and after he let out a shrill cry, he hurriedly tossed away the empty wine jug in his hand before holding tightly onto his throat with both hands, and he felt as if there was a ball of flames burning there. It wasn't just that. The scorching heat that came from the meridians and internal organs in the various parts of his body even caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling intensely. At the same time, he let out a low roar as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the blood had a scorching aura mixed within it that caused one to be awed by the sight of it. Pooh! The body of the other blue-clothed middle-aged man shivered as if he'd fallen into an icy pit, and when the wine jug in his hand was moved away, he unconsciously spat out a mouthful of blood before directly fainting. A jug of blazer wine and a jug of ice flame wine was something that even an ordinary void interpretation stage expert wouldn't dare drink in this manner. They were merely two 7th-level void initiation stage martial artists, so they were naturally unable to endure it. K off. Duan Lingnan glanced coldly and indifferently at the azure-clothed middle-aged man before returning to his seat. The azure-clothed middle-aged man didn't dare hesitate, and he disregarded the heavy injuries in his body as he carried his companion up in panic and fled from the 7th floor. Meanwhile, the 7th floor was deathly silent. When the gazes of most people descended onto Duan Lingtan, their gazes faintly contained traces of terror. Tianwu, if I'm not wrong, the wine in the 9th floor ought to be the best in the entire Ice Flame Pavilion, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu, who hadn't recovered from her shock, and he asked with a smile. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Feng Tianwu came back to her senses and responded, "Yes. I want to try it." Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Feng Tianwu was startled at first, then smiled. "Then let's go up and take a look." Subsequently, the two of them left their seats and ascended the stairs that led to the 8th and 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion before heading up. Yet now, the group of customers on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion weren't surprised. Since that violet-clothed young man was able to drink the blazer wine and glaze wine in one go without being injured in the slightest, his cultivation was obviously profound. It was extremely likely that he was a void interpretation stage expert. As far as they were concerned, even if a void initiation stage martial artist was at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, it was impossible for him to drink the blazer wine and glaze wine without being injured in the slightest. What they didn't know was that the reason why Duan Lingtian dared to drink like that was because of the special method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. That method seemed to be simple, yet if one really wanted to use it well, it was instead extremely difficult. Tianwu, have you been to the 9th floor before? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes flashed, and she suddenly felt that this elder brother Duan was becoming more and more unfamiliar. Exactly how many more secrets does elder brother Duan possess? Her heart was filled with curiosity towards this. Someone said that when a woman aroused curiosity towards a man, It was usually the beginning of stepping foot into the abyss. If I'm not wrong, the other wine ought to be blue longing? Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke. Elder brother Duan, where exactly did you hear of these two wines? Could it be that you've drunk them in the past? When she heard Duan Lingtian mention the other wine in the 9th floor, Feng Tianwu was first stunned, and then she was unable to restrain the curiosity in her heart and couldn't help but ask. According to her knowledge, even if it was in the entire Darkhan dynasty, there was no wine like the Blazer wine and Glaze wine that was sold, let alone the Blood Charm and Blue Love. I accidentally saw it in an ancient book in the past. Duan Lingtian casually found an excuse. Chapter 762. No matter if it was Blood Charm or Blue Love, they were both recorded in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. These were two types of wine that could be considered as good wine in the foreign lands. Firstly, Blood Charm could be said to be an upgraded version of Blazer wine, and its medicinal effect and taste far surpassed Blazer wine. As for Blue Love, it was an upgraded version of Glaze wine. I can't drink Blood Charm and Blue Love like before. The method of Samsara Emperor Wu can only be used against Blazer wine and Glaze wine that are of a comparatively lower grade. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Feng Tianwu didn't doubt Duan Lingtian when she heard his explanation, and she picked up her wine cup and smiled to Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, try and see if there's any difference between this wine and Blazer wine. Duan Lingtian replied and raised his wine cup before placing it by his mouth and taking a sip. The scorching hot aura spread in his mouth before spreading throughout his entire body, causing him to feel his entire body become hot, and the origin energy in his body started to roil without end. Blood Charm truly lived up to its name. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were drinking silently here, yet they didn't know that they'd already become the topic of discussion of the young men and young women at the 3 tables. Have all of you seen them in the past? A young man asked. The others shook their heads. Truthfully speaking, that woman is really beautiful. She's much more beautiful than those concubines of mine. Moreover, that figure, it really makes one drool. The young man with a slightly wretched appearance chuckled, and his eyes were filled with lust. Damnable monkey, I want this woman. Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man that sat opposite the young man with a wretched appearance spoke indifferently. The white-clothed young man sat there and faintly revealed a trace of the dignity of a person in a high position. Obviously, his background was extraordinary. The young man with a wretched appearance froze when he heard this, and then he smiled flatteringly. Since Third Prince wants her, then I naturally don't dare be presumptuous. Third Prince, I'll help you invite her over? Yes. The young man in white nodded approvingly. His eyes were burning with passion. Don't disturb the beauty. Otherwise, I'll hold you responsible. Yes, yes. The young man with a wretched appearance nodded hurriedly, and then he left his seat and walked towards Feng Tianwu. At this time, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had just finished a bottle of Blood Charm and bought a bottle of Blue Love. They each took a sip and noticed the wretched young man walking over. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. He took a sip of the Blue Love and felt the coldness throughout his body. He felt refreshed. Good wine. Feng Tianwu's eyebrows slightly furrowed, then relaxed. She also took a sip of Blue Love, then gently closed her eyes, enjoying the moment of pleasure. Young miss, the Third Prince wants to invite you over for a seat. The young man with a wretched appearance looked at Feng Tianwu as he squeezed out a smile that was even more unsightly than crying, and then he turned around to look at the white-clothed young man as if he was indicating for Feng Tianwu to look over. After the white-clothed young man noticed the actions of the young man with a wretched appearance, he looked over with a smile on his face. But in next to no time, the smile on his face froze. The young man's expression went grim when he saw the expression of the white-clothed young man, and then he turned around and noticed that Feng Tianwu had utterly disregarded him. Young miss, I'm talking to you. The young man with a wretched appearance took a deep breath and worked hard to suppress the rage in his heart. He didn't dare act presumptuously before the third prince. But these two young men and young woman that he'd never seen in the capital of the Darming dynasty dared to give him attitude? If it wasn't for the third prince taking a fancy to this woman, he would have flared up long ago. But unfortunately, Feng Tianwu still disregarded him. Right at this moment, a young man couldn't refrain from laughing. Monkey, looks like this young master of the whole clan doesn't have much face. The third prince is still waiting for you. Feel free to speak up if you need my help. Monkey, you've suffered a loss, right? You usually brag about how awesome you are, but I never imagined that you're only good at talking. Monkey, come back if you really can't. You can afford to lose face, but the third prince can't. All the young men and young women couldn't refrain from ridiculing the young man with a wretched appearance. The young man with a wretched appearance took a deep breath when he heard this, and his face was covered in a layer of frost as a fierce light flickered within his eyes. Even though he knew that these companions of his were only joking and weren't really targeting him, he still felt that he had lost face. The young man with a wretched appearance revealed a fierce light as he stared at Feng Tianwu and cursed via voice transmission. Stinking bitch, it's your fortune that the third prince took a fancy to you, don't be shameless. If you don't come with me to serve the third prince today, then But unfortunately, the young man didn't finish speaking via voice transmission in the end. Slap. A resounding slap sounded out, and the young man's head tilted to the side as a crimson-red palm print appeared on his face. At this moment, Feng Tianwu glared angrily at the young man with a wretched appearance, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. A single slap caused the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to fall into deathly silence. The young man with a wretched appearance was stunned, and his companions were stunned as well. The other middle-aged and old-aged customers were stunned as well. As for Duanlingen, his eyes emitted cold lights as he stared fixedly at the young man with a wretched appearance. He knew clearly in his heart that it was surely this young man with a wretched appearance that said something to Tianwu via voice transmission and infuriated her. Otherwise, it was impossible for Tianwu to be so angry. In next to no time, the silent atmosphere was broken, and it was some of the companions of the young man with a wretched appearance that couldn't refrain from roaring with laughter. Monkey, did you say something you shouldn't have said to that young lady? The third prince asked you to invite her over, why did you infuriate her? Exactly. You can't even handle such a small matter properly, yet you still have the nerve to say you're the third prince's friend. The ridiculing laughter of the group of companions entered into the ears of the young man with a wretched appearance that was struck dumb, and it caused him to completely sober up. Stinking bitch, you dare hit me? The young man glared as he raised his hand and swung a slap towards Feng Tianwu. What a joke! Even his parents had never hit him in his entire lifetime. How could he swallow this insult from being hit by a woman today? Feng Tianwu revealed an expression of disdain when facing the slap that the young man swung at her. In her eyes, the speed of the young man's attack was truly pitifully slow. Right when she was about to make a move, she seemed to have noticed something, and she put down the hand that she'd just raised. It was only because a person had made a move before her, and it caused a trace of happiness to flash past her eyes. Slap. Duan Lingtian's hand seemed as if it was assisted by the gods as it easily grabbed onto the hand that the young man swung towards Feng Tianwu, and he held it tightly. His icy cold eyes looked straight at the young man with a wretched appearance. The young man's face went grim, and he wanted to struggle free, yet he noticed that the strength of this violet-clothed young man that was much smaller than him was shockingly great. Even if he exerted his entire strength, he was unable to struggle free. Kid, you're courting death. Instantly, the young man shouted out explosively, and his other hand formed into a fist that smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. As his fist smashed out, the origin energy on his fist skyrocketed, and his concept followed along like a shadow. It was like a cannonball that swiftly flashed out, and it caused a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above the young man, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth converged into form. First, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 7th level elementary concept. Duan Lingtian moved once more, and he instantly withdrew his hand that held onto the young man before grabbing onto the fist that smashed towards him like a bolt of lightning at a tricky angle. Slap. After Duan Lingtian grabbed onto the young man's fist, his gaze went cold, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to directly exert strength. Crack. The clear sound of bones shattering was accompanied by a wave of miserable shrill cries. Subsequently, the young man with a wretched appearance was pushed flying after having his fist crushed by Duan Lingtian, and he fiercely smashed onto the ground before rolling about in a sorry state. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At practically the instant that the young man with a wretched appearance had his fist crushed by Duan Lingtian and was pushed flying, the group of companions that originally had ridiculing expressions on their faces had gone grim. Besides the white-clothed young man who was the so-called third prince that still sat there, the other young men and young women had left their seats successively. The gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with hostility. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the actions of these people. Weren't these people ridiculing the young man with a wretched appearance earlier? Why do they seem to be very concerned about the young man now? How would Duan Lingtian know that these people had ridiculed the young man with a wretched appearance earlier because they were familiar with him and wanted to see him make a fool of himself? Now that the young man with a wretched appearance was heavily injured, as his companions, they naturally had to stand up for him. "Damn monkey, are you all right?" A young man squatted down and couldn't help but gasp after inspecting the injuries of the young man with a wretched appearance. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian angrily. "You're really vicious. Do you know who he is? What's wrong?" Instantly, the other young men and young women looked at the young man. The monkey's hand tendons and meridians are completely shattered and completely crippled. Even if there's a grade 3 life recovery pill, I'm afraid it won't be enough to save him. The young man said in a deep voice. "What?" Instantly, other than the white-clothed young man who raised his eyebrows and looked deeply at Duan Lingtian, the expressions of the other companions of the young man with a wretched appearance changed. "Boy, you're really ruthless. Boy, unless you leave behind an arm and a leg today, don't even think about leaving." That's right, leave behind an arm and a leg. 10 young men and young women surrounded Duan Lingtian's table. All of them glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian as if they were deeply afraid Duan Lingtian would escape. "I don't want his arm and leg." Right at this moment, the young man with a wretched appearance endured the intense pain after consuming a healing medicinal pill and walked over. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. "I want him dead. If I don't kill him, I, Jun, am not human." An arm and a leg? Chapter 763. Looks like you don't want to be a human anymore. A short sentence from Duan Lingtian caused the expressions of the 11 young men and young women, including Jun, to go pale, and all of them were infuriated by Duan Lingtian. "Attack together!" Someone suddenly shouted out, and the group of young men and young women pounced towards Duan Lingtian with tacit understanding. For a time, the sound of air exploding rose and fell in the sky without end. In the sky, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky condensed into form, and they revealed a menacing aura. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he faced the young men and young women that assaulted him from all directions, and his eyes squinted abruptly before a dim light flashed within them. 1,000 illusions! In an instant, Duan Lingtian cast his exclusive soul skill. An illusory space appeared out of thin air and enveloped an area of over 10 meters with Duan Lingtian at the center. Even though it enveloped Feng Tianwu within it, it didn't target Feng Tianwu. So Feng Tianwu wasn't affected by it. Then, an inconceivable scene appeared. The group of young men and young women that were originally pouncing towards Duan Lingtian turned around when they were about to touch Duan Lingtian, and they entered into a chaotic battle. "Kid, I'll kill you!" Ho Jun shouted out explosively as his uninjured hand punched out, and it smashed onto one of his companions and injured him. Bang. Subsequently, Ho Jun was struck as well. Bang, 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 bang. The chaotic battle continued like a raging fire. Tianwu, let's continue. Duan Lingtian completely disregarded the 11 young men and young women that were in a chaotic battle, and he raised his wine cup as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu had been shocked by the scene before her since long ago. What exactly did elder brother Duan do? She was extremely puzzled in her heart. At the same time that the scene before her caused her to be shocked, she felt a chill run down her spine because it was truly too strange. This situation feels similar to when elder brother Duan defeated by Hao. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but recall the scene she saw during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. At that time, Duan Lingtian defeated by Hao, and the circumstances were similarly strange. It wasn't just Feng Tianwu. The group of middle-aged and old customers on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion were dumbstruck as well. What are these little ancestors that usually call themselves overlords in the Darming Dynasty's capital playing now? Even the third prince had an incomparably solemn expression at this moment. His brows were filled with fear. Who exactly is he? Soon, the third prince left his seat. He didn't leave the Icefire Pavilion's 9th floor, but walked inside instead. There was a spacious private room on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and it was usually provided for the few people with the highest status in the Zhao clan to use and entertain guests. Numerous miserable shrill cries rose and fell, and it wasn't long before only one of the 11 young men and women remained standing, whereas the others had all fallen on the ground in a disorderly manner. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as the dim light in the depths of his eyes was restrained, and he withdrew his soul skill. Instantly, the illusory space shattered into pieces. What's going on? After the illusory space vanished, the group of young men and women that lay on the ground were completely dumbstruck when they saw Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. Didn't I knock him down? I clearly punched his face and bashed him into a pig's head? Huangshui, why did you become a pig's head? After the group of young men and women glanced at each other, they finally realized a problem. The problem was that the person they'd injured earlier wasn't Duan Lingtian, but their own companions. Since even Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid, then she naturally wouldn't be afraid as well. Right when the hall on the 9th floor was extremely bustling, after the third prince pushed open the door and entered into the room, he looked at the young man that sat upright in meditation with his eyes closed. Zhao Wei. The third prince spoke slowly. The young man wore green clothes, looked to be a little over 30, and had a handsome appearance. When looked at from afar, he was like a delicate and pretty woman, but the Adam's apple on his throat undoubtedly spoke of his identity as a man. He was precisely one of the two most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty. The Zhao clan's Zhao Wei. So long as it was a member of the Darming dynasty, they knew that this young man whose name sounded like a woman and looked like a woman possessed an extremely terrifying cultivation and extremely ruthless methods beneath his weak appearance. So long as it was Zhao Wei that made a move, there were very few survivors. Lu Hao, do you need something from me? Finally, Zhao Wei slowly opened his eyes and looked at the white-clothed young man with a calm expression, and he directly called out the white-clothed young man's name as if he didn't take the white-clothed young man seriously at all. Lu Hao wasn't surprised by this. After all, even if Zhao Wei faced his eldest imperial brother, the crown prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Zhao Wei directly called him by his name, let alone him. Most importantly, this Zhao Wei's strength was much stronger than his. Zhao Wei, if you still don't leave, then our Darming dynasty will lose face greatly this time. Lu Hao, the third prince of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, spoke slowly. Slight bewilderment appeared between Zhao Weiyi's brows when he heard this. The soundproofing effect of the room was extremely weak, and coupled with Zhao Weiyi being cultivating earlier, he didn't know what had occurred in the hall outside. Today, a young man and young woman came to the 9th floor of your Zhao clan's Ice Flame Pavilion. The young man looked to be around 25 years old, and the young woman was around 20 years old. Lu Hao spoke. What happened after that? Zhao Weiyi asked with interest. After that, Ho Jun's hand was crippled by that young man. That young man was ruthless, and even if he had a grade 3 life recovery pill, he was powerless to save Ho Jun. Lu Hao continued. Zhao Weiyi frowned when he heard this. Being able to cripple Ho Jun indicated that he was at least an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. An 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist around the age of 25? Even if it was Zhao Weiyi, he couldn't help but be shocked now. After all, even if it was him, he'd only broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage after the age of 30. Now, when he heard a young man at the age of 25 possessed a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above, it was slightly difficult for him to accept. As a genius in the martial Dao, he had his own pride, and it was difficult for him to endure someone's natural talent being so much stronger than him. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage? Lu Hao said with disdain when he heard Zhao Weiyi's judgment. He isn't simply at the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. If I tell you that Ho Jun's group of 11, 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, 5 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, and 3 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists joined forces to deal with that young man, yet they weren't even able to touch the corners of his clothes before all of them fell down, what would you think? As soon as Lu Hao finished speaking, Zhao Weiyi instantly sat up as a bright light flashed within his eyes. Actually, not to mention Zhao Weiyi, even the cultivations of those 11 young men and women that didn't know what was good for them and attacked him earlier had similarly caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. 3 at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage, 5 at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage, and 3 at the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Just the cultivations of these young geniuses of the Darming dynasty that were gathered here were so extraordinary, and if this was in the Dark Han dynasty, it was practically impossible for this to occur. Young Master Weiyi. Presently, even if it was those middle-aged and old customers in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, they bowed respectfully to Zhao Weiyi, who walked over slowly. From the beginning until the end, Zhao Weiyi had a carefree expression as he walked slowly to arrive before the table of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu under the greetings of numerous respectful gazes. When he saw Feng Tianwu, a trace of surprise flashed past his eyes. He'd never seen such an outstanding woman in the Darming dynasty. Even though it was said that a fair and graceful woman was the ideal mate of a gentleman, as a martial maniac, Zhao Weiyi didn't have the interest of an ordinary man towards women. Moreover, his marriage had already been decided long before he was born. When the time came, he would directly marry and have children. The love between men and women didn't have the slightest attraction to him, and only the martial Dao that seemed to have no end was his lifelong pursuit. In his eyes, women were only tools used to carry on the family line. So Zhao Weiyi only glanced at Feng Tianwu before his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian that sat opposite Feng Tianwu. When he saw Duan Lingtian was really young as Lu Hao had said, slight surprise couldn't help but appear on his face, and then he asked, "May I know your name?" Duan Lingtian continued drinking his wine as if he hadn't heard Zhao Weiyi. Zhao Weiyi wasn't angry when he saw this. But Zhao Weiyi not being angry didn't mean that the others weren't angry. Including Ho Jun, The group of young men and young women that had suffered a loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian earlier glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. "Kid, Big Brother Wei Yi is asking you something, didn't you hear him? Young Master Wei Yi is asking you something because he thinks highly of you. If you know what's good for you, then quickly reply. Otherwise, don't dream of leaving this ice flame pavilion today." After Zhao Wei Yi made an appearance, the group of young men and young women seemed as if they'd found a backer, and they didn't have any worries when facing Duan Lingtian. "Don't dream of leaving the ice flame pavilion? With just the few of you?" Duan Lingtian took another sip of the blue longing in his wine cup, and he didn't even raise his head to look at those young men and young women as his words were filled with disdain. Duan Lingtian's disdain was taken as a provocation by the group of young men and young women, and it caused them to be extremely furious. "Big Brother Wei Yi, this kid is too arrogant. You must teach him a good lesson." The group of young men and young women looked at Zhao Wei Yi and took Zhao Wei Yi to be their lifesaver. But unfortunately, even though they urged him, Zhao Wei Yi still didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. His eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he said via voice transmission, "If I'm not wrong, you ought to be a formidable demon, right?" "Demon?" Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard Zhao Wei Yi's voice transmission, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Wei Yi was slightly bewildered when he saw the smile that suddenly appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, and he frowned before continuing to speak via voice transmission. "Could it be that I'm wrong? The ability you executed earlier that effortlessly caused them to kill each other ought to be a soul skill that some demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent were born with, right? You even know about soul skills?" Finally, Duan Lingtian raised his head and glanced at Zhao Wei Yi with slight surprise before speaking via voice transmission. "Looks like you're really a demon." Zhao Wei Yi glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before continuing to speak via voice transmission. "I know you're probing me, but if you say I'm a demon, then so be it." Duan Lingtian smiled and replied via voice transmission. Zhao Wei Yi, who'd already confirmed that Duan Lingtian was a demon when he heard Duan Lingtian admit that he'd utilized a soul skill, yet his expression couldn't help but freeze when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. What does this violet-clothed young man mean by this? Could it be that he isn't a demon? But if he isn't a demon, then how could he possibly execute a soul skill? How could he possibly possess such terrifying abilities at such a young age? Right at this moment, two light footsteps sounded out. One of the footsteps that was closer to the front was extremely steady, and every single step it took caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be unable to help but tremble slightly. Void Transformation Stage Expert. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly, and at the same time, his gaze descended towards the source of the footsteps. There were two people walking slowly into the lobby of the 9th floor at that location. The person in the lead was a robust middle-aged man that wore green robes, had disheveled hair that fluttered in the wind, and his face was covered in stubble. He looked to be ordinary, yet was actually restrained. Duan Lingtian sensed an extremely dangerous aura on him. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended behind the robust middle-aged man, and his gaze froze with a single glance because he recognized this person. Su Li. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when Feng Tianwu had already noticed Su Li, and she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Su Li, who heard the voice, noticed Feng Tianwu at the first possible moment as well, and then he noticed Duan Lingtian, causing his face to be filled with astonishment. Obviously, he never imagined that he would be able to encounter Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu here. Meanwhile, the robust young man that seemed to be unruly had already sat before an empty table, and after Su Li greeted him, he walked towards Duan Lingtian's table. Even though a group of young men and young women were glaring fiercely at Duan Lingtian now, Su Li utterly paid no attention to these people and directly sat by Duan Lingtian's side. "Young Miss Tianwu." Su Li greeted Feng Tianwu first, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingnan, what are you and young Miss Tianwu doing here?" "Passing by." Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and then he glanced at the robust middle-aged man in the distance before asking in a low voice, Su Li, that's your master? The robust middle-aged man seemed to be sloppy, yet the feeling he gave Duan Lingtian was even more terrifying than the Dark Han dynasty's imperial families by Nan Xiang. At any rate, Bai Nan Xiang had revealed the might of a void transformation stage expert before him. On the other hand, Su Li's master didn't make a move, and he only stood there and sat there, yet he brought extremely great pressure to Duan Lingtian. Yes. Su Li nodded, and then he said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, "Come, I'll introduce both of you to my master." As he spoke, Su Li stood up and led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to walk towards the robust middle-aged man. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had completely disregarded Zhao Wei and the others. But they... Ho Jun gnashed his teeth. Even though he was furious to the limit, he who'd suffered a loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian didn't dare make a move rashly before Zhao Wei made a move. Duan Lingtian? That you're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.